The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 451. 1 week. The following week was both extremely long and unbelievably short for Lex. The system took care of so many aspects of each event for Lex that he really had no trouble hosting an event, yet at the same time that ease is what got in the way of making an event perfect. Since Lex, as well as all the workers, were so used to the system doing all the work, they never really put any thought into putting in that extra bit of effort to push them from great to mind-blowing. This time though, Lex wanted to focus on not only all the small details to make it perfect, he had to make sure there were no issues either. Moreover, while a grand spectacle was good to amuse large crowds, he wanted his guests to experience being personally involved as well. The first thing that was required was the planning division's research on events in the origin realm. As it turned out, due to the nature of cultivation, and the longevity that it brings, all events were usually paced out and happened over long periods of time. Moreover, there was a clear period of momentum that the festival would build up during that long time, culminating in the perfect finale. In an ideal scenario, that grand finale should have been the peak of the festival, but for various reasons Lex could not afford to do that. Still, all was not at a loss, for Lex still found a way to spin things. The idea of an event, or a festival focused around cultivation, was not new, and while all the events in them had to do with distributing cultivation resources and breakthrough opportunities, in contrast to Lex's event that was full of carnival-style activities, they also had a clear pattern Lex could follow. The higher the cultivation, the longer period each person would spend in retreat after each breakthrough. In that case, a 3-month event was ideal. In fact, it could even be longer depending on cultivation levels. There were precedents for events that lasted years and even decades. Of course, they also had a long waiting time so that everyone could adequately prepare for them. So, with that in mind, Lex started designing various abodes for the perfect cultivation retreats. Normally, a meditation room would suffice, but when spending weeks or even months in retreat, it was common to have a larger area, even a mansion that afforded both an ideal cultivation environment as well as a peaceful and calm ambiance to soothe the mind. The planning division brought Lex hundreds of examples, and he began working on them immediately. One of the more popular options was a cultivation cave, for whatever reason. Built into the side of a mountain, it gave the illusion of a sturdy and secure base where one can retreat without worry. While the interior was well designed for functionality and comfort, from the outside its entrance would be completely hidden. Not only did Lex design them, he designed multiple iterations of them so that guests could choose whatever layout they preferred. Next were mansions with thick boundary walls and multiple gardens and courtyards inside, filled with fruit trees and beautiful flowers. Penthouses were also pretty popular. Lex did not want to build multiple high-rises just to build penthouses, so he directly created penthouses in the sky at various levels. Not only were they filled with high-tech equipment and luxuries, they could be turned invisible from the outside. There were dozens more abode styles, such as on the ground, underneath the ground, in the water, camouflaged, moving etc. that Lex designed. They also provided Lex with a newer understanding of common cultivators, which was that they were an insecure bunch. He couldn't blame them, he himself was always worried about being attacked as well. Maybe they were not so different. While doing this, Lex also increased the size of the inn by a massive 100,000 acres for 1 billion megapixel. While the newly added land was mostly empty, it was not going to be that way for long. Lex added rolling hills, plains, plateaus, lakes and more. The massive size of land seemed pretty small when he started adding such massive physical features, but he had to do the bare minimum. That was because, soon, the new minor realms would finish attaching to the Midnight Inn. Lex had already checked what the result of that would be. Their physical land would not get added to the inn, nor would they become domains of the inn. Instead, an opening to each minor realm would randomly become available throughout the inn. Lex did not know the exact number of minor realms, but he suspected they should be less than 100,000, right? That way, there would be one opening every few acres, which would be enough for a secret hunt. While Lex would not be able to control the minor realms, he would have perfect control over their entrances. Therefore, His plan was to keep them shut and slowly start opening them when he started an event where guests would be allowed to explore the minor realms, at their own risk of course. But first, they would have to look for the entrances, which Lex planned on hiding. While he was at it, Lex hid numerous treasures and small rewards all across the inn's terrain. The last time he did this, Lex could hide naught but bottles of Bodlum Dew and a few other rewards. Now, however, Lex hid anything and everything available. From weapons to foods to MP packets to special tokens that awarded free stays at the various rooms the inn had available to more, Lex turned the inn into a massive treasure hoard. Of course, these treasures he hid a little more carefully. He wouldn't tell anyone about them either. Luck would play a role in deciding who got what. While doing all of this, Lex had to combat his own progressing cultivation, and it was definitely a battle. It was in those moments where he learned the meaning of desperation. It reminded him of an old memory, where he needed to use the restroom really badly, but there was none available for another 10 minutes. Each and every second back then had lasted an eternity, so much so that Lex was still traumatized by the event. Now, he was going through another version of that. Chapter 452. Decor. The preparations for the festival went far beyond preparing a few abodes and expanding the regions. Speaking of which, he allocated a 100 acres flat lands far from all current attractions and gave it exclusively to the gardener so he could finally complete his landscaping artwork. Of the numerous other tasks, both minor and significant, that Lex did, decorating the inn was one which required more of Lex's time than anything. The inn had to look both festive yet at the same time calming and beautiful. Making the inn look mirthful was obviously important, for the festivities would feel incomplete otherwise. Yet, since cultivation was a big theme as well, an environment which soothed the mind was imperative. After all, cultivation, while sometimes comfortable and relaxing, could also be strenuous and overwhelming. As such, it was extremely important to maintain a calm and collected state of mind. While most of that work would obviously be undertaken by the cultivator themselves, creating an environment conducive to the task was the bare minimum one could do. As such, they decided that dense population areas would be decorated according to the ongoing activities, but the further one got from places such as the village and main street, the more soothing the environment would be. This was the area where the planning division's prowess showed. While Lex would have ended up recreating decor derived from Earth and culture, they incorporated ideas from multiple planets. Lights were hung up across buildings, though they were not connected through wires or actually connected to the buildings. Using some advanced technology from the Vegas planets, an invisible pathway was laid out over all the buildings along which the colorful lights flowed like water traveling down a stream. Only, they were not limited to just different colors. Beautiful designs and patterns were intricately formed, changing at random as they traveled across the buildings and streets. Immersive tags were created which would be passed out to the guests, and depending on where they were and what activities they were watching or participating in, they would see different decor and hear different music. Two people standing side by side who were focused on separate events would have differing experiences in every sense. Recalling some of his education from back at the academy at the Crystal Realm, Lex knew that even spirit energy could have different accents or scents, and enhance a person's aura and presence, though usually it was something that had to be consciously cultivated. He integrated that feature into each and every part of the inn, so each place would genuinely feel unique in every sense. Moving further away from the crowded areas of the inn, the kind of decor changed. Instead of lights and music and such designed to entice and invigorate the senses, the focus here was more on nature and natural energies. Lex was once again limited in his ideas, which included planting blooming cherry blossom and almond trees. Entire fields with trees full of pink and white flowers filled the inn. Jasmine shrubs were planted in the wild and near winding paths, filling the inn with their pleasant scent. The planning division, who had obviously done their research, took things a step further and gave Lex a list of other flora to add. An entire forest of trees with purple crystal leaves appeared, which grew gems and diamonds instead of fruits. Massive flowers that were taller than trees with stems thicker than an ordinary man were grown, dotting the landscape. These flowers, which looked awfully similar to sunflowers, grew leaves in a peculiar spiraling design around the stem, acting as a staircase for anyone to climb the top. The natural scent was extremely refreshing and had a natural purifying effect on the environment. A number of peculiar shrubs were also planted, with yellow and orange-colored leaves instead of green. Yet the color of their leaves was not their peculiarity. No, instead, at night the shrubs would shrink and absorb all their leaves until they formed the shape of a random animal, after which the shrub would relocate. Furthermore, upon the request of the division, despite Lex's reluctance, he added a number of insects to the inn. Although previously he had stuck to butterflies, since they were obviously beautiful, this time he added a list of insects which, surprisingly, immediately made the inn better. Honeybees and ladybugs Lex was familiar with, but the rest were small and beautiful critters that came from various other planets. They did not look creepy, but instead took the shape of fairies, of flowers, of orbs of light and more. As if that was not enough, the way they interacted with the plants released a natural accent into the surrounding spiritual energy, hinting at the fact that the inn was finally developing an ecosystem that was not completely dependent on the system itself. Of course, none of these plants or insects just randomly appeared. Back when Lex had to bring in animals and trees from Earth, he had to get seeds or bring a few specimens in first before the inn could replicate them. It was the same now as well, the only difference being the use of the guild room made it, so he didn't have to source these things himself. Which was good, because even all of these were just some of the things that went into the preparation for the event. Yet ultimately, through the assistance of the system, the workers and some extra effort on his part, everything went smoothly. The week finally passed, and only a few hours remained before the event began. A massive crowd had already gathered at the inn, not that Lex had to cater to them himself. He was currently focused on keeping his cultivation steady. In his meditation room, a shirtless Lex could be seen balancing his body only on the tip of his middle finger. His body was raised vertically in the air, and beads of sweat rolled down his body as he did continuous push-ups with only his finger. In the background, the camera that was recording him was completely irrelevant, and the tiny spray bottle filled with artificial sweat, the tiny spray bottle filled with water, had absolutely nothing to do with his current actions. Yes, he had merely sprayed water on himself to cool down, and not because his incredible, amazing physical prowess made it difficult for him to sweat under normal conditions. He was merely using physical exercise to keep his body strained and prevent it from breaking through. Yes. Lex definitely had not considered starting a calisthenic YouTube page in his free time at all. He really did not have the time for that. Chapter 453. One final detail. Lex, will you come for the opening ceremony? Mary asked, as she appeared in his meditation room. Although his shirtless state made her feel slightly embarrassed, she had encountered him admiring his abs enough times to learn to ignore it now. It was not something he could explain to her. As someone who always wanted abs, but had never achieved them, the excitement he felt whenever he saw them was not something that would wane easily. Moreover, after the latest series of body sculpting, as Lex called it, carried out by the Lotus, his body looked even more impressive. The greatest tragedy was that usually he would either be in Leo form or as the Innkeeper, so the universe was deprived of his dashing good looks. Not for this, Lex answered as he lowered his body to the ground and finally sat down. As the Innkeeper, if I make an appearance for every little thing, then it would be considered a waste of my time. I'll make an appearance when I'm about to use the star increase token. In fact, there was one more reason why Lex was avoiding making a public appearance. Though a lot of time had passed by, he was still not able to adapt to his new physical strength completely. The push-ups he was doing earlier were actually a part of his training regime to improve his control over his strength and balance. If it were a minor issue, Lex could still ignore it, but he had accidentally snapped a tree during the last week, and he didn't want to take such a chance with a guest. Send Luther to give the opening speech, he should be able to handle it. I made a small mistake with the timing, so the hired security personnel will only show up once the event actually starts. Make sure to brief them immediately and have them spread out across the inn. Have someone from the inn's security team with them at all times so that if they need to teleport in case of an incident, they can. Although the event would actually begin today, the first week was more of a soft opening, with the real purpose being to give others enough time to come to the inn in time for the star increase token to be used. As such, while no major activity was planned during this time, there were countless small ones. There would be countless tournaments that would span the week, starting from traditional card games such as poker, to more niche games that involve trading cards. There would also be actual sport competitions, including various sports from Earth as well as other planets. Video game and virtual game tournaments were, of course, also being held. There would also be an art competition, with various fields such as painting, sculpting, gem forging, which was a thing in the universe apparently, and more. Other than competitions, there would be countless stalls set up across the inn filled with games and activities. There would also be a number of lucky draws, awarding guests MP prizes and free stays at the inn, musical and theatrical performances, local markets which would actually allow guests to set up stalls, and, finally, firework competitions. Of course, they would not be real fireworks, but illusions cast by cultivators. Still, they would be judged for their beauty and performance. While such events would continue all 3 months, Lex had planned other larger and more significant events later on to keep things interesting. This should keep things interesting and keep his early guests satisfied until the main event starts. While Lex was not making an appearance at this time, it did not mean he would be ignoring the event. He took a quick shower before he dressed up in his host attire and teleported to his office. From his chair his connection to the inn would be increased, and would allow him to respond to any developing situation immediately. By the way, did you think of any good solutions to the teleportation issue? That was something he wanted to resolve before the event began, whether he had a perfect solution or not. He could not afford any mistakes when potentially millions of guests were about to arrive at the inn. He and Mary had exchanged multiple ideas over the course of the past week. The best solution, for now, I think is the one we discussed about authorization. When a guest is returning, the inn should determine if the guest has the authorization to go to the location he is teleporting to. If not, he is teleported to the nearest area that he does have the authorization for. It's too vague. What if they get teleported to the vacuum of space? We'd be killing off our guests. Lex sighed. In fact, there were proper solutions to this, but the issue was that the inn's teleportation ability seemed incredibly powerful, but was actually severely stunted. To teleport to and from anywhere, the system required an anchor. The planets that were connected to the system were anchors, and any place a guest teleported from automatically became anchors, but anywhere else in the universe was not an anchor. This was information he received when he previously tried to edit the teleportation ability. Apparently, once the system recovered some more, this issue would get easier to resolve. Until then, Lex wrote a long and as thorough document as he was able, detailing a safe way to use the authorization technique Mary previously described. He tried to cover as many possible loopholes as possible that would end up killing or harming the guest or anyone else, and provided as many fail-safes as possible. Once he was done, he submitted it to the system and completed his quest. The inn's teleportation ability had been slightly altered. Hopefully it wouldn't cause any issues. On the bright side, his latest reward allowed him to upgrade his butter knife once again. His last upgrade had converted it into a fruit knife and allowed him to one-shot golden core cultivators at the inn. He was looking forward to seeing what the next upgrade would bring. Chapter 454. Pacifier. A 10 feet wide, bronze-colored watermelon appeared on Lex's desk, as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world. Lex, too, did not show an abnormal reaction to the massive watermelon, and simply summoned the fruit knife and dug deep into the watermelon. The massive watermelon began to glow, as massive, bronze watermelons normally do when they are being absorbed by a magical knife to upgrade itself. The process would take some time, so Lex brought his attention back to the inn. A scan of the inn right before the event began showed a little under 1 million guests. Even if not a single extra guest showed up, and he maintained this number of participants for the entire 3 months, Lex would make 4.5 times more MP than he spent on the event just from the room rent. Just that thought put a smile on his face. The opening ceremony took place at the Colosseum in the village and featured Luther giving a long and meaningful speech. This was already different from how Lex would have done things. Back when he hosted the Midnight Games, not a single one of speeches went longer than a few minutes. Still, that wasn't a bad thing. There are different expectations from different people, so for Luther to give a long speech that enticed the emotions of those listening was not only a good thing, it was exactly what was expected of him. The end of the opening ceremony was marked with exploding lights and a musical performance by one of the flocks of musical avian beasts who performed during the Midnight Games. But, more importantly, it was also marked by an exhibition fight between 2 golden core cultivators which got a much more enthusiastic response. These included some of the preparations Lex had to make in advance during the past week. Many things the system could take care of, but coordinating the schedules of actual people, it could not. Of course, the system made it very simple to hire them, so he wasn't complaining either. While keeping up with all the activities, and the guests who were mostly focused in the village at the moment, Lex also checked up on the hired security. Thousands of golden core, hundreds of nascent realm and dozens of Earth immortal humans showed up, and quickly changed into the suit and tie uniform of the inn. Like previously, there was one cultivator above the earth immortal realm, but it was not a dragon this time. Instead, it was a griffin. The creature had the body, tail and the rear legs of a lion, yet the face and wings of an eagle, with talons instead of front paws. Also, it was massive, with a height of nearly 40 feet, and a wingspan of nearly 200 feet. The griffin proudly perched itself on top of the spaceship, and surveyed the area with its head held high. Lex was genuinely impressed, and even wondered for a moment where these hired guards came from. Perhaps he'd ask them using his Leo persona later, but for now he continued to survey the inn. Some familiar faces that he hadn't seen in a while started popping up. Alexander reappeared, though he was seriously injured and went directly into the recovery pod. Lex did not fail to notice that Alexander's cultivation had regressed, and he was once again in the chi training realm. It was unusual and Lex even thought something went wrong, but he did not look upset or alarmed. He also saw Chen Li and Lily, as well as Blaine and Iris. Chen and Blaine were some of Lex's oldest guests, and in fact had arrived at the inn being dragged in by a zombie. How things had changed in just a single year. Chen and Lily were wealthy from running their business, and Blaine had gotten married to his girlfriend Iris. They were having a reunion at the inn, catching up and sharing details of their new lives. He saw Golden Hair, the sloth of Nibiru, followed closely by Green's Haven, the deer, and Blood Fang, the wolf. He remembered the massive pressure he had felt the first time he saw them. Back then he couldn't even view their cultivation levels due to his low authority. Now, of course, he could see that they were at the nascent level, with the sloth being an earth immortal. While scanning the inn he also discovered Larry, and while he was going to continue scanning the inn, he heard them having an interesting conversation. Larry was sitting next to a few other guys, planning how to kill someone called Suzuki. Well, apparently, the other person wanted to kill Larry first, so Larry wanted to kill him before he could get the chance. The problem was the guy in question had a very powerful follower who always obeyed his orders, and it was difficult to find him alone. Lex noticed how, from time to time, Larry would lick his lips and stare at the spaceship, but did not focus on it too much. Instead, he looked for the person Larry wanted to kill, and actually discovered him at the inn. He also discovered that Lex froze. He had scanned both the man and his follower to learn more about them, but the follower's status was showing up with the all-too-familiar error sign. Why was he, as a system wielder, another man's follower? Before Lex could think of an answer, he once again scanned the entire inn. Only this time, he was specifically looking for the error message in scans. Other than John and Mingjia, of whom he already knew, there was another girl with the familiar error message. Countless ideas flashed through Lex's mind as he thought about what to do, or if he should do anything at all to begin with. Mary, send Larry a message through his hologram. Tell him about the murder ground, and how he can challenge someone to a 1-versus-1 battle to the death there. A few different ideas had occurred to Lex over why a system wielder would be following a normal person. But regardless of what the answer was, if Larry tried to fight him, Lex did not see great odds for his survival. In that case, a fight directly with the man in the murder grounds was the best option, if a confrontation was inevitable. Also, Mary, send a message to Velma. I want to know everything about these two people she can discover. The two people were, of course, Soda, the wielder of the samurai system, and the girl who was accompanying JFK. While he made a mental note to keep an eye on them, he could not focus on them completely. After all, he had an entire event to monitor. Oddly enough, the next two to attract Lex's attention were some of his own workers. Anita, the beautiful lich, and Kawain, the sentient sword, had asked for the day off and were on a date. Considering that Lex anticipated additional security, he didn't see any reason why he couldn't give them a break. So the fact that they were together, and on a date, wasn't what attracted his attention. Instead, it was the fact that behind Anita, a group of her undead were pulling along a massive stroller. Inside the stroller was a creature Anita was claiming to have adopted, and the member of his own race that Abror had brought to the inn. Even without the need for a scan, Lex recognized the creature, for Lex had been doing research on the more common, as well as the famous races of the Origin Realm via the Henley portal. Still, to be sure, he scanned Anita's new adopted child anyway. Name, Nun age, O3 sex, male cultivation details, Golden Core equivalent species, Cthulhu Midnight in prestige level, 1 remarks, even living nightmares start out as babies. It was as he thought. The creature was from a race called Cthulhu, the terrors from the great depth of the unknown universe. Before their mysterious disappearance a few 100,000 years ago, they were responsible for the destruction of hundreds of galaxies. According to rumors, they were so terrifying that if one were to even look at them directly, they would lose their sanity and die from pure fear. Their voice alone, apparently, could cause the souls of those who heard it to wither and die. Instead of food, these beings fed on pain, fear, anguish, desperation and all sorts of negative emotions. No one knew how or why their presence from the realm disappeared one day, but the fact that it did is still celebrated across the realm. Yet despite their apparent disappearance, one was being raised right here, at the Midnight Inn, adopted by its foster mother, a lich. Lex could not help but sigh as he wondered if the system would automatically keep guests safe from the horror of the baby's cries, or if he should gift the unusual couple a pacifier capable of pacifying the eldritch horror that was their new child. Chapter 455, Spaceship Upgrades. In truth, Lex was not that worried. The system had always been reliable when it came to blocking passive attacks, so neither the sight nor the sound of the baby would cause any insanity. Though Lex could not account for anyone's loss of appetite, the baby, who was fast asleep, was a little over 25 feet, 7.6 meters, in height. Its humanoid form did nothing to make it more amenable to the eyes, for the scaly tentacles that came out of its face took more than a bit of effort to ignore. The wings that spread out from behind its back might have given it a semblance of cuteness had they not been tipped with points hard and sharp enough to tear through metal. As if all of that was not enough, then came the smell. Anita, as a new aspiring mother, did not lack for research in raising kids, and while she did her research, she learned of the common practice on Earth to powder babies to help prevent rashes. As such, the dichotomy of the horror-inducing sight, alongside the welcoming and pleasant smell of baby powder, was enough to confuse and horrify anyone. Lex shook his head and turned his attention elsewhere. Since this was a festival, there were obviously many who brought their kids along. For those who wanted to keep their children on their own, there was an entire inn filled with attractions to partake in. Yet Lex did not forget those who only wanted to drop off their kids, or wanted to roam separately from them. One would think that to cater to such a situation, Lex would have just brought the festivities to the daycare area, yet that was not so. It was too obvious, and too boring. No, Lex had turned the entire spaceship into the new daycare. The first thing to do was adjust its appearance just a bit. Truth be told, its size was so massive that it was hard for anyone to get a good look at its entire body from so close. Still, that did not mean Lex would ignore that aspect of it. He did not disgrace the ship by making it colorful or plastering cartoons over it. No, he first cleaned up the ship for signs of wear and use were evident to anyone who paid attention. Once he restored the proper sheen of the silver vessel, in close collaboration with the planning department who cross-checked against thousands of other spaceships, he added various weapons, though of course they did not work and existed only for appearances, aesthetic curves and overall made it much more appealing to look at. There was also an upper and lower deck found on top and at the bottom of the ship made of a transparent material like glass, but much more resilient, which Lex improved and made comfortable for anyone who would want to sit and enjoy the view. Of course, there were restaurants and cafes found in every corner as well. The real changes that Lex made for the kids, however, were inside the ship. The automated, accelerated transport system for the crew of the ship was all too easy to modify using the system and turn into infinite slides and roller coasters of sorts. The self-maintenance and cleaning feature was extremely useful and worked everywhere, so Lex did not hesitate to turn the various portions of the ship into mazes and playgrounds. The anti-gravity and space combat practice chambers were retrofitted by Lex and turned into an extreme tag zone. The self-sufficient farms of the ship were kept mostly intact, but Lex made areas where kids could play in the dirt, or try their hand at farming if they wished. There were swimming pools that seemed to never end, all with convenient, underwater breathing equipment readily available, so Lex did not forget to add underwater rides and playgrounds either. Of course, not all kids were hyperactive and wanted to play all the time, and for them there were cozy areas with toys, food, sofas, beds and more. The rabbits were in charge of running this new daycare yet again, much to their dismay. Lex, however, thought the idea would work out quite well. And it did. The reaction to the newly upgraded spaceship playground was so overwhelming that a multitude of adults wanted to join in as well. Well, so long as they didn't bother the kids, Lex saw no reason to stop them. It had to be mentioned that the ship's own internal security system was extraordinarily impressive. That, alongside the extra hired security, ensured that the kids would stay the safest in the entire inn. Of course, using more of the ship's features increased Lex's expenses. After all, he did not have an appropriate energy source for the ship, and so powered it with MP. Still, since the use was barely 1%, if even, of the ship's capabilities, so the expense was bearable. The popularity of the spaceship playground that Lex had built was only matched by the popularity of all the festival's activities, if only just. All in all, the festival seemed to be going incredibly well. As if that was not enough, hardly anyone was causing any problems, so it almost seemed as if security wasn't needed. Lex just thought his luck was turning up, but it had more to do with the hearth burning the souls of his enemies right at the entrance of the inn than Lex realized. It was both a warning to any troublemakers, as well as reassurance to guests with security concerns that the inn was not a place that just anyone could cause problems at. A few hours passed by and all seemed to be going well when Lex got the news that Larry had decided to challenge Suzuki in the murder grounds. The murder grounds were a new feature his inn gained after Lex killed the man with the murder system. Its original ability allowed Lex to target anyone so long as they were on a planet connected to the inn, and teleport both the target and himself to the murder ground. Lex had to be physically touching someone to target them for the murder ground. Once there, both of them would be trapped there until one killed the other. There was no recourse, but it had gained an additional feature, which allowed Lex to rent the murder ground out so that anyone with a feud had a neutral location to resolve it. The concept was the same, and neither party would be able to leave until the other died. In the case of renting it out, entire armies could be brought in instead of just a 1 versus 1. Of course, when renting, both parties had to consent to using it. Lex scanned the inn, and found Larry confronting Suzuki in public. A few people had stopped to watch the drama, though most seemed to be passing them by. "Oh come now, Mr. Larry, is there a need to go so far? I told you, we both have much to gain. I have a lead on your family, and you can help me pursue my own goals if you help me with that. Why are you letting rumors spread by some strangers get in between such a lucrative deal? You don't need to give me a speech, you just need to tell me if you accept. You'll never get a chance such as this to fight me again. Of course, the only premise is, you'll have to fight me yourself instead of relying on that lackey of yours." Larry, naturally, would not make such drastic decisions if he only had to rely on the information given to him by Anakin. It was just that, once Anakin gave him the information about Suzuki, it was easy for Larry to verify it on his own. After all, Larry himself was more than just adept at using computers, and had access to all sorts of networks and databases. Suzuki finally stopped smiling, and looked at him with a semblance of irritation. This one stupid bounty that he had accepted had taken up months of his time. Moreover, he saw no other method to resolve it any time soon either, for Larry either kept hiding at the inn or in King Marlowe's house. Both were places where he could not afford to make a move. "Fine, brat, I accept your challenge." A small, digital window appeared in front of both of them detailing the rules of the murder grounds and asking them if they were sure they agreed. After they both selected yes, they received another prompt, asking if they wanted their match to be streamed live. Without hesitation, both of them selected no. Suzuki wanted to keep his identity and occupation secret, while Larry had secrets of his own to keep. After that, both of them were teleported away. Of course, Lex could still view their battle himself, and saw that they had both appeared in a familiar set of ruins. In fact, not only was it familiar, the damage from Lex's battle with the murderer was still there. The two did not waste time sightseeing and immediately began their battle, and one of them had an immense advantage right from the get-go. Lex's eyes widened as he struggled to understand what he was seeing. Chapter 456. It's a party. It was not the fact that Larry was in the Golden Core realm that surprised Lex, although that in itself was an achievement beyond unbelievable. After all, Lex himself had a cheat-like system and access to multiple worlds and realms and beings of unimaginable power, yet he himself was only now about to enter that realm. Yet Larry, who did not have a system and was trapped on Earth, except when he was at the inn, had somehow surpassed his speed. In fact, not only was his speed in reaching the realm remarkable, based on the fight, Lex could tell that his cultivation was not shallow either. He possessed strength that could not be achieved by someone who had only rushed his way through cultivation using resources. He was also not surprised at the enhancements Suzuki displayed on his body. Sure, he was not expecting that Suzuki's hand was a prosthetic, and that it quickly and conveniently turned into some kind of energy machine gun fueled by spirit energy. The blue light in his eyes and him jumping dozens of feet in the air also insinuated that there might be more technological advancements hidden in his body, or just that he had strange techniques. No, what surprised Lex was Larry's fighting style. First of all, he was taking all the attacks without any indication of wanting to dodge at all. That was something Lex should be doing, considering his overwhelming confidence in his defense, yet Larry was behaving the same. The barrage of green energy balls that were slamming onto his body had eviscerated his clothes, but did nothing to a single one of his hairs. As if that was not enough, as Larry rushed towards Suzuki, he pulled an entire sword out of his hand. Literally, using his right hand he touched his left, and when he pulled his right hand back, a full-length sword started coming right out of the palm of his hand. The sword shone with a silver light, and cut through the air with a sharp, sheen, sound. Suzuki dodged effortlessly, and more unexpected and bizarre weapons started coming out of his body. Lex put a popcorn in his mouth. When did that box of popcorn appear? Even he didn't recall, and watched with great interest. He also compared this fight to his own that had been fought in the very same place. While every single move Larry and Suzuki took was much more destructive, he felt like there was a lot more going on in his own fight. From strange mind tricks to illusory attacks to the weird luck that the murderer had, there was a lot going on that Lex had to overcome. Comparatively, this fight was more straightforward, even if each attack packed much more strength. Lex wanted to lament the difficulty of fighting a system wielder, but he knew that he should not underestimate others either. He recalled the numerous abilities and techniques Alexander put on display back at the Midnight Games when he himself was only in the Foundation realm as well. Lex was not ashamed to admit that even now he probably knew fewer techniques than Alexander. It couldn't be helped, Lex had only been cultivating for a year while everyone else had a huge head start on him. Soon the pattern of the fight changed from Larry trying to get close and attacking, to Suzuki maintaining a distance and attacking from range. Larry finally suffered an attack which managed to wound him, though not by much. Still, it was unusual for Larry wasn't bleeding even if his skin had been torn open. Just as Lex was wondering why that was, Larry did the thing that had truly blown Lex's mind. He took out a commemorative coin that Lex had distributed during the Midnight Games, made of a rare metal that was not too valuable, but would preserve the token for a very long time. Then he threw the coin in his mouth and swallowed it. A few moments later, his wound started healing. Lex was flabbergasted, and finally realized what Aegis would have felt like back in the crystal realm when he swallowed that energy crystal. After a while, Lex had to divert his attention from the fight. It was clear that it would go on for a long time, and Lex had to keep an eye on the inn as well. Not that anything was going horribly wrong, but Lex would rather not wait before something went wrong to give his attention. Slowly, the hours rolled by. Lex noticed a few guests from the crystal realm as well, such as the sentinels or Poliads. He guessed they had come in from the random golden doors that opened up across the realm. He could see the signature wary behavior of new guests from them. Speaking of the crystal realm, Aegis had already informed him that Zagan had used the platinum key. If he managed to pass the test, the system designed for him, he would soon become a member of the inn. Still, Aegis himself had not decided whether or not he wanted to join the inn yet, and Lex couldn't be bothered by that. What he had been doing was bringing others to the Midnight Inn one by one. That had obviously included the Noel family. It should not have been such a big concern for Lex. After all, the Midnight Tavern had already attracted an unnecessary amount of attention, so even if the Noel family made the connection between the two, it did not matter. No, the real reason Lex was slightly perturbed by the presence of the Noel family was that their daughter, Greta Noel, and now the recently unaffiliated Pivarti party, had also come to the inn. Greta had joined the poker tournament and was a natural at it, although she insisted on playing strip poker. God only knew how she came up with the idea, for it shouldn't have been something that existed in the crystal realm. Moreover, while the inn itself was not enforcing the rules of strip poker, the inn also couldn't stop guests if they decided to take a few articles of clothing off. So, the previously extremely intense and very popular poker tournament had become even more popular, though there was a distinct lack of tension. How could anyone be tense when a group of old men in their boxers, accompanied by beasts who would shed a portion of their fur every time they lost? On the other side of the table, Greta, who was unnaturally skilled at the game, was over-encumbered by the stacks of clothing she had won since, for some reason, she insisted on wearing all her winnings. She also had people lining up to win her hand in marriage, pending approval from her father, but to prove themselves they had to complete a list of trials that she set. Lex remembered that he had been warned about Pivardi's sister back in the Crystal Realm, so he had a lot of guards stationed nearby in case she caused problems, but these were not problems he was equipped to handle. She was also selling the right to name one of her fingers through an informal auction. What did that even mean, and why was the highest bid already in the hundreds of thousands of MP? Well, none of it was against the rules, so Lex could only look away. But the problem with looking away was that he would end up looking at the 300,000 people long conga line being led by an inebriated Pivarti. Again, it was not against the rules. It was just that it created a logistical problem, which was that the unnecessarily long line was blocking numerous roads, buildings and, most importantly, bathrooms. How did he even build a line this long? The festival hadn't even been going on for a day. A part of Lex felt he should consider himself lucky that this was the only problem he was having. In fact, he even calmed down. It really was a good thing. Then his heart dropped as he saw Brandon Morrison, his wife Audrey, as well as Marlowe and his wife getting ready to join. Lex sighed and closed his eyes. Well, it is a festival after all. He shouldn't blame people for partying. And it wasn't as if one can be expected to party within limits. Just as long as they don't start fighting anyone randomly. Lex decided to look away and focus on something else. He noticed that the number of devils at the inn was at an all-time high. Oddly enough, despite the bias that Lex had for them, they had never caused Lex any problems. That was contrary to what one would expect from a race that controlled demons and used entire planets as farms for resources that could only be nurtured through death and destruction. He hoped that wouldn't change now, and that they would continue to ignore the fact that Lex had personally aided in the loss of some of their planet farms. Chapter 457. 20 mil. Despite Lex's numerous concerns, the festival did not devolve into complete chaos with the inclusion of the various maniacal guests. Though Lex did quickly learn that cultivators' capacity for partying was much longer and harder than ordinary folk, something he should have expected. The fact that Lex now had a selection of various drinks due to the addition of the Midnight Tavern did not do anything to calm the situation down either. Though Lex was raking in MP, so what was the harm? Around the night of the second day, the mystery trial finally finished updating. The process was marked by an unusual phenomenon of golden light shining down from the heavens, right onto the door. Although that was not something Lex had planned, everyone assumed that it was a part of the festival. The mystery trial could now accommodate more than one guest at a time, which greatly increased the number of people who could have access to it. Previously, only on average 10 to 11 people could use it during the day, due to which, while it was almost always in use, its contribution to the MP income was minimal. The only other change it underwent was an enhancement on its already existing ability to train people's best skill. It was something Lex himself had never tried yet, and that made him wonder what his best skill was. He would think about trying it himself once the pressure from his impending breakthrough went down. Besides the mystery trial, another thing that attracted a lot of attention was the guest registry. Although Lex had claimed that he would ignore it till he felt better, he was taking everything much more seriously now. As such, while he did not create a separate area for it and left it at the Midnight Manor, he spread information about it among his guests via the workers and holograms. There was just one minor issue that he had not anticipated. Despite thousands of guests already signing it, his name was still on top. Lex had, of course, anticipated the exposure his name would get due to him already signing it, but it never occurred to him that his name might remain on top. After all, while he had quite a few accomplishments under his belt, he was merely 24 years old. With guests who lived well into the thousands of years, as well as cultivators from across the realms, he did not think his achievements would hold any measure. Unfortunately, no matter who else signed, his name remained firmly on top. It had begun attracting attention, and over the next few days, the identity and achievements of this so-called Lex Williams was called into question. Of course, no one dared to question the inn, but amongst themselves, they wondered. Even Marlowe, who had signed it, and was currently in the top 10, wondered if this was the same Lex as the one he knew. It seemed unlikely. After all, despite his many other achievements, the only reason Marlowe was in the top 10 was because of him achieving a status as a prime. He had embarked on a new cultivation journey, different from one anyone else he knew had ever faced. To give a better idea of how great an achievement this was, Brandon Morrison, Alexander's grandfather, and the person who brought the Morrison family to its current height, was not even in the top 10,000 signatories. He literally owned the planet of Mars, yet that achievement could not even get him close to the top. Lex could not help but think that establishing the Midnight Inn was being counted as his achievement and keeping him on top. If that was the case, he could not see anyone replacing his name anytime soon. This could have some problems. Besides that, on the 6th day, the battle between Larry and Suzuki finally ended. Larry's condition was far from ideal. He was missing his left arm, though he still wasn't bleeding. He didn't even go to the recovery pod, and instead began chomping down on a few metallic items. This wasn't the first time Lex had seen this peculiarity, to be honest. The first time was when Lex left Larry a golden key, and only a short while later, he suffered from an assassination attempt. Back then, under the guidance of the system, Lex had fed Larry the metal casings of his bullet from the heavy Harley, since that was the only precious metal he had at the time. The scope of this ability really bewildered Lex. The craziest thing was that Lex could confirm that Larry was still a human despite his oddities. He sincerely wondered if he could get the same ability. Not that Lex was weak by any measure, but healing was a persistent issue with him. While for the moment he had the Lotus to help him in that regard, he did not want to rely on someone else forever. But that would all come later. As the days passed, Lex's attention was increasingly on the 7th and most important day, at least for himself. He had even made regular appearances as Leo during this time to make sure people see him, but as the end of the first week approached, he stopped doing everything else and focused only on this. He informed all the security to be extra cautious, and even summoned over 50,000 additional security personnel, only this time they were mortals. This was in case everyone else was forced into a state of breakthrough in their cultivation. The Griffin assured him that it would be fine, but Lex didn't want to take a chance. After all, during the last week, the number of guests at the inn had surpassed 20 million. That wasn't even the greatest issue. The most common guest at the inn was no longer human. Instead, they were devils. 13 million devils were inhabiting the inn at the moment, and it was extremely nerve-wracking to know for over 1 million of them, Lex did not have the authority to see their cultivation. Everything is going to be just fine, Lex told himself on the dawn of the 7th day. Chapter 458. No big deal. Ragnar stood with his hands behind his back, looking out at the beautiful horizon. The Midnight Inn personified, to him, everything that the human race strived for, and everything he fought to deliver to his brothers and sisters in race. It was peaceful, safe, exciting and accessible. It was a glimpse of heaven that everyone deserved to experience. But the universe was not a heavenly place. To be at the inn right now, to experience this so-called raise in star level which would aid everyone in cultivation, Ragnar had made difficult decisions. The galactic battlefield with the Fuegan needed someone to oversee it always, and if he could not be there, someone else would have to take his place. But it was a price everyone was happy to pay, even the other generals. After all, Ragnar was the rising star of the empire. It was difficult to accept such a favor, but for his duty, Ragnar took it. After all, a cultivation retreat for him would not be just a few days. Months was the absolute minimum time he would need. He had planned on coming to the inn and stabilizing his mood to ready himself for the impending cultivation retreat. Yet this beautiful piece of heaven did not provide him with the peace he was expecting. Instead, a field of enemies revealed itself. Devils filled the grounds of the inn as far as the eye could see, all of them taunting him by keeping their humanoid shape. Devils, for reasons he did not understand, had two forms. One was their original, true form. The other was remarkably close to humans, with only minor additions or changes here and there, in the form of wings, horns, tails etc. Ragnar had dedicated his life to fighting demons, yet he never forgot that demons were only the devil's slaves. His greatest wish upon seeing them was to unsheath his weapon and lay waste to them, even outnumbered as he was. Yet he knew that this was not the place. It was not fear of failure that stayed his hand, but the knowledge that if he made an enemy of the Innkeeper, the human race would lose a valuable ally. So, he stood silently on a hill, reining in his volcanic rage, and watched silently as evil incarnate roamed the land freely. One by one, his soldiers also stood behind him, until an entire battalion appeared behind him. They said nothing, they did nothing, but just standing together was enough. It was a show of force, a show of pride, The devils did not pay much attention to Ragnar, for the most part. They had been extremely well behaved at the inn. In fact, many of them wished wholeheartedly to become even better friends with the innkeeper. After all, the access the inn would give them to the people of the entire universe was far beyond anything they could achieve on their own. And for them, that access meant profits. There was one, however, who took great interest in teasing the general. Warhale grabbed a lawn chair and sat down directly beside the general, his thin black tail holding a glass of piña colada so that he could sip it. He didn't even say anything. Just his presence was enough to irritate this fearless human, and he knew it. How funny would he be if this hero of the Empire died during a tribulation because he was too irritated to focus? Not that the Empire was too important to the devils. They dealt with multiple realms, so how could a small empire only a few galaxies wide even be worthy of their interest? The Empire was only qualified to fight the demons, not them. Even that was not more than moderate amusement. Finally, around noon, something changed. A projection of the innkeeper appeared in front of everyone, alongside a holographic prompt. It read, "Would you like to enter a personal cultivation abode before the star rank is raised?" Ragnar did not immediately respond, and instead turned to look at Warhale. "After this is over, catch me outside, how about that?" he said, looking the devil straight in the eyes. He had no fear of their racial superiority. Humans may lack their advantages, and have a lower starting point. But there was a ceiling restricting how strong they could grow. Certainly, Warhale responded, but Ragnar had already disappeared by then. In the distance, amongst many other soldiers, Alexander watched the small exchange silently. Lex was not nervous, but the knowledge of how catastrophically bad this could go was at the forefront of his mind. It wasn't like he hadn't had a lot of guests before, but never had he entertained so many who were so powerful. Moreover, since he couldn't gauge their strengths, he didn't know if they were weaker, equal to or stronger than the griffin. Fortunately, once they started cultivating, they would not be able to cause any problems. After mentally preparing himself, Lex sat down in his meditation room and used the remote prescience ability to send a projection of himself as the innkeeper out to everyone. Originally he planned on giving a speech and using the token in public, but suppressing his cultivation was becoming much too difficult. Even the slightest distraction would cause him to lose control and break through, so he decided to do it remotely instead. "Guests of the Midnight Inn, welcome," said his projection to all. All of the inn's activities and festivities had temporarily stopped, so everyone was looking just at him. "I'm sure most of you have heard, but for those who haven't, allow me to briefly describe to you what is about to happen. From time to time, I like to raise the level of the inn. This, in of itself is not a big deal, but many of my guests seem to enjoy the experience, and gain much from it. So, allow me to share this experience with you. And, if you enjoy it, remember to patronize the inn more often in the future." He did not elaborate too much, for he wanted to maintain the perception that this was no big deal to him. Yes, no big deal. After one final scan of the inn, Lex crushed his 0.5 star rank increase token. Chapter 459. The change. The moment Lex crushed the token, a change took place at the Midnight Inn. A ripple seemed to travel through space itself, bending it as it passed through. The ripple in space caused proverbial knuckle cracks as it caused space to move and return to its original space, though none noticed such a detail, for the sound was at a frequency none at the inn could hear. Of course, the cracking sounds were not released randomly. Instead, it was the sound of micro fissures in the space of the inn snapping shut after being healed by the ripple. They had been caused by the massive tear that the inn suffered from due to the attack of the butter knife and were left behind because the system had been unable to repair them directly. Yet now, through an indirect result of the rise in star level, the space at the inn had been repaired. But while this was one of many ethereal changes that the inn underwent that nobody noticed, there were a few changes everyone noticed. The most widely noticed change was a ripple of spirit energy that flowed through the inn, which happened to take place at the same time as the ripple through the inn. The stronger cultivators felt the nature of the energy change. It was like a window being opened in a stale room, finally allowing fresh air to flow in. It was the feeling of a cool spring breeze, except that instead of being felt physically on their skin like wind, the energy interacted with their own internal energy and refreshed their minds and bodies. The weaker cultivators, and even the mortals, however, felt something else entirely. The weaker cultivators felt a rush of energy fill their bodies, making them feel sick and bloated. It was too much too quickly, so much so that they completely lost control over their own energies. They did not even have time to feel alarm, for the energy immediately began displacing the energy within their own bodies. It did not disperse their cultivation, no. Instead, it changed the very energy that made up their cultivation, improving it, strengthening it. Across the board, every single one of them immediately felt their cultivation was much stronger and stabler, even if it had not improved yet. Of course, that was still to come. Alexander was amongst them. He had reached the Qi training stage right now, as he was rebuilding his cultivation according to guidance by the Jotun Empire's secret techniques. He was supposed to have been phenomenally strong in his current state even as it was, yet he improved nonetheless. Mortals, though, went through the most drastic change. Whether it was the guards that Lex had hired, the entourage accompanying more successful people, or the kids in the spaceship who had yet to come of age to cultivate, all of them underwent extreme makeovers. The wave of spirit energy hit them hard, as if it were a physical sensation, and immediately flooded them with the feeling of nausea. Jimmy, the kid who discovered the first ever golden key dropped by Lex, and Layla, the daughter of the governor of Vegas Minima, who were the leaders of their gang of kids, had been playing together when the feeling hit them. They went pale all of a sudden, and the immense buildup of nausea completely overwhelmed their senses. They dropped to their knees as they lost strength in their limbs and immediately began throwing up. Partially digested food, blood, pus and strange black materials came out in their vomit, but it also drained them completely from their energies. The kids collapsed, having been knocked unconscious, but the changes to their bodies did not stop just because they were not awake. Though they suddenly looked frail and starved, the fat on their bones having dissolved, leaving them in a skinny, bony appearance, an unusual strength began to fill them right after they were filled with weakness. They did not develop muscles as their flesh seemed to fill back into the way it originally was, and their skins retained their softness, yet the strength that was filling their bodies was very real. Many kids who suffered from various inborn diseases and allergies would awake to find them gone. Others who had minor physical and mental defects would discover that they could think clearly, and that their bodies performed better than they ever even dreamed. The mortals who were adults did not have changes that were as drastic, and they were not knocked unconscious, but they underwent some changes, nonetheless. Even the normal, common animals that inhabited the inn underwent a cleansing process back when the inn underwent its first advancement in star ratings. Lex too had been immortal, but he hadn't undergone any such experience, so he could never have imagined such a thing would happen now. The reason was, back then, the star rating was going from 1 to 1.5. Now it was going from 2 to 2.5. Although both were representing the same numerical change from their respective starting points, the actual change was far from being on the same scale. The one vine, growing on the cliff side near the pool of lava, also underwent changes, and began growing in the direction of the temple. While the change in spirit energy was the most obvious, and felt by the most people, it was by no means the most impactful. After all, it had to be remembered that while all the guests at the inn wrought numerous benefits due to the increase in star rating, it was the inn itself that was the primary beneficiary. In the same way that the space itself of the inn had been strengthened, so too had many other aspects of it. The light itself that shone all around the inn took on a deeper nature, as if something extra had been added to it. All the greenery took on deeper colors, the ground became firmer, if that made sense, and the air became cleaner. While all the humans shed visible impurities and unnatural oddities from their bodies, so too did the inn shed, though its impurities were harder to detect. The immortals at the inn could not notice what exactly changed, but nonetheless, they felt that something grand and mysterious had happened. A strange light flashed through Loretta's eyes, the daughter of Balaam, though her thoughts remained a mystery. Something that the immortals did notice, however, and the thing that was responsible for spontaneously triggering everyone's increase in cultivation, was a ripple through the laws that manifested within the inn. Based on their cultivation, they were able to witness a deeper or shallower change in the laws, but they all felt the change to some extent. A point that had caused much curiosity for the past couple of weeks about the inn's claim of the increase in star rating was how it would actually aid them in cultivation. Even if there was a wave of pure spiritual energy, it could at most be perceived that it would have some effect on those with a lower cultivation. Yet from the nascent realm onwards, the nature of cultivation changed and it was no longer about absorbing more or pure spiritual energy. So how then would the change in rating affect them? The answer was clear now. It was never about the increase in spiritual energy, though a shallow perception of the change may make it appear that way. From the get-go, everything was about the laws. There were other changes that all took place at the same time as well, but neither the mortals, nor the common cultivators nor the immortals noticed, for within a few seconds of the change happening, every living being at the inn had been occupied by the state of a breakthrough in one way or another. The griffin who, due to its strong cultivation, was confident that it would retain its state regardless of what happened, and continue its task, had one of the most severe reactions. Immediately it crushed an unknown token, before retreating to one of the cultivation abodes the inn offered. In its stead, another being appeared at the inn to perform its job. The being was covered in a black cloud, so its appearance and race were unknown. It silently took its place at the peak of the Midnight Mountain and surveyed the inn with its spiritual sense, and took in the odd hush that had fallen over the place. It was an unusual silence, matched only by the strange stillness that had inhabited the inn. After all, whether it was the guards, the guests, or the workers, all had retreated to a cultivation abode. The mortals who had experienced the change were still there, but they were currently too exhausted to do anything. The being in the cloud wondered what had happened. After all, by summoning it to replace it, the griffin had betrayed its contract, and would have to pay heavy reparations. Only Mary was left beside the mysterious figure to watch over the inn, though she was hidden from all. From a short blissful time, nothing happened at the inn. Then, the guests who had missed the timing for the change started appearing at the inn, though they were destined to be disappointed. Not only would they not experience the breakthrough, they would have to wait a bit before some workers got free to help them. Chapter 460. Differing from the norm for a majority of the guests at the inn, their change of breakthrough did not last long. From a few minutes in the case of mortals, to a few hours at most, ranging from body tempering to chi training. Though the mortals had, overall, gained in strength, they were too exhausted and drained at the moment to do much of anything. Most of them retreated to their rooms to sleep, while a few who had not booked a room had to retreat from the inn. The kids on the spaceship had fallen asleep right where they fell. Considering the severe lack of personnel at the inn, it would have been extremely unsanitary if they remained where they were, for all of them had thrown up right there. Fortunately, the ship's cleaning function was exemplary, and far surpassed something mundane, like vacuuming robots. In a few minutes, the kids, though still asleep randomly all over the ship, were as clean and spotless as when they arrived at the ship, though it was a shame no one was around to see how it happened. Soon, the numerous rabbits aboard the ship recovered and began moving the children into the napping stations. The thousands of mortal guards Lex had hired, under the assumption that they would be the most helpful, for he did not imagine that mortals would also be affected, were thoroughly weakened and exhausted. But they quickly injected themselves with stimulants and forced themselves to perform their duties. Though they were all excited about the changes in their body, their job came first. The quickest to recover after them were the inn's workers, whether they were mortal or cultivators. From the moment of their creation they were inside the inn, and everything they ate and drank also came from the inn. They were safe from any pollution and impurities the outside world threatened, and so the changes they went through were less drastic. Most of them had also been cultivating as well anyway, though not everyone was as adept or successful as Gerard or Z. With this recent upgrade, most had firmly reached the peak of body tempering, or entered chi training. It could be imagined how in a few decades at most, all of these workers would become an extremely powerful force, but that was for the future. Speaking of Gerard and Z, both were undergoing breakthroughs as well, though in ways that were completely unexpected. Instead of raising his cultivation, Gerard's bloodline was experiencing another change. His previous advancement already made it so that he could face nascent cultivators back in the chi training realm. It was completely impossible to predict how his latest advancement would affect him. Z, on the other hand, was experiencing an epiphany. While he had a minor breakthrough in his cultivation, a majority of the change he experienced was in his mindset. He had been busy, contemplating a new, secret ultimate attack when the change happened. As it happened, the change was just the spark of inspiration he needed, launching him into a profound state of discovery and creation, where he could make his ultimate attack according to his desires. Abror, the spirit and newest permanent resident of the inn, also experienced an evolution, one completely unlike he had ever known. It was a shame that he lost all the senses he had with his previous cultivation, or else he could have gained even more. Whether it was the baby Cthulhu, Antia, Kawain, the galactic sovereign turtle, Ragnar and all the rest, everyone was caught up in their own experience. Yet, oddly enough, even with realms much higher than the Earth Immortal realm, none went through the level of change that Lex was experiencing. The moment he crushed the token and the change happened, he finally stopped suppressing his breakthrough and let it happen. The result was an instantaneous eruption of spirit energy within his body, which was then, immediately after, replaced by an imperceptibly purer form of energy, before a vortex formed around Lex's body, rapidly absorbing all the surrounding energy. Lex became a bystander as the process happened, for the force of his breakthrough was so massive, should he try to influence it at all, it would only result in injuring him. For humans, cultivation up until the Foundation realm had all been about preparing the body for the cultivation journey ahead. From body tempering, which strengthened the body from the inside to sustain the pressure and influence of external spirit energy, to chi tempering, which pushed the body's limits over and over again, one chi strand at a time, until the body was capable of holding streams of energy, until the Foundation realm, which used all the energy to turn the body into a foundation that can support all future cultivation realms. These few realms, despite their seemingly weak power, could be said to be the most important cultivation realms a human would go through, because they would directly determine how high a cultivation realm that person could achieve. Even the slightest flaw in any of these realms would drastically affect the peak a human could reach. That was largely one of the reasons Alexander was cultivating once again, as well as the reason Lex's mother had his father cultivate from the beginning again as well. So, if these three realms could be described as setting the stage for the future, the next three realms of Golden Core, Nascent, and Earth Immortal, could be loosely described as rapidly transforming a cultivator's strength and turning them into a higher form of living being. Of course, this was only a loose description as more than just that happened at each successive realm, for they involved far more than just that. Still, to the common man, the deeper intricacies did not matter, as even the more obvious and immediate changes were enough to consume all that they could conceive. After all, it had to be remembered, on a planet like Earth with incredible weapons of mass destruction, it was still Golden Core cultivators who were considered the peak of society, and it was the Nascents who controlled the entire planet. The change that the Golden Core realm brought was that, once the body had a strong enough foundation to support it, it began to concentrate spirit energy not across the entire body, but in one specific core. Just because the area that the energy occupied was smaller did not in any way mean that the energy was less in quantity or concentration than the rest of the body. In fact, it was quite the opposite. The Golden Core, in spite of many misconceptions, was not actually formed of energy, and was instead a container that the body naturally formed. During a process that would only occur once during the breakthrough process. Since it only ever happened once, damage to the core was one of the most difficult things to cure within the cultivation journey. This was because of how unique the Golden Core really was. Not only did it store a massive amount of spirit energy that was dozens of times more in quantity than the Foundation realm even as early as just the beginning of the Golden Core realm, but further influenced that spirit energy in a way that had only barely begun in the previous realms. The stored spirit energy took upon any affinities that the cultivator, or cultivation technique imbued, and turned that energy into a unique state owned only by the cultivator. By doing this, it also further evolved it from the most basic and lowest level spiritual energy which could be commonly found across the universe. This was the first step the cultivator truly took towards higher forms of energy than just the common spirit energy. Of course, due to the nature of this energy being superior to ambient spiritual energy, it made cultivation much more difficult as well. After all, if previously a cultivator took in 2 units of energy from the atmosphere and was able to retain 1 unit of it within his body, allowing the rest to escape back into the atmosphere, now the cultivator would have to absorb anywhere from 10 to 100 units of spiritual energy just to be able to convert it into 1 unit of energy that was kept within his body. The units mentioned here are any generic measurement, meant only as an example to show the drastic scale of change that occurred. This was in an ordinary state of events. So then, how was Lex's situation different from the norm, so much so that it eclipsed the change experienced by every other cultivator in the entire realm? It was simple. Normally the Golden Core was formed naturally by the cultivator's body during the breakthrough, and the formation was fueled by the energy being absorbed by the body. But due to the fact that Lex's foundation, and thus his body, contained physical manifestations of laws, as well as the fact that there was a massive shift in laws taking place at the moment of breakthrough, not only was Lex's breakthrough absorbing spiritual energy to fuel the formation of his core, it was also absorbing laws. This was a change Lex was much too low-leveled to influence at all, or even notice for that matter. The rest of the as well as the Origin realm, however, definitely noticed. Chapter 461. Golden Key. But like I said, the true cause and effects of the matter are being investigated, the henley said. A very serious look adorned its black, rectangular face. Only 6 of its 26 eyes were on its face, framed right above a mouth filled with rows of sharp teeth, while the rest of its eyes were hidden across its body. Its face was attached to its body through a short, thin neck. The body itself was massive, with a majority of its scales hidden behind the soft cloth robe it had adorned. 8 legs kept it standing, with 2 sets of 4 legs protruding from the left and right of its torso. A tail, much longer and thicker than the width of its legs, came out from the back of its robe and hung directly over the henley, making it look like an oversized scorpion without the actual pincers. But, regardless of what the result of the investigation may be, it can be confirmed that as of now, the attack on Ra does not seem to have resulted in any long-term adverse effects on the origin realm. In fact, due to the rich nature of the energy that was dispersed into the realm, it has even sped up the growth of the realm. Preliminary investigations reveal that the realm may mature billions of years ahead of schedule. So does that mean there will be no punishment? Asked a random Dollard. Instead, it sounds like there should be a prize for speeding up the maturing process. The remainder of the henley assembly awaited the response. It was a rule that Dollards could not casually release their might in the origin realm, or else they would be punished by the henley. Even if they had to fight, they would have to ensure that their strength would not adversely affect the realm. After all, the origin realm was still not capable of handling the might of Dollards, since it technically wasn't capable of giving birth to any Dollards. All the Dollards in this realm were either guests from other realms, or had their strength raised artificially through special means. No, regardless of whether the result was good or bad, there will definitely be a punishment. It has just yet to be decided if the one receiving the punishment should be Ra, or the one responsible for the attack. We allow Dollards into our realm so that they can benefit from an immature realm, in exchange for a small fee. Someone at the assembly scoffed at the mention of the fee being small, but that does not mean we can allow them to interfere with its natural progression. Once might be a lucky event, and if it is let go, it will only encourage others to try the same. In the long run, the henley that was speaking paused when another being suddenly teleported inside the assembly. The henley assembly was held in a special arena, cut off from the rest of the origin realm. It was an extremely secure location under the control of the henley, which allowed them to host many prestigious guests, the various Dollards being amongst them. But the secure nature of the location meant that no one could teleport in or out once the session was called into motion, unless it was an emergency. This assembly had already been interrupted once, an almost unprecedented feat, so that information about the attack on Ra could be shared amongst those attending. This second interruption was genuinely unprecedented in the history of the origin realm. As soon as the teleportation was finished, another henley appeared, seemingly perfectly identical to the first. It was a common trait amongst henley. Those not of the race would have a difficult time distinguishing amongst them based solely on appearance. Someone is resonating with the laws of the realm, the newcomer announced loudly. What do you mean? The convener of the assembly asked, bewildered by the statement. I mean exactly what I said. Someone or something is having a breakthrough, and that breakthrough is resonating with the laws of the entire realm. But that's impossible. The realm is not mature enough to birth a Dollard, the convener exclaimed. I am not here to argue with you, I am only here to tell you what's happening. The resonance can be felt throughout the entire realm. Its repercussions cannot be predicted. Attempts to divine the identity of the entity responsible are being blocked. Whoever is doing this has destiny-level protection to keep them from being divined, which means they've obviously been planning this for eons. Silence fell across the hall as everyone tried to guess what this meant. Everyone wondered what the identity of the person responsible was. Even Balaam was unsure if he should attribute this latest development to the Innkeeper, for it was just too bizarre. Only one thing was certain. If the being responsible for this was a Fuegan, this could be the build-up for a full-on realm war. Back at the Midnight Inn, the few guests who had recovered, and the new guests who had arrived at the inn, all were looking up at the sky in awe. There was no sun, no clouds, no sky, only a golden hue that stretched as far as the eye could see. If it was just a matter of different lighting, everyone may not have been so captivated by it. Instead, the golden hue radiated a majestic aura that not only overwhelmed anyone and everyone exposed to it, it made them feel oddly connected to it, as if the aura had come from within them, but at the same time was something that endlessly surpassed them. Truth be told, the guests who were exposed, one and all, could not fully comprehend the majesty of the aura, for it far surpassed what their minds were capable of comprehending. Outside the inn, in the rest of the origin realm, however, there were many who could make a few guesses, but even they only saw an obscure golden hue. After all, no matter how much they stretched their spiritual senses, they were too close to it to see the full image. It would take someone to look at the entire origin realm all at once to notice that the hue that had enveloped the entire realm was actually in the shape of a golden key. Chapter 462, Affinities. Unlike energy, which had to travel from one point to another, laws existed everywhere all at once. They were all also irrevocably linked, and reacted to one another. It was impossible to isolate a law, or the effects and presence of a law from other laws. For example, the law of gravity could not be isolated from the law of time, or the law of heat, or even a seemingly mundane law such as the law of procrastination, which, make no mistake, was a law written in and ingrained into the very fabric of the origin realm. But while this was so, the complexities and intricacies of laws far surpassed something that could be explained or comprehended using simple vocabulary. As such, whether it was the Henley, the Daalards, the gods, the oracles, the system wielders, the gifted, or even the sovereigns, none could comprehend the golden hue that had lit up the realm. Of course, given enough time, maybe it was possible. But even that was a maybe. For the golden hue was not made up of a single law, nor did it interact with only one law. It was catalyzing something within the existing laws of the realm that could not be detected so easily, prompting even the Henley to request aid from their home realm, a realm that had truly matured and had existed for far longer than the origin realm. But the change in laws was only the most direct change the realm suffered due to the golden hue. There were so many other side effects of it, the least of which was that all the places in the realm which had never seen light were now illuminated. Under the golden light of the laws, as well as the aura it radiated, many ancient beings that had long entered slumber awoke, or began to wake up. Many secrets that were hidden in the darkness came to light, and many undiscovered regions presented themselves for all to see. The longer the hue existed, the more drastic its effects were becoming. But Lex had no knowledge of any of this. He was too preoccupied with his evolving body. His golden core was destined to be more complex than a simple one just due to the fact that it was formed not only due to his spirit cultivation, but his body and soul as well. Ironically, while one would have expected the changes to make the core bigger, it was actually much smaller than most normal cores. Yet its small size did not make it weaker. On the contrary, it stored the same amount of energy it would have anyway, but due to its smaller size, made the energy much more concentrated and thus elevated it to a higher level. As the process of the formation of his core continued, Lex was simultaneously also experiencing another, innate part of every breakthrough, which was that he was being elevated to a higher life form. The natural hierarchy of his existence in the universe was being raised, for he could now come into contact with a higher level of the universe. A part of this elevation was his existence being allowed to convert natural spirit energy into one with his own affinity. For Lex, a wielder of regal embrace, the affinity he would have normally attained would have been called regal affinity, according to the cultivation technique itself. Yet it was at this time that a change occurred that was outside the bounds of control of his cultivation technique. Due to the dedicated hard work of the lotus on Lex's back and all the precious materials that were fused into him, his body had gained the ability to physically tolerate, and to some degree influence laws. Since his golden core was forming from his body, it too gained this attribute. But it was this additional attribute that caused a divergence in the subsequent result. The energy within Lex's body did not gain regal affinity, but a fusion of the affinity of the cultivation technique regal embrace, as well as Lex's newly gained affinity for laws. This was something that was not supposed to happen. In the very beginning, when Lex underwent the 4 stages of alteration so that he could cultivate regal embrace, his body was purged of any and all affinities it may have inherently had, all in preparation for the breakthrough he was going through at the moment. But the cultivation technique did not account for the fact that Lex would have access to something as inconceivably rare as the world seed lotus right in his body, which could easily make additions to his body without causing any harm whatsoever. The new, unnamed affinity did not in any way impair Lex's breakthrough. In fact, once the golden core was formed, and his body stopped absorbing the laws undergoing a change within the inn, resulting in the golden hue finally fading, Lex's breakthrough continued in a smooth fashion. Once the golden core was formed, the vortex of spirit energy around Lex lessened, but did not entirely disappear. For a few more hours, it continued to pour spirit energy into Lex's body, allowing it to upgrade as well so that it could reach a level where it could tolerate his new spirit energy. Besides the body, it also enhanced Lex's spirit and his soul. A feeling Lex could not accurately describe filled him. It was as if, before this, he had existed merely as a wisp, as something that could easily be blown out of existence. Yet now, he had changed from a wisp into something concrete, something firm and durable. He also felt another strange sensation. Normally, after one of his breakthroughs, Lex could physically feel himself become much tougher, as if his defense and survivability had increased several folds. Now, however, he was feeling like, it did not matter how immeasurably durable his defense was, for there was nothing strong enough to challenge it to begin with. He did not feel he had grown stronger. Instead, it felt like the universe around him had become mundane. Chapter 463, New Abilities. The absurd feelings that enveloped Lex did not last long, and as his body slowly stabilized they dissipated. After all, how could Lex be arrogant enough to feel that the universe was mundane? But that was not to say that Lex did not feel himself filled with awesome power. He truly felt as if he had surpassed what it meant to be human. The urge of common protagonists to punch a random rock to test out his strength filled him, but there were no rocks available in his meditation room. That could be fixed easily. He summoned a massive, 20 feet, 6 meters, large boulder and placed it right in front of himself. Before acting cool and actually punching it, Lex rubbed his hand on it, to feel the cold firm surface. But things did not go according to plan. As easily as if he was running his hand through running water, his fingers dipped into the rock, causing massive cracks to form across the boulder's surface. He froze, before he tried again. This time, holding out his index finger, he pressed directly into the boulder. There was a brief moment of resistance, before his finger started digging into the rock in a smooth manner. It was as if Lex was poking a hole in a cake instead of a rock. Cracks spread deeper and wider along the surface of the rock as he pushed his finger in. When his finger had dug in all the way, and his fist touched the surface, Lex continued to push, and it continued to go in as easily. A single loud crack resonated in the room as the boulder was split into two, with the sides falling to the left and right side respectively. Lex remained standing still as he tried to grasp his mind around what he had just done, but there was no time for him to calmly gather his thoughts. He had taken a major step along the cultivation pathway, and had evolved into a higher being. How could something as paltry as brute strength be all he gained? As he was looking at the boulder, his mind still taken aback by his strength, the first of his new abilities revealed itself. His spirit sense emerged from his body and completely wrapped itself around the boulder, so that he was not only looking at it with his eyes, he was observing every fiber of it with his senses. Every single groove in the rock, every layer in the minerals that composed the rock itself, every shade and pattern, every crack and fissure, all revealed themselves to Lex within his mind. For a moment he was startled, thinking it was too much information, before he once again froze. No, it wasn't. The degree of detail with which his spirit sense was feeding him information was immeasurably beyond anything Lex could have withstood before. Having so much information actively in his thoughts all at the same time would have caused him to nearly collapse. His brain would have been working in overdrive, his blood pumping like he was running a marathon, and his spirit energy draining as if through an open faucet to support his mind containing so much information all at the same time. Yet now, he barely felt the amount of detail worthy of notice. A thought ran through his mind, wondering just how complex an array he could create now that his mind was capable of holding so much more information. But it was only a fleeting thought, as his current focus was on his spirit sense. He had no idea how to control it. It was as if a new limb suddenly appeared on his body, and while it reacted to his subconscious thoughts, consciously he did not know how to maneuver it. Moreover, from his research, Lex knew that spirit senses could do a lot more than just allow Lex to observe things. It could be used to physically manipulate items as a funnel to channel his energy, to communicate with others secretly and more. He just had to figure out how to do all that. For now, though, he settled on gaining a better understanding of the observation ability his spirit sense allowed. He continued to observe the boulder wrapped in his spirit sense and began taking in the various details. That's when he noticed the anomaly. The information he was receiving from his sight, and the information he was receiving from his spirit sense should have provided him with two different streams of information to parse through, but when he actually paid attention, there seemed to be one more. At first this confused Lex, especially since he was having a difficult time adjusting to having so much information directly streamed into his brain that he could essentially see the item wrapped in his senses. Except, this vision did not come from a single direction, such as a person observing something from a particular angle, but was all-encompassing. The fact that he was not overwhelmed by it was also messing with his thought process. He was just not used to the new capacity his brain allowed. But then, as if responding to his concern, his brain automatically filtered the information from the different sources into separate categories so that he knew what information he was sensing, and what he was seeing. It was then that he realized that his vision seemed to be providing him with two different feedbacks. One was looking at everything at surface value, the way normal vision worked, and the other was looking at something more ethereal. He closed his left eye and discovered that the ethereal vision disappeared, leaving only the boulder in his sight. Then he reopened the left and closed the right, and finally figured out the source of the extra information. The only problem was, he could not understand what he was seeing. He saw a boulder, but somehow he also saw through it. He saw everything that made it up, and saw the possibilities of how it could interact with its surroundings. He was reading how the rock would behave, react, exist, disappear, and be destroyed in various conditions. It was as if he was reading the rock's personality, if that was possible. For reasons he couldn't understand, his left eye was feeding him even more information than his spirit senses. Chapter 464. Good news, bad news. A few hours after the golden hue had disappeared, most of the guests had already completed their breakthroughs and the festival had resumed. Though, the guests seemed more focused on just partying and celebrating than participating in any random activities. This was good, because the next major activity would also be a week later. Even most of the tournaments had ended, as it was expected that this week would be spent in a meditative retreat for anyone who had breakthroughs from one realm to another. In fact, the only reason a majority of the guests had even finished their cultivation was because they were at the foundation realm or even below. In that case, while a retreat was needed, it did not take as long. Moreover, once they regained basic control of their bodies and spirit, they could space out their cultivation retreats over a period of time. Keeping all this in mind, the jubilant mood at the inn could be understood extremely well. Of course, there was a small portion of guests who were equally depressed at having missed out on such a great opportunity, and some were even angry at the inn for not giving a longer warning period. After all, a couple of weeks truly was too short a notice period. This is the kind of thing people plan months or even years in advance, depending on the cultivation level. Among these crowds, there were a pair of young, human siblings who were completely overwhelmed. Plot Device, as the brother was called, had to do his utmost to keep his tears from falling out, while the sister, called Plot Device too, did not hesitate at all to let her tears flow. Their lives had been too miserable, so much so that they could not believe the wonderful thing that was happening to them. The feeling of relief and joy, it was so rare in their life that they did not know how to express it. The boy of age 13, and the girl of age 11, had both been born with terrible birth defects that not only kept them in constant pain, but would have prevented them from cultivating when they came of age. If they could not cultivate, they had no chance of ever improving their lives. After all, their parents were long dead in the war. They too would have been destined for death in the recent raids, had they not been saved by. She could only be described as an angel, a holy woman or a saint. Who else would help them? Then, as if they were being rewarded for a lifetime of bad luck, not only were they saved by her, they had been brought to this inn via something known as the pro bono room. Before they could understand what was happening, a strange change occurred, after which they got extremely sick and fell unconscious. Yet when they woke up, not only was the pain gone, so were all the defects. Was this heaven? It must be. First, they were blessed by an angel, and then brought directly to heaven. Unfortunately, this was not heaven, and they could not stay forever. They disappeared, returning to the tent where they had been living previously. Fear filled their heart, as they felt they were about to wake from a good dream. But no such thing happened. The pain continued to elude them. The flap to the tent opened, and the angelic saint woman appeared once again, though if anyone else saw her they might not agree. She did not have hair of flowing gold, for it had been tied and hidden behind her helmet, nor did she have skin as fair as the pure snow, for it was covered in dirt and sweat and grime. She wore leather armor and not a summer dress, and the air about her was hot and full of battle lust, not delicate and petite. "What happened? Where did you go?" she asked, suppressing the concern in her voice. "We went to this magical place called the Midnight Inn," the sister began. She did not notice the look of recognition that passed through the woman's eyes. The Midnight Inn. She had been there too, once or twice. As she listened more to the children's story, she realized that she had missed out on a great opportunity. She should pay more attention to it in the future. Over the next few hours, Lex tried to learn how to control his spirit sense. It should not have been so difficult. After all, how hard could it be to manipulate an invisible sense inherently linked to his spirit that could channel information directly to him, and pass through physical objects like they were nothing? Well, the answer was it was pretty hard. But that was not all. His body was still undergoing the stabilization process from his breakthrough, and the more time he spent, the more new abilities he discovered. Like spirit sense, he also unlocked something called soul sense, as well as an advanced version of the instincts his body afforded him called intuition. They both were incredibly powerful and diverse, and drastically increased the number of things Lex could do. But, unfortunately, there was still more awaiting him. When his body finally completely stabilized, he underwent a familiar rush of information from his cultivation technique. Every time he had a major breakthrough, he would receive information from Regal Embrace about his new realm, what it was normally and how he was different, and what he should do to progress further. This time, though, he got a lot more information than ever before. As if it were a sentient thing, the technique imparted to him the various details of the effects that each realm had on him, and how they were inevitably linked to the needs of his breakthrough in subsequent realms. One of the major factors, unsurprisingly, was stability. His cultivation was focused on extreme stability, so as to continuously perfect his defense without eliciting any adverse reactions. Similarly, his regal affinity was supposed to do the same for his future breakthroughs. However, Lex achieved something that should have never happened, and his energy took on an unknown affinity. As such, should he attempt to break through to the nascent realm in the future, there was a 99.99% chance that he would explode and die. Chapter 465. Calm confusion clouded Lex's mind as he repeatedly went over the information provided by his cultivation technique. The regal affinity was supposed to make spirit energy extremely resilient, meaning its affinity would not be easily overridden and induced stability in whatever it affects. This was supposed to be the bedrock of Lex's breakthrough when he entered the nascent realm. This was due to the fact that, normally, when humans cultivate, nascent is the realm in which their soul finally becomes strong enough and gains the ability to exist without the body. The realm was more complicated than just that, and included many things beyond the simple strengthening of the soul, but in context to Lex, it was a huge issue. After all, another ability of nascent was to separate the soul from the body according to need, but Lex technically did not have an independent soul anymore. Thus, since this was the cultivation path that Lex was following, adjustments needed to be made to assure that the breakthrough wouldn't try to separate Lex's soul forcefully, thereby destroying him, since his soul and body were the same now. The stable nature of regal affinity would have played a key role in stabilizing his body while the natural process of the breakthrough tried to do the exact opposite. The very fact that Lex's affinity had changed, regardless of whatever effects his new affinity had, jeopardized his breakthrough, making it likely that he would fail and die. Moreover, this was not a one-time issue that needed to be dealt with only once. Even if Lex found some external assistance in helping to stabilize his body during the breakthrough, the reliance on the nature of regal affinity was repeated in many more aspects of the cultivation technique from there on. What that basically meant was that even if, using external factors, he did break through without dying, meaning availing that 0.01% chance of survival, he would become crippled and unable to actually use his cultivation due to conflicts his affinity created. Once the confusion elapsed, panic set in. How could this be? No, this wasn't supposed to happen. What will he do now? What? Lex suddenly closed his eyes and drew in a deep breath. While holding his breath in, Lex clenched his fists tightly and strained all the muscles in his body while standing still. For a few minutes, he stayed like that, before he slowly started letting the air escape his lungs. One by one, he relaxed his muscles and once he was done, unclenched his fists. When Lex reopened his eyes, there was no panic or confusion in them any longer. There was only calm. It was not even confidence, for how could he be confident in tackling a matter that far surpassed his understanding? But he was definitely calm. He had traveled the universe, walked out of hordes of zombies, bathed in lava, killed countless strong enemies, hosted rulers of entire empires and races at his inn. He was Lex. It was not so easy to overwhelm him anymore. Facing this great, seemingly impossible task, Lex set out to think of a solution. But before that, he had to adjust his state perfectly. After a very, very long time, Lex put on the bathroom set, which included the bathrobe, bathroom slippers and the bathroom towel. Individually, all these had various effects, but when worn together, they had a set effect which basically cleansed him internally and externally of all hazardous factors and let him focus on the task at hand. The reason he put this on now was because internal factors also included things such as doubt, anxiety, inner demons, etc. He could have no distractions during this time. He could not afford to make a mistake regarding such a sensitive issue. He reviewed all the available information that he had from the very beginning. First, Regal Embrace was a unique cultivation technique, meaning that no one else in the universe had ever practiced it before, nor would they ever do so again. That was not a part of the cultivation technique's description, but a requirement of his reward back then. He recalled that the Regal Embrace was a part of someone's collection. A certain being somewhere in the universe had it. He had not thought about it again since then, but the insinuation of that information was great. If there was a cultivation technique that blatantly said it had the strongest defense in the entire universe, yet the owner only kept it as a part of his collection, then what did the owner cultivate? In fact, now that he was recalling the matter, even Mo's blessing, which was described as having the strongest attack in the universe, was also a part of a being's collection. There existed the possibility that these were two different beings, but Lex thought it was unlikely. Regardless of whatever the being in question cultivated, the fact that it existed in his collection, and was not generated by the system gave Lex a lot of assurance. That did not mean that he was aiming to search for that being. It just meant that someone somewhere had designed these two cultivation techniques. If there were beings capable of designing his cultivation technique, there were surely beings capable of altering it as well to help him. Moreover, with the Midnight Inn, he was uniquely equipped to search the entire universe for those skilled in created cultivation techniques. Come to think of it, John himself created spiritual techniques based on his customers' requests. Lex wondered if his system was some kind of academic system, capable of designing techniques. It seemed he would have to put questioning John on his agenda. Focusing back on the matter at hand, Lex identified a few key things he had to do now. First of all, while he could not break through the realm, he was free to grow within the Golden Core realm, so he would do that. Next, Lex would begin doing research into cultivation techniques and how they were designed. Other than that, he would also have to begin doing research on people or entities skilled in creating or altering cultivation techniques. How he would ensure their trust once he found someone potentially skilled enough was also an issue he would have to look into. These were the key things in regards to focusing on regaining his cultivation path. Other than these, Lex also had to spend some time familiarizing himself with his new abilities. While Regal Embrace gave a brief description of what Soul Sense did, Lex did not understand it completely. Intuition, on the other hand, had it in its very nature to allow Lex to understand completely what it did. Yes, soul and spirit senses were extremely cool. In fact, technically speaking, all three abilities were probably different but equal in their potential. But damn was intuition impressive. Lex already knew it would be his favorite. It was a much more advanced version of the instincts he had already been using, except that he could freely direct it towards whatever he wanted. Moreover, it made him extremely sensitive to anything at all that had to do with him. If he was sitting in a room of 1,000 people, and a single one of them thought of Lex's name, his intuition would be able to detect it. The range of his ability was limited, for now, but in all things related to Lex, his intuition was going to play a huge role. Primary Realm, Gaia's graveyard in the center of this zone, which was acknowledged as the largest death zone in the entire universe by some, was a cozy little wooden hut. Well, it was not wood but the flesh of Gaia, but as the originator of the Tao of wood, it could be considered the same thing. The hut itself did not seem very impressive and had only one bedroom, one library, one vault and one study. Inside the library sat a being whose name had not been uttered in the entire history of this fledgling universe. On his small, little sofa, made from the skin of the first ever dragon, on the sofa made from the comfiest leather, the being sat wrapped in a robe that had definitely not been made from the feathers of the divine white heron, drinking from a mug that could most definitely not have been crafted in the flames of a realm that exploded. Beside him sat his pet, a common lynx and completely not the physical manifestation of a realm that had gained sentience. Yes, all was normal in the library, until the being suddenly frowned in confusion. Someone surpassed the regal heritage. In this universe, how is that even possible? The confusion in his eyes turned to intrigue as his eyes moved as if he was reading something written on air. Ho ho, this is actually interesting, the being said, sitting up. He put his book down and began reading with fervor, but his eyes were only looking at air. Chapter 466. Understanding his powers. As far as Lex's new abilities were concerned, so long as they were on the list of expected abilities gained in the process of cultivating Regal Embrace, the cultivation technique gave Lex information on them. For intuition, however, even if the cultivation technique failed to provide him with an explanation, he would have known. After all, it was in the nature of the technique itself to provide Lex with information about anything related to himself. For example, currently his intuition was telling him that he should thoroughly master controlling his spirit and soul sense before exiting his room, at least in the guise of the Innkeeper. When Lex's thoughts went to why it was so important he should not appear as the Innkeeper before mastering those abilities, his intuition pointed towards the host attire. While it was not spelling the answer out for him, the hints were big enough. From there Lex could summarize on his own that the host attire only granted him complete control of his facial expressions and his body, but that extreme control he had been relying on to maintain his facade would not extend to these two new senses. Although both the soul and spirit sense were invisible and could not normally be detected, others with spirit and soul senses of their own would be able to detect his if the two touched. At the same time, while Lex was not sure about this, he could venture a guess and say the way emotions such as surprise, anger, happiness, etc. all show up on a person's face, they might show up in the behavior of his senses as well. For example, if he was startled, his senses might tremble and extend out of his body if he didn't keep them sufficiently suppressed. He could guess this much because even the spirit energy within his body reacted in various ways to his emotions, though those reactions were extremely limited since they were contained within his body. That was merely one of the simple effects of his intuition. It was simultaneously warning him of various potential avenues of danger, or rather trouble, he had been ignoring, or not giving enough attention to. The biggest one at the moment was his double identity as Leo. The identity itself was not the problem, but the fact that he wanted to associate that identity with his real identity of Lex, should someone start investigating him. With his name now at the forefront of the guest registry, he needed to strengthen the relation between Leo and Lex by dropping a few subtle hints. Then came the issue of why his name was at the top of the list while so many people stronger than him weren't. That was even simpler to resolve. Lex had been using his own name in the Crystal Realm and the Midnight Tavern, though he had avoided using his last name. He just needed to build a connection between himself there and Leo as well. That way he did not even need to explain his achievement. It would be up to others to use their own imagination about why he appeared in a different realm, and what he did there. It wasn't as if these were things he had ignored, but apparently he had just not done enough about them to cover his bases. His intuition would help him avoid simple mistakes like that. The best part was, even this was only a portion of what his intuition could achieve. The ability was truly versatile. So long as it related to his physical body in any way, his intuition would guide him. Up next was his soul sense. The basics of it were easy to understand. In the way that spirit energy could interact with the physical plane of existence, and send Lex feedback so that Lex could essentially see everything his spirit sense touched, the soul sense could do the same, but for the soul plane. A brief description of planes was provided so Lex could understand what they were. Basically all of reality, in every realm across the entire universe, consisted of numerous planes that all existed simultaneously and overlapped one another in the same space, and interacted with one another. Normally, living beings could not differentiate them and so perceived them as a whole. The physical plane was one in which matter existed. The soul plane was another plane in which only souls existed. This concept confused Lex, and not just a little. That was to say, for normal people, their body existed in one plane of existence while their soul existed in another plane of existence altogether. But if they were in different planes, why did the soul need the body's support to exist? For now he just accepted that because the planes could interact with one another, souls could suffer pressure from the physical plane, or maybe some other plane Lex didn't even know about. But this was still something he would look into further. Getting back to his soul sense, if it could show Lex the soul plane, then what did it look like? Nothing. It was a void of darkness with himself in the center. This was because the soul sense would not detect anything other than souls, and so if Lex only relied on it for sight, in an area like his meditation room where he was the only living being, he would see nothing else. Of course, as these things usually go, even soul sense was not so simple, and people could find ways to hide themselves from his senses, but for the most part, he would be able to sense any soul with his soul sense. That was just the basic feature, and the part that Lex understood. The confusion actually arose when he learned that he could use his soul sense to interact with souls directly, and not only that. When he practiced and got better, he would be able to influence the characteristics of souls to a limited degree, temporarily. According to the description, this would help him in fields such as alchemy, medicine, forging and many more. It would take time and experimentation for him to understand what that really meant. For now, he closed his eyes and wrapped his own body in his soul sense, which admittedly took longer than Lex had hoped. Still, the result was satisfactory. He could see his own soul, and deep inside it, he could finally see the treasure within which the system was hidden. Chapter 467, Never Give Up. With his soul sense firmly wrapped around his own body, Lex could see his soul. Only, it looked completely identical to his body. Did that mean his physical body existed on the soul plane? Wait, did that mean he could physically touch souls? A few random thoughts flowed through Lex's brain, but he focused back on the matter at hand. Though his soul looked identical to his body, the difference was he could see through it. But it was not blood or bones he saw, but a small ball of glowing golden light right in his chest. He did not need to wonder what the glowing orb was, for he knew instinctively it was the treasure that contained his system. He did not try anything, for not only was he extremely dependent on the system, for now, he also had very poor control over his soul sense. He did, however, take his time to observe that small glowing ball. Such a small thing had so drastically changed his life. It was hard to imagine. While he was observing it, he also wondered if the reason he could see the system was because it was classified as a soul treasure, or if it had a soul of its own. It was not a simple thought, and whichever the answer was would have major insinuations. But, once again, he did not contact Mary to confirm with her. It was pointless. For now, once he was finally done testing out his soul sense, he turned his attention to his other new abilities. These few would require him to figure out the details on his own, for their appearance was not a planned part of Regal Embrace. His new affinity, whatever it was called, would undoubtedly be extremely significant, for it had not replaced Regal Affinity, but had fused with it to turn into something else. So, regardless of what effects it had, it would stay on the same scale as the Regal Affinity, at the very least. Lex could also make a few guesses about what the affinity should be. The lotus had informed him of the changes it had made to his body and what the cause of the issue was. He did not know what laws actually were, but whatever they were, it was obvious that they were far beyond his level. In essence, they were very powerful. Since his affinity had changed due to the changes the lotus had made to his body, he strongly suspected his new affinity would, at least in some regard, have something to do with laws. This was something he'd have to figure out, especially if he wanted to devise a new way to continue to cultivate. As difficult as it would be, all hope was not lost. At least his intuition would be a great help in this regard. But while he could at least speculate about his affinity, he was completely clueless about the changes that happened to his left eye. Even his intuition was silent on why his left eye had gained this new ability, though it hinted at the fact that the change had occurred, once again, due to the changes the lotus had made to his body. So basically, this once again had something to do with laws. Most likely, probably, maybe. After considering those two abilities and thinking of ways he would test them out in the future, he turned his attention to his body. Before his breakthrough, he had already had a massive increase in strength, which had only been compounded now. The good news was, even without him having to consciously practice, his brain was quickly adjusting to new strength. He would still have to fine-tune his control, but the chances of him accidentally crushing someone's hand while shaking hands had dropped to an all-time low. His thought process had sped up once again, and his capacity for multitasking had absolutely exploded. He could easily do multiple tasks at the same time without suffering any loss in his concentration. He wondered if he had gained anything special as a result of sticking to the true path, as it was called in the crystal realm, meaning cultivating spirit, soul and body at the same time. His intuition told him yes, though he could not figure out what specifically he had gained. He tried using the techniques he had learned for the Foundation realm. The amount of strength they could display was inherently limited, meaning Lex would have to learn new techniques if he wanted to fully display the limits of his power. Still, they had become much more powerful than they were previously, and it was much easier to use them. As is, for example, the teleportation technique Lex never got an opportunity to use, called the in-law effect, which originally required him to stay stationary for 3 hours while he primed the technique, now barely took a minute for him to complete. Once he became used to his new realm, the time might even become shorter. Evisceration, the sole attack that he barely ever used because of how difficult it was to master, seemed to be the only technique that did not suffer a limit on its strength. Not only was it able to display a much greater strength than before, unfortunately the difficulty in using it also increased. The plus side was, since Lex had grown in his level, even if using the technique caused a backlash, he was more than strong enough to take it without suffering any real harm. If there was one thing about his breakthrough that Lex didn't like, however, was that it more or less eliminated his hunger. He had more than enough energy in his body to keep himself running even if he didn't eat for weeks. Moreover, since his body had such high energy requirements, which were usually being met by the energy stored within his golden core, if he wanted to be satiated, the food he would have to eat would have to be much more nutritious than before. Lex tightened his fists and a firm look appeared in his eyes. He would never give up on eating delicious food. It seemed like it was time to hire an excellent chef. Better yet, it was time to find someone with a cooking system and hire them. Chapter 468. Dread bonus chapter. I was hired for a special case, said the morose man, the tip of his index finger tracing the rim of his glass. Surrounding him, the usually noisy bar was completely silent as the guests listened to his story with keen interest. The fact that I was hired spoke enough of the seriousness of the case to begin with. After all, the best of the best used to come to me to ask for internships. There was no detective better than me, because I was beyond what could be measured. With a 100% case resolution rate, my prices were sky high. The fact that they were willing to pay my dues spoke enough of their desperation. The man, sporting a thin mustache above his lip, and wearing a brown-colored trench coat, looked down as he shook his head and sighed. His hat sat lonely atop the wooden bar, looking beaten and worn. How was I supposed to know that this case would be different? The man, who was completely human and in no way anything related to a crustacean, came from a planet called Terra, the geography and history of which were remarkably similar to Earth without any correlation at all. If one distinct difference had to be identified, it was that Terra suffered from a lot more paranormal activity than Earth. The year was 1966, the place was Chicago, the time was the dead of night and the place was the victim's apartment building, up on the 4th floor of a government housing building. I was alone, for I couldn't have others with me while I investigated, slowing me down. The apartment was a mess. All the furniture was broken, everything was on the floor, the brand new television set was turned on, though one of its legs was broken so it was slumping low. The endless noise of static from the television filled the room, drowning out all other sound. I walked in the stillness of the room, unafraid of the dark, as I reviewed all the evidence. I had never seen anything like it. The murder weapon could not be what the evidence suggested. It was impossible. Most others agreed that the victim had died from the fall, as the broken wall would suggest he had been flung from there while he was still alive. But no, I could tell he was dead long before his body hit the ground. Troubled, I continued my search. Canada, Mexico, Brazil, England, China, Japan, I traveled the world hunting down all the victims this serial killer had left behind. But the more I searched, the more troubled I became. It just did not make sense. At this point the man sighed, and gulped down his drink. His eyes looked out into the distance, as if he could view the memory like a film on a television screen. Then one night I found myself in India. There were rumors of the death of a prince, and the signs left behind by the murderer were all too familiar. Well, he wasn't really a prince, but his family lived in a castle, so he may as well have been. My car had broken down, so I was forced to walk the road. I would have reached my destination by morning had I continued, but destiny had other plans. In the hot, humid night a strange buzzing sound reached me. I paid it no mind, there were enough flies around me to account for the buzzing. Only, the sound slowly started to grow louder. Still, I was lost in my own thoughts, unaware of the impending danger. It was only when I felt the vibrations in the road beneath my feet that I awoke from my thoughts, but by then, it was too late. I could hear the sounds of the revving engine behind me. The flashing headlights illuminated the road, but all I could see was my life flashing before my eyes. I knew what had happened. The serial killer had come after me. The dreaded mass murderer, known only by his alias, Truck-kun, had finally decided I was too close. I turned around to get a good look, but all I saw were two flashing yellow headlights. A truck horn straight from hell sounded out in the night right before Truck-kun smashed into me. But luck was in my corner that night. The horn startled me enough that I fell backwards, and coincidentally, fell through the golden doors of the Midnight Inn. I was saved a hair's breadth, and now I had seen the murderer with my own eyes. It would not escape me in the future. Or at least, that's what I thought. Silence once again filled the room as everyone listened with bated breaths. This was the key part. It was only when I arrived at the inn, and gained access to the Heavenly Henley portal did I realize how wrong I was. Truck-kun was not a mass murderer choosing its victims across the globe. No, instead, the signs of its influence spanned the realm. Galaxies far and wide, planets remote and hidden, none of it mattered. When Truck-kun found a victim it wanted to claim, none could escape it. So far, I am the only one who has looked into the gleaming lights of death and survived. The man's speech was cut short by the sound of screaming. Someone was yelling something at the top of their lungs, and coming closer. The next moment, the doors burst open and yet another guest of the inn bent over, panting as hard as possible. "There's been another murder," he managed to say between long bated breaths. This time the victim was a nascent cultivator. The room full of teenagers and young adults, all fans of comics and novels with unlucky lives, all suddenly had goosebumps. They all fit the pattern for Truck-kun's victims perfectly. They had gathered at the Midnight Inn to discuss ways to elude this monster that exclusively hunted weebs, anime enthusiasts and fantasy fans. But it did not seem like there was a solution. The dreaded Truck-kun could not be stopped. Chapter 469. Chopsticks. Lex spent the next 2 days getting used to the changes in his body. Getting used to his new strength was the easy part, as his brain did most of the work for him. To further refine his control, he used chopsticks to move rice from one bowl to another, one grain at a time. The chopsticks themselves were quite flimsy, and every time he accidentally broke them, he started from the beginning. This method seemed pretty stupid when considering all the resources available to him, but sometimes it was just about putting in the work. He quickly gained precise control over his strength, not only in both his hands, but his feet as well, though he hadn't used chopsticks to train them. His dual vision was difficult to get used to be honest. It might have been easier if both his eyes had obtained the upgrade, but since they hadn't, he had to keep track of both streams of data consciously. In all honesty, it was something he was completely capable of doing due to his recent improvements, but it was just tedious. It was like constantly being aware of your breathing. One could, of course, consciously take control and maintain the required rhythm, but it was so much easier when it was something being done on autopilot. In the end, it was not something he overcame. Instead, while browsing all the techniques he got from the Infinity Emporium, Lex found a technique that trains the spirit, allowing him to multitask better. It was like splitting his mind into two, to perform two different tasks without bothering or being affected by the other. This was something he could already do to some degree due to his new realm, but the difference between being able to do, and training to do it specifically, was huge. Moreover, the moment he started training in the technique, his intuition told him that the effects of this technique would compound. Since it was focused on training the spirit and not the brain, every time the spirit grew stronger, the effect would increase without him making any additional effort. Currently he could completely focus on 3 different things without suffering any interferences in his concentration or having a drop in his performance. One of those 3 things was constantly dedicated to his new eyesight, so now he could easily switch between focusing on one stream of information over the other, without really stopping his eyesight. He had no progress so far as discovering what characteristics his affinity had, although he had determined that it wasn't corrosive or hazardous in any way. What he had not been able to do, however, was train his spirit and soul sense properly. He had attained some initial progress, to the effect of being able to keep his senses from extending out of his body randomly, but not much else. Unfortunately, the regal embrace did not provide him with some kind of training regimen to train those, so Lex had to rely on other resources. Finally, after spending 2 days locked up in his room, he came out. But this time he did not appear as the Innkeeper nor did he appear as Leo. This time, he came out as Lex. One reason was that he needed to drop a few hints of his identity, though even that he would not do purposefully. He was going to browse the Henley portal for guides on learning how to train his spirit senses. The portal had both free and paid services, and apparently some kind of hidden authority system, as Lex learned. After all, it was a network available to the entire realm, so how could there not be tiers? Lex currently only had access to the common tier of the portal, with no idea of how to reach a higher authority. For now, though, it was completely irrelevant to him, since the kind of information he needed could be accessed publicly. Besides that, there was one more thing he wanted to do that he could only do as Lex. The system wielder who had been following Suzuki, the man Larry had fought, was now spending a lot of time with Larry over the past few days. Lex wanted to make contact personally and learn a little more about him. He could have spied on him using the system, but his way he wanted to test out if his eyesight could detect the system as well, and that was only something he could do in person. Moreover, the new group of people Larry had been hanging out with were extremely suspicious. Lex wanted to get to know them better as well. After all, more than once, he had seen Anakin lead people into the Chamber of Secrets to conduct secret business meetings. Even he could not spy on them in there, for it was strictly forbidden by the system. With his agenda set, Lex strolled through the inn as he took in the festive mood. Even if nothing special was happening, everyone was just happy about their breakthroughs. Lex wasn't able to help the smile that appeared on his face as he enjoyed the positive feedback the inn kept getting. Finally, things were going well for once without any problems randomly popping up. He did not spend too long strolling around, for training still had priority. After registering himself on the portal, he quickly logged on and began searching for guides related to Spirit Sense and Soul Sense training. For Spirit Sense, he immediately found many guides, both paid and unpaid. For Soul Sense, however, let alone guides, he couldn't even find a mention of it. He highly doubted that it was such a rare thing that it had never been encountered before. Most likely, this was one of the topics that was hidden behind the secret authorities or tiers mentioned earlier. Overcoming his disappointment, Lex glanced through one of the free tutorials available. Initially, he found it very informative, but as he continued, a strange look appeared in his eyes. Why was this using chopsticks, too? Chapter 470. Spiritual treasure. While spirit sense was mostly illusory, it could also be used to interact with physical objects. It was not a replacement for physical strength, usually, but still the ability to pick up or somehow manipulate items far away was very useful. The process of interacting with physical items was broken down into a few simple steps so that beginners could focus on each individual step while they learned. First was, naturally, wrapping the intended item with his spirit sense. Then Lex would channel some spirit energy into his spirit sense, giving it the strength to harden temporarily at certain points, allowing it to touch physical items. Then, based on his control of his spirit sense, he could use the hardened portion of his sense to grab onto and manipulate the item as needed. There were countless techniques that allowed cultivators to use spirit sense to gain greater strength than their physical bodies, attack the mind, control weapons, and more. From the Golden Core onwards, cultivation became infinitely more complicated because there was so much more that a cultivator could do. But all of that began with training the spiritual sense itself. Much like hand-eye coordination needed to be trained, and to some extent was being trained from birth, so too did the spiritual sense need to be trained. The first step of training spiritual sense in many videos began the same way, which was to first get an easily available spiritual treasure which was specifically designed to aid in learning how to control spiritual sense. It was just that. The tutorial with the most views and the one that Lex was watching started with not one treasure but two. More specifically, it started with procuring a pair of chopsticks which were also spiritual treasures. Varying from normal treasures, which to cultivators usually either meant natural resources which could aid in some facet of cultivation, or man-made items which could facilitate the use of spiritual energy, often even enhancing it, spiritual treasures were designed specifically to be used with spiritual sense. Lex watched the entire tutorial and thoroughly understood the requirements of each step in the training before exiting the portal. One issue with using the Henley portal at the inn, rather than on a planet that had been connected through the proper procedure, was the lack of a delivery service. No matter how affordable the treasure was, it could not be delivered to the inn. One reason was that the delivery service probably wouldn't have golden keys to enter the inn, but even in a situation where the Midnight Inn became so popular that everyone had golden keys, using the portal at the inn disabled location and tracking. It was literally impossible to enter his location as the Midnight Inn while using the portal. But all was not lost. One of the features of the ongoing festival were stalls that had been set up, allowing guests to sell items and trinkets from their locale. He would first check that market to see if a spiritual treasure matching his requirements was available. If it wasn't, then he would place a request at the guild room. At the same time, Lex pulled out his personal hologram, which he, as a guest, would have had, and said, "Can you please forward a message from me to the guest Larry? He's an old friend of mine. Tell him I'll be at the local markets." The hologram nodded and disappeared. The personal holograms could fulfill many of the guests' simple requests such as this, and weren't just limited to answering questions. It was not a commonly known feature, but with time it was slowly catching on. More importantly, and more relevant than the additional features of the hologram, by inviting Larry to come to him instead of approaching him while he was at his new group, Lex would avoid any suspicion that he was approaching them for a hidden reason. Not that anyone would have any reason to suspect him to begin with, since there was nothing wrong with two friends meeting. Lex was becoming used to thinking about every situation in layers. By doing this, he eliminated even the possibility that someone would suspect him of his real agenda, which was to scope out the system wielder. After all, Lex only invited Larry. They would not have had any idea that he already knew that they would likely follow him. Lex hailed a golf cart and made his way to the village where the local market had been set up and began to peruse. He could, of course, find out if what he wanted was available if he scanned the system, but he was also using this opportunity to study his eyesight and try to ascertain the limits of what it could show him. A short while later, his hologram appeared once again, informing him that Larry was on his way to meet him. Lex smirked. Everything was going according to plan. Well, at least it was, until Larry and his group closed in, and Lex's intuition immediately started acting, warning him that there was immense danger. Lex was genuinely alarmed, for he couldn't understand who or what could threaten him while he was at the inn. But it was not a mortal danger that he faced. Lex was still not experienced enough with his intuition to understand what it was trying to tell him. Unfortunately, he was not able to identify the kind of danger, but he at least narrowed it down to who it was coming from. It was one unassuming member of Larry's group. Lex scanned him to discover his name was Noman but the system gave him no other important information. His left eye, however, picked up on something. There were strange, invisible waves coming out of and entering his body, mixing in with the environment around him. "Lex, you sly fellow, where do you disappear to?" Larry yelled loudly over the noise of the crowd as he closed in, his usual stupid smile painting his face. He was still as excitable and jolly as ever. Lex was about to give a casual reply, stating that he wasn't busy with anything important, before passing a remark about Larry's own busy schedule. He was about to, but before the words left his mouth, his intuition acted up. This time, he understood the feeling well. No matter what, he must not lie. "I've been traveling a lot," Lex said with a smile as he greeted his old friend. Yet behind his bright smile and eager eyes, his mind was already compiling a list of everything he could and couldn't say, if he was unable to lie. After all, he was a man with many secrets. Chapter 471, Talented Group, What About You? Been busy lately? How many girlfriends have you run through by now? Lex asked casually, trying to divert the topic of conversation from himself. I still have the same girlfriend. I'll introduce you to her," he said awkwardly. Lex could not help but notice how he loosened up his color as he said that, his eyes darting into the distance as his thoughts wandered. Oh, was there some gossip here? Velma would surely be interested in this. Silently, he betrayed his friend as he told Mary to inform Velma about this. "We can talk more about that later," Larry quickly said the moment he snapped free from his thoughts. "Instead, I should ask, are you busy? I have a couple of things I want to talk to you about." "Not that busy. I was looking for a spiritual treasure to train my spirit sense, but I haven't been able to find one so far." "Ah yes, I remember going through that hassle." "What you?" Larry suddenly paused, and then looked at Lex with a look of genuine shock. "Wait, you've reached the Golden Core realm?" Lex shrugged as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world. "Yeah, I did. I don't know why you're surprised if you were able to reach it even quicker than I." "I know, but you..." Larry shook his head and looked at Lex as if he was seeing the man for the first time. Although he always held Lex in high regard, for he knew he wasn't simple, this was taking things a bit beyond just that. He knew how valuable his own secret was to help him grow so quickly. The fact that Lex could keep up, even if he was a bit slower, meant that his secrets were also probably not too lacking when compared to his own. Larry's wide grin promptly returned as he wrapped his arm around Lex's neck. "This is a reason to celebrate," he said, "and celebrate we shall by finally getting you a girl." Lex elbowed the man and pushed him away. The man literally never thought about anything other than girls. Lex thought to tease him about it, since last he recalled he was actually not so skilled at flirting, but it seemed he had managed to maintain a relationship for a while. As a young bachelor, Lex really felt like elbowing him a little harder. His strange metallic body should be able to tolerate it, right? Haha, alright, forget about the treasure, I'll get you a good one later. I have a guy who handles simple things like this. Instead, let me introduce you to some people. This is Raphael, Marlowe's son. Lex put on a surprised expression as he turned to look at the mature man. He was already in the chi training realm once again, and making steady progress. As a man in his mid-30s, he looked the oldest of the bunch and definitely stood out, but at the rate his cultivation was going it wouldn't be long before he regained his youthful demeanor. "It's a pleasure," said Lex as he shook the man's hand. "Likewise," replied Raphael as he tried to recall if he'd heard of Lex from his memories of the future. After all, such a young golden core cultivator, especially one from Earth, was someone who should have had a lot of fame. But he was drawing a blank. Little did he know, in the version of the future he knew, since Marlowe never trained Lex, his experience at Vegas Minima had been so bad, Lex had decided to slow down the growth of the inn to a dead stall. It took him many years to reach the golden core in that timeline due to his caution and lack of opportunities. "This spry young lad here is Anakin, and this is Noman," he said, continuing with the introductions. "And finally, this brooding fellow is Zuda. Or Soda, or something like that. I've given up on trying to pronounce his name, I hope you have better luck." Lex nodded at each of the three guys separately, paying special attention to each of them. Noman was the source of the danger he was detecting, and he could see something odd happening around him from his left eye, but see nothing else. With Anakin he couldn't see anything worthy of notice, but his soul sense brushed past him, mostly because he still couldn't control it, and that's when Lex noticed two souls within the man's body. That only left Soda, the system wielder. All of them, alongside Raphael, who had a mysterious treasure inside his heart, formed a strange group of people with unbelievable secrets. Lex could not help but think that if this were a novel, each one of them would be worthy of being either an antagonist or protagonist in the series. "Let's find somewhere more private to talk," said Larry. Lex, who was keen on trying to understand what objective such a collection of talented young men could have, took the opportunity to test out the warning from his intuition about being truthful. "I have a cabin on the midnight train. We can talk there," he said, wearing an expression of showing off as he looked at Larry. Before the other could respond, however, a whisper interrupted him, saying, "He's lying." Although it was only a whisper, and they were on a crowded street, as cultivators so close to the source, they all heard him. Lex wore an awkward expression as an unknown light flashed through his eyes. "What I mean is, by the time we reach the station, I can arrange to get a cabin. Don't worry, it's just a minor cost to me and I've always wanted to try it, anyway." Lex looked at Noman as he spoke, but the other did not show any concern, as if the explanation was not for him. Lex, on the other hand, was thinking about the implications of what just happened. Fortunately, his intrigue did not need to be disguised. Once they reached the cabin, Lex could directly ask Larry. Chapter 472. Spiel. Lex looked outside the cabin window as the train finally began to move from the station, admiring the beautiful view. The first of purple crystals was a particularly enchanting sight, and stood out for miles around. "Hey, I can't believe you pulled this off," said Larry, not bothering to hide his amazement in his voice. The fact that an entire carriage had to be rented at a time, which was extremely expensive, was not even the start of it. The train was extremely popular and there was always a line, ready to book any carriages the moment they got free. The fact that Lex had been able to book it without even being present spoke of his connections and reach. "Your friends seem to think I was lying," Lex said with a smirk, as if he had just proven the other wrong. "Don't mind Noman, he wasn't targeting you, he just takes everything very literally. Speaking of the devil, come on, let's sit with the others. There are a few things we have to discuss and I think you'll find them interesting." Lex nodded and followed Larry into another, particularly lavishly furnished cabin and took a seat. There was no table at which they could all sit, but due to the size of the cabin, even sitting in individual sofas, they were all near enough to hold a normal conversation. "Gents, I'd like to introduce you to Lex Williams, a good friend of mine. He's a reliable fellow, and quite resourceful, as you've probably noticed. Lex, the reason we're all here, and the reason I've even called you here, is because of an issue that I've been facing." The jolly look on Larry's face finally disappeared, and even his tone turned cold. "I'm sure you remember that I'm being hunted down on Earth. To be honest, a part of me just wanted to give up and move permanently to the inn. I had no hope of finding my family. I've just come to accept that they're probably dead. Not to mention, I've heard if I increase my inn privilege level enough, I can teleport to another planet. I was thinking of getting out forever, but it seems that whoever is after me is not content to leave things alone. They sent assassins after me, to the inn as well. Thanks to Noman, I was able to identify the assassins and take care of things. Well, I took care of one. Sota here used to work with the one I took care of." Lex looked at the man with an eyebrow raised. "What happened? You switched sides. And if you don't mind me asking, how did you identify the assassins?" Lex asked Sota and Noman the questions directly. This was the freedom using his own identity allowed him that being the innkeeper restricted him from. As an all-knowing and wise innkeeper, it was inappropriate to ask so many questions so easily. "My previous master was a corrupt man. I was forced to listen to him for certain reasons, but once he died, I was freed from my restraints." Lex's left eye could not pick up any signs of a system on Sota at all, and though Lex tried to use his soul sense on him, it was difficult to control it for now. "I didn't do much," Noman answered simply. "I was just passing by when they approached Larry for the first time and happened to notice they were lying to him. Still, I didn't do much. I might have pointed out their lie, I don't remember really." "The issue is not with the assassins," Larry continued. "The issue is that we still don't know who is after me. Raphael even used his father's contacts to see if it was someone from the Council of New Order. But we were not able to find anything. Even the councilman who did act against me seemed to be doing it on someone else's behalf." Something suddenly clicked in Lex's mind, and he summoned a file that Velma had once given him about the prisoners who were secretly controlling Earth. He wasn't worried that anyone would wonder where he got the file from, for he had a bangle with a hidden space inside of it now. It could explain everything. "I might have an idea of who might be behind it," Lex cut Larry off, as he handed him the file, and explained how every major conflict on Earth, including the one orchestrated by the Council of New Order, was actually being masterminded by others. While Lex was explaining, everyone kept looking at Noman from time to time, as if waiting for him to spot a lie, but it never came. Larry hid his emotions well, but the focus with which he was reading the file spoke much about his mental state. Most curiously, Lex noticed that Larry was the only one to have the expected reaction. Everyone else, Lex, I feel like I'm meeting a long-lost brother," said Anakin as he eyed the man greedily. Larry said, "You're resourceful, but I didn't expect you to be on a level entirely of your own. Let me introduce myself properly a little," while Larry reads the file. "The name is Anakin, as you already know. But what you don't know is that I'm a businessman. In fact, I'm not just a businessman, I'm a man with an extraordinary vision, and ideas that could make us wealthy beyond our wildest dreams. The only reason I haven't succeeded already is because I need someone resourceful, who can help me out a little. I have a few, minor, completely irrelevant inconveniences stopping me. But I have a feeling that with your help, my operation can really take off. What do you say? Are you interested in working with me? If you don't trust my word, you can ask Larry to vouch for me. I'm an honest man, just trying to make an honest living." Before Anakin could continue his spiel, an earth-shattering clap of thunder roared across the inn, and a flash of lightning struck. Chapter 473. Tribulation. Everyone in the room was greatly startled by the noise, Lex included, let alone the red-eyed Larry who had been reading the file Lex gave him. Abruptly everyone got up and ran to the window to see if they could identify what had caused the commotion. Even if they identified the sound as thunder, they couldn't be sure since too many unusual things happened at the inn. Lex was a step slower and allowed everyone to crowd the window in front of him, for in his mind he was already scanning the inn and investigating the cause. Something genuinely strange was happening, as the weather at the inn had escaped Lex's control for the first time. A dark cloud had formed over a remote area of the inn, and seemed to be going larger at a steady pace. Lex did not fail to notice that right underneath it was one of the more lavish abodes he had created. Among the types of accommodation the inn offered usually were the normal room, small house, large house, courtyard, and finally the small village. Although he imagined that anyone in retreat might want to do it alone, he did not leave the decision up to himself, and designed abodes to accommodate more people as well. The largest abodes he made were the size of a small village. The abode that had been subjected to the lightning strike was one such abode, and it was occupied by a devil who was currently breaking through from the nascent realm. The devil was not surprised by the lightning strike, and it had not prevented his breakthrough at all. Lex did even get an opportunity to wonder why this was happening when the familiar sound of a system notification rang in his ears. New quest. A guest is undergoing a realm breakthrough and is experiencing his first tribulation. As a universal establishment, the inn is a perfect location to undergo a tribulation for those searching for a safe environment. Add facilities to the inn centered around undergoing tribulations. I add a lightning tempering room, new room unlocked. Add a flame tempering room, new room unlocked. Create a tribulation room, new feature unlocked. Quest reward. Subject to performance. Lex was reading the notification, but as a result of new multitasking ability, he could easily focus on multiple things at the same time. This meant he could continue to hold a conversation with a person, giving them full and sufficient attention, without being distracted from his other task. Given that, he did not lose out on the opportunity to tease Anakin. Go ahead, tell me you're an honest man one more time, and let's see if lightning strikes again. Lex's casual remark cut through the tension in the room, and while Anakin was left with his mouth hung open, unsure of how to reply, the others looked at him with interest. His cavalier attitude indicated he knew what was going on. I don't know if he's honest, but he never lies, said Noman as he returned to his seat. It was Lex's calm attitude that made something click in his mind, allowing him to realize what was happening. Truthfully speaking, with his background, it was embarrassing that he wasn't the first to realize what was happening. What was that? Asked Anakin, wanting to divert the topic of conversation from himself. It's a lightning tribulation, Noman answered casually. It's rare to see one, actually. But I guess the aid to everyone cultivation brought by the star rank increase pushed whoever is going through it over the edge. Chances are, we'll see a lot more of them. What's a lightning tribulation? Anakin asked, returning to his seat. There was another flash of light during this time, but no sound this time. That was because Lex had added a sound insulation feature to every single abode at the inn. If more tribulations would come, the noise would make it impossible for anyone to go about peacefully. I don't know in too much detail, since it's not relevant to me yet. But basically, in all the realms after nascent, trying to break through to a higher realm causes a tribulation. Lightning and fire tribulations are the ones I know about, but I know that they're supposed to be more on higher levels. What those are, I have no idea, though I heard a rumor that some extinct races have become a part of the tribulations. What that means, I have no idea. If it's nothing to be alarmed about, can we focus on this? Larry said, holding out the file. He had recomposed himself by now, though anyone could tell he was holding himself back. Not waiting for anyone to ask, he briefly described everything he had read about how all wars and conflicts on Earth were games to a few people who were being held as prisoners on Earth. Other than Noman, who had never been to Earth, everyone was extremely shocked by what they heard. Even the cool and composed Raphael was having drastic mood swings, though he managed to keep his cool. Anakin wasn't too aggrieved personally, but even he realized that this was not a small matter. How did you even find out all of this? Raphael asked, looking at Lex. Lex, though, was not pressured by the attention and only smirked. I have reliable sources, though if you don't believe me, that's your right. Honestly, I wouldn't have shared this with you all to begin with if I didn't think this matter had something to do with whoever is hunting Larry. It has to be one of the prisoners, if not the same ones, causing all the problems. The question is, what can we do about this? Everyone turned to look at Noman, who only nodded and said nothing else. It seemed, Lex was telling the truth. There are a lot of things you may or may not know, so I'll speed you through it. Earth and the rest of the solar system are considered property of some people or organization. I'm not sure who. They've been using the fact that Earth lacks spiritual energy to use it as a prison. I tried to pass this information to them through the Council of New Order, but it seems to me like they haven't done anything to address the situation. As much as I want to just go to Earth and kill the people responsible, I don't know if we'll be able to handle the repercussions if the people who own Earth take offense. One possible solution I thought of was if we invited the Jotun Empire over to Earth. They seem to have an interest in expanding, and if they could do for Earth what they did for the Vegas planets, we'd be much better off. It's a good plan, said Raphael with a disappointed voice. But it won't work. As for how I know, I have sources of my own as well. Chapter 474, Room Design, What do you mean? Lex asked with a frown. He didn't want to take any drastic actions on Earth, nor did he want to be responsible for any of them doing anything drastic either. The reason he had shared this information was because he was sure he had a handle on things. Although killing a few prisoners on Earth was not hard, he did not want to find out how the organization that had been using Earth as a prison would react to such hostility. After all, even if he could retreat to the inn, not everyone could. An organization that had been capable of interstellar travel, and who had been using Earth as a prison should not be weak at all. Let alone, he did not forget that even Bastet and Falak, 2 demi-dollards, were prisoners on Earth as well. Things being handled peacefully or through negotiations was the best idea. I mean, the Jotun Empire will not interfere with anything on Earth. As for how or why I know this, I can't say. Memories from his past life flashed in his mind. Things had changed a lot when spiritual energy returned to Earth, and most of them were not in a good way. Once again everyone looked at Noman, who only shrugged. Lex took this opportunity to wear an irritated expression and ask, "Why do you all keep looking at him?" An awkward silence filled the room as everyone looked at Noman. Everyone here had shared secrets with one another, though Noman's was the only one everyone remembered. Still, that experience had built a bond of trust amongst them, and it did not feel right to just include Lex inside it without him sharing his secret as well. I did not expect this conversation to reach this point so quickly, said Anakin, who was once again wearing a sly smile. The inn has this little room called the Chamber of Secrets. Are you familiar with it, Lex? The question was a rhetorical one, for he did not expect Lex to actually know, and was once again about to enter his usual persuasive speech when Lex nodded firmly. Oh, yes, perfect then, that saves me from having to explain it to you, he said, the disappointment in his voice evident. Well, the point being, we all here have some personal matters we'd like to keep personal. There are certain things we'd like to keep that way, but if we can come to an agreement, we won't mind continuing this conversation inside the chamber. That way, everyone's secrets stay safe and we can move the conversation forward. Lex did not reply immediately, and continued to look at Anakin with a scrutinizing gaze. There was definitely more than met the eye about this group, and curiosity about their secrets had already occupied a corner of Lex's mind. This was also an excellent way to learn more about Soda, as well as Noman. The issue about Earth. Well, if that was a matter that could be resolved as well, then he had nothing to lose by joining them. Besides, he knew exactly what secret to share. All right, Lex said finally, and leaned back on his sofa. A silence filled the room as everyone waited. As it happened, one of the train stations happened to be near the point where the Chamber of Secrets was located, so all they had to do now was wait till then. Lex, however, was more occupied than he seemed as he was focused on his latest quest. Lightning Tempering Room, a room in which cultivators can temper their body, spirit or soul with varying levels of lightning. Disclaimer. Even the lowest level of lightning is meant for nascent level cultivators and can cause injuries or even death if not adequately prepared. Disclaimer. Due to limited system functionality, any upgrade to the Lightning Tempering Room will require the Innkeeper to manually provide new types of lightning before upgrade becomes available. Fire Tempering Room, a room in which cultivators can temper their body, spirit or soul with varying levels of fire. Disclaimer. Even the lowest level fire is meant for nascent level cultivators and can cause injuries or even death if not adequately prepared. Disclaimer. Due to limited system functionality, any upgrade to the Fire Tempering Room will require the Innkeeper to manually provide new types of fire before upgrade becomes available. Both the new tempering rooms were meant specifically for nascent realm cultivators, and cost a hefty 15,000 megapixels per hour to use. Lex decided to set the price at 20,000 megapixels per hour to use them, and would require the guest to have a prestige level of at least 2. The matter relating to upgrading them was something that would require his personal effort, but it was a matter for the future, since he would need to develop a deeper understanding of their limits before working on that. Instead, the remainder of his focus was on the third room. Tribulation room, a room guests can rent while undergoing tribulations. That one simple sentence was the entire description for this room, mainly because there was a new feature he had unlocked as well which he was supposed to use on the tribulation room. Room design using the various existing abilities and features of the inn, alongside available upgrades, the innkeeper can design a new kind of room to fulfill certain requirements for guests that the inn needs but is lacking. The newly designed room will become a part of the system and will operate based on the conditions set by the innkeeper. The expense and functionality of the room will be determined based on the used features. All upgrades to designed rooms will require the innkeeper to manually bring in required resources and outline additional features. This was one of the most amazing features Lex had received so far. To an extent, he was already doing this with various rooms and buildings that he created then retrofitted with formations. But when compared to rooms provided directly by the system, they had always been lacking. Now though, he could really take things a step further. Chapter 475. Watching children play. Although it did not seem like it, as Lex walked quietly with the group towards the Chamber of Secrets, he was actually doing multiple things at the same time. A part of him was paying attention to the ongoing lightning tribulation. The devil, to be entirely honest, he had started the tribulation with a convincing performance, but the longer it went on, the worse his condition became. Parts of his body were already charred and smoking, and he had given up his humanoid form to revert to his true devil form. Lex expected that the form would be quite gruesome, but it was far from the truth. While the large body with wings and horns and red skin looked mighty intimidating, it also looked regal and authoritative, not at all the vile, disgusting appearance Lex had been expecting. But whatever the case, if there was to be a fire tribulation following the lightning one, he did not know how the devil planned on surviving with its existing wounds. Another part of him was entirely focused on the new room design feature. It was incredible and versatile, but also tricky. Lex tried to create a training room with the additional qualities of the simple recovery room, which sped up the body's natural healing. He was only experimenting and wanted to see how it would turn out. Moreover, it wasn't a bad idea in case someone was training a technique that would constantly push them to the limit. Lex achieved what he wanted, but because he did not calibrate it properly, or take into consideration how the various features of the inn had or lacked synergy with one another, the room he created cost an incredible 34,000 megapixels per hour. At that point, the price of the room was far beyond the reach of the target audience, and it became impractical and pointless. But that was fine. After all, he was experimenting for the sake of learning how to use it, anyway. He would slowly work out how best to join the unique features of the inn together. The remainder of his focus had been on the simple task of devising a loophole to prevent the Chamber of Secrets from erasing his memory somehow. His leading strategy was to have Mary hear everything and inform him later on. Yet Mary herself did not think it would work. Like I told you, since the description of the chamber specifically said that not even the innkeeper would be able to spy on the secrets stored in there, it won't be so simple to work around it. There's a very high chance the system will block off my connection to you the moment you enter. That's ridiculous. Why would the system block you out? It's never done that before. It's a matter of integrity. Since the system itself focused on maintaining secrecy, then keeping the secret as a part of the inn's prestige. Let's just see. In the end, there was not much he could do if the system had accounted for loopholes. When the group arrived, they found the chamber deserted, as usual, and did not hesitate to enter. While Lex did not feel much of a change, besides the point that his connection to Mary, and his connection to the system, were put under restrictions, the rest of the group trembled once they entered. According to the agreement they had set, they would not recall any of the secrets they shared with one another, unless all relevant members were within the chamber at the same time. Larry and Soda had not revealed their secrets completely, but they had shared enough to gain the attention of the group. Even then, how could they have compared with the likes of Noman and Raphael? Noman, whose ability knew no limitations, could prove to be extremely valuable. Trusting the words of others was one of the most difficult things to do, but what if they had a perpetual truth detector besides them? How would anyone trick them? Then came Raphael. Although his experiences were limited to Earth, he had lived through the future and knew many of the incoming trials the planet would face. Anakin was suddenly reminded of the most important reason he had been trying to make so much money lately. He wanted to earn enough to use the prestige ability to escape Earth. He had only a few years before the first disaster struck. Lex noticed the odd behavior and hesitation the group showed and turned to look at them. Most of the group was looking at Raphael while the man in question was completely nonchalant and took a seat. Before we begin, Raphael said, looking at Lex, we need to establish an agreement first. Everyone here has shared something valuable with the group. It was not out of charity and no one was coerced into it. Everyone had something to gain, and so we shared our secrets with one another for mutual benefit. At the same time, the moment we leave the chamber, it withdraws information about each other's secrets from our minds, protecting everyone. He paused again as everyone sat. He could not say for others, but he at least had an agenda for cooperating with a group of such uniquely talented people. Too much had changed on Earth from his memories, but those changes were mostly a result of changes on the planet itself. The external threats it faced were still coming, and not only did he need to strengthen himself for that, he needed powerful allies. But being greedy for skilled people could also endanger the group that had already been composed. As such, it was his duty to ensure that the group was not needlessly endangered. You do not have to share your secrets if they are not related, but for us to trust you, you have to reveal relevant details, at least. Moreover, I'd like to know what exactly you want. Larry has spoken highly of you, and you have shown your worth, so if you're here to help out Larry, that's one thing. But if that's the case, the way I see it, you don't really need to know our secrets. Just the fact that Larry trusts us should be enough. Countless thoughts ran through the group's mind as they heard Raphael's question. Every one of them, except Noman, had plans of their own, so they didn't mind the fact that Raphael instinctively used them to build the group's authority. If Lex ended up joining them, it would start them out at an advantage. Lex, however, felt like laughing. Instead of feeling interrogated, it felt like he was watching children playing a game. What did he want? Everything they could offer, of course. He resisted the urge to crack his knuckles and smile. It was time to learn all their secrets. He was a busy man, he had others to scheme against as well. Outside the chamber, the devil that had been undergoing the tribulation died, unable to survive it. The ash his body turned into has not even fallen to the floor before another 2 tribulations began at the inn. The constant flashing of lightning made the inn seem like a disco. Chapter 476, The Brains of the Operation, What Do I Want? Lex asked in an amused tone. He had to be careful with his wording, for he couldn't say they had nothing he wanted, for that would be a lie. He thought that he could avoid it by asking them a question instead, for example, do you even have something I could want? Yet while technically it was a question, it insinuated that they had nothing he wanted. Since the meaning being communicated was false, no one would be able to detect it, so Lex's intuition quickly shut him down. This was not something he could get through with half-truths and hidden meanings. I want many things, but will you give them to me just because I want them? My priority right now is to help Larry, but at the same time, resolve this issue with Earth. Whoever has been using it as a prison couldn't care less about how the prisoners are literally using the people of the planet like characters in a video game. Originally, I was planning on getting the Empire to help deal with them in exchange for taking control of the planet, but according to you, that won't work. So, for now, what I want is to focus on is why the Empire is not a good solution for Earth. As for anything else I might want from you, well, why don't you tell me first what you can offer to begin with? He smiled and looked at Raphael as he waited for the man to contemplate what he said. He could tell that, despite the fact that he had spent most of his life in a coma, he was a lot more mature than the rest. Which meant that convincing him would be the most difficult part. Of course, that was only relatively speaking. To Lex, it was all too simple to throw him off his game. He carefully observed Raphael, and just as he saw a change in the man's eyes, indicating that he was about to speak, Lex looked away and turned to Noman. Every time I say something, the group looks to you for confirmation. If I had to guess, you can tell whether a person is lying. Or at least something along those lines. Am I right? Before he had a chance to respond, Lex looked at Soda. You confuse me the most. You were previously working with the assassin who was targeting Larry, but now you're hanging out with Larry. I guess Noman already confirmed that you're not still after Larry, or that you never had any negative intentions towards him, so everyone is okay with you sticking around. But why do you want to stick around in the first place, anyway? Don't you have anything you would rather do? I recall you saying you were forced to obey your master previously. Don't tell me you're doing something cliché like following Larry now because he defeated your master. Lex shook his head as if he said something completely impractical, but anything was possible when it came to systems. He then turned to Anakin. I don't even need to guess with you. You're a businessman, right? You're just in it to make money. I guess you find this group very profitable. Lastly, he looked back at Raphael, and this time, he spoke slowly and carefully. To be honest, I already know a lot about you. You spent the last dozen or so years asleep, right? It's a miracle that you're alive, let alone kicking and cultivating. I'm really genuinely curious about your sources for the Empire. They must be very impressive. Lex smiled as he waited for them to respond to his accusations. He had made sure to keep a friendly tone. He didn't want to sound too antagonizing so as to draw hostility. Yet at the same time, by having their capabilities belittled and being goaded by him, they would feel the urge to let him know he was wrong by showing off. He was counting on the pride and inexperience of youth to force them into action. After all, even though Raphael was in his late 30s, the amount of time he had been awake was around the same as the rest. Yet while the rest immediately reacted to what he said, especially Anakin, Raphael stayed perfectly calm. In fact, the way he looked at Lex subtly changed, as if he was analyzing him. I'll have you know I'm the brains of this operation, Anakin declared with a snort. If it weren't for me bringing everyone to the chamber, and persuading them, all of them would still be glaring at one another like teenagers in a feud. And if you really want to know what's so special about me, just sign the agreement and I'll tell you. A screen suddenly appeared in front of Lex, asking him if he agreed to the terms of the agreement. Basically, all it said was that once he left the chamber, he would forget all sensitive information about the rest. In the future, even if he returned to the chamber, he would not be able to recall it unless the relevant person was in the chamber with him. This was the agreement everyone had signed. Even with Noman, though they all remembered he could determine if a person was lying, they forgot the exact details of how it happened. Lex raised an eyebrow, and then accepted. This was going to happen, anyway. He also didn't doubt that the rest would share their secrets with him, eventually. The real reason he had goaded them was to get the spotlight off of him. It seemed to have worked, though Raphael was still observing him oddly intently. Ha, I'll have you know, I have a grandpa who appears in my dreams and teaches me to wield the power of the dark side. Anakin vanished from right in front of him. Lex was startled, because even the sight from his left eye did not reveal where he was. A golf cart, larger than normal ones, pulled up in front of the Midnight Manor, and 5 men disembarked. They remained silent and quickly fell into formation, with 1 leading and 4 following closely behind. Though they did not put their auras on display, whether it was humans, devils, beasts or other creatures, all could not help and turn to look at them. The man in the lead was too stunningly handsome, and the 4 behind him each moved with a charm solely of their own. Together, they bore the makings of a hugely successful boy band. Suddenly, one of the guests at the manor, a soldier from Ragnar's regiment, recognized the man in the lead and went completely pale and stiff. It was only complete instinct that made the soldier give his most rigid salute as he hoarsely yelled, "Emperor Jodin, Your Majesty." Chapter 477, Curse. The man who was addressed as Emperor only slightly nodded to the soldier and kept on walking. The 4 men behind him didn't slow their pace either, though one of them, a tall, young-looking man with dark hair and brown eyes, looked at the soldier for a brief moment. "Why did that soldier recognize me, William?" the Emperor asked casually using his spiritual sense. "Lieutenant Dan is a child from the Aragoni noble family. 3,000 years ago you met one of their ancestors at a formal event and took a photo with them. It is likely framed in their family home. Another likely reason is that he is from the regiment led by General Ragnar, someone from Seraphol's faction. Not only is Ragnar extremely loyal to the royal family, his growth record is phenomenal and he has shown excellent potential. Although he does not know it, his name has been entered into the potential candidates to marry into the royal family." Jodin merely nodded and kept on walking. Under the instructions of the Henley, he had arrived at the Midnight Inn to have a meeting with the innkeeper. Yet he was informed the innkeeper was currently occupied and they would have to wait. Jodin didn't mind. This seemed like an interesting place, with multiple tribulations happening at the same time. He could take this time to relax. He walked into the bar inside the Midnight Manor to find it mostly occupied by some group. The Emperor ordered a drink and sat in the corner to allow himself to relax. Yet before he could do so, he heard an interesting conversation. Truck-kun, a serial killer who can travel across multiple galaxies. Interest flickered in his eyes as he continued to listen. Lex continued to look at where Anakin had been when he disappeared, but found nothing. While he hadn't tested out finding him with his spirit sense, just the fact that Anakin could hide from his eyes either meant that he overestimated his eyes' capabilities, or that Anakin's abilities were more formidable than they appeared. Especially when one considered that he was just in the Chi training realm. Not bad, Lex commented, and looked to his left. Though Lex could not see him, his intuition was still working. If Anakin wanted to prank him, it would take a lot more than just that. Anakin was so startled when Lex looked at his invisible self directly in the eyes that his powers failed. The prankster quickly regained composure when he realized that he had become visible again, and returned to his seat as calmly as if nothing had happened. "You're right," Noman spoke as well as he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. "I can tell when someone is lying. I can even tell if what I'm reading is a lie, even if someone tells the truth, but in a deceptive way, so that the understanding I get is false, I can tell it's a lie. Moreover, my ability has nothing to do with cultivation level. I've never met someone, regardless of how weak or strong they were, who was able to lie to me successfully." "That's not true," Lex mimicked him in his mind in amusement. Still, he was observing him closely. That ability was very impressive, and if it was not limited by cultivation realms. Well, Lex was tempted to hire him as an employee of the inn right away. "Not that I'm doubting you or anything, but do you mind if I test it out?" Lex asked as he focused more closely at the waves being emitted from Noman. "Sure, go ahead. My name is Lex," he said, and observed if there was any reaction. Nothing unusual happened, and Noman didn't do anything either. "I am 27 years old, Lex said once again. He did not want to use obvious lies, and planned on mixing a few truths into his statements. Once or twice he might mention an absurd lie just to see if Noman himself identifying the lie made any difference on his ability, and what effect it had on those waves. As he suspected, from the moment he started speaking there was a disruption in the waves. From being colorless, they gained a red color which, then, was absorbed into Noman's body. The moment the color was completely absorbed, Noman whispered, "He's lying." Lex accepted the answer and was about to continue when something even stranger happened. Noman looked up at Lex and said aloud, "You're lying." Lex frowned, and said a few more lines. The pattern with Gnome repeating himself twice continued. Even the rest of the group began to notice that something unusual was going on, and the confused looks on their faces told Lex that this wasn't something they were aware of. "Do you mind if I try something?" Lex asked. "Go ahead," Noman answered confidently. No one had been able to disrupt his ability before and he was confident it would continue that way. Lex walked up to him and said, "I'm actually bald." The red-colored waves appeared once again, but this time Lex quickly moved his hand right above Noman's head, blocking the waves. Something absurd happened. The waves passed through Lex's hand, though he felt a strange resistance, but the red color remained behind. This time, Noman did not unconsciously whisper out that Lex was lying, but he did confidently look at Lex and declared his lie, completely ignoring the fact that identifying such an obvious lie should not have made him proud. But he did not get the reaction he was hoping for, as not only Lex, but the entire group was looking at him in a strange way. Lex tried a few more, less obvious lies and the same thing happened. Lex did not know what the red color was, or why he was able to interact with it, but he did make a deduction of what was happening to Noman. He looked at Anakin and asked, "Does he always whisper when someone lies near him?" "Yes," Anakin answered, at exactly the same time as Noman, who said, "No." Lex frowned for a moment while he considered the possibilities, before he made his way back to his seat. "Noman, before you came to the inn, was there any chance someone was targeting you? It may have been a subtle feeling you had, or maybe you saw some hints indicating it." "There was nothing subtle about it. There was a group of people trying to kidnap me. If I had not been delivered a golden key just in time, I would have been caught." "Why do you ask?" It's just as I thought," Lex said slowly. "Someone has put a curse on you. Every time your ability is used, you can't help but say it out loud. There might be other aspects to it as well. My guess is, they're using that to track you. If you had tried to hide anywhere other than the inn, they would have found you." Suddenly, everyone in the group had an abrupt realization. Noman wasn't an idiot or completely oblivious to his own actions, as they had assumed. Someone had cursed him. Chapter 478. So many secrets, a curse. Noman repeated, startled. The scariest thing was that he could tell Lex wasn't lying. Moreover, everyone's reaction told him that they believe him too. Well, to be specific, I don't know if it's a curse or a technique or something, but yes, someone has definitely done something to you. As for the tracking bit, that's purely my guess as well, but it makes sense. If I was kidnapping you, and came close enough to mark you, I would definitely leave some kind of tracker on you as well. Noman frowned but relaxed just as quickly. He leaned back into his chair comfortably and said, well, I wasn't planning on leaving the inn anytime soon, anyway. If they have the guts to try to kidnap me here, I say they should go for it. Lex was taken aback by Noman's cavalier attitude, but it seemed like whatever he said made sense. Since the curse was not harming him, and he was not planning on returning, there was no point in being worried. Besides, there was a very decent possibility that one day he'd be able to remove the curse on himself right from the inn. Lex shrugged and leaned back into his own chair. Regardless of the curse, Noman was worthy of keeping an eye on. The truth-only thing was tricky, but with his intuition always reminding him to be careful of what he said around Noman, there wasn't a chance he'd forget. The group was also taken aback by Noman's attitude, but it wasn't their place to comment. With Anakin and Noman starting to share already, there wasn't much point in holding back. But unfortunately, not everyone was as open as the other two. Knowing my secret is not really relevant to anything we're doing, Sota said calmly, but for the sake of building trust I'll share with you what I shared with the rest. For certain reasons, I had to obey Suzuki's every instruction, regardless of whether I wanted to or not. He took advantage of that to make me do many immoral acts for his own profit. I was more than happy to see him disposed of, and I did not hesitate to let them know that unless they fought him someplace he couldn't call me, he would force me to participate. If that were the case, their chances of success, let's just say they were really bad. What about why you're still hanging around? Lex asked, not worried that his excessive attention towards Sota would cause curiosity or suspicion. After all, the man was a former assassin. It would in fact be strange if Lex weren't wary at all. Not to sound too critical, but Raphael was not wrong to question my motives. I still don't understand yours, though. You have been freed of your master's control, so why are you still around? This time, even the cool and collected Raphael turned to look at Sota. With Noman present it was all but guaranteed that they could not lie, so while asking such a question was normally pointless, in the current situation it was a good way of ensuring no one was plotting against them. Sota did not seem perturbed by the questioning though, and responded calmly. I had intentions to make amends to those that I have wronged. Anakin suggested that he knew a way that would allow me to make up for my sins. Since I lacked any ideas of my own, I decided to stick around. Anakin nodded firmly, as if proud of his role in making Sota stay. Lex was unsatisfied with the answer, but he didn't press on. It seemed like he would have to take a more direct approach if he wished to get real answers. For now, that would have to wait. Before I share mine, said Raphael, once silence fell between the group and it was obvious that Lex had no more questions. Why don't you share the source of your information first? That way, when I explain my part, everyone will have a clearer picture of the situation. Lex looked at Raphael silently for a moment. Of the entire group, he was the one who gave Lex the most trouble. Even Noman's ability didn't put as much actual pressure on him. He did not at all behave like Lex expected. For a brief moment he wondered if someone had reincarnated in Raphael's body the way Mingjia had reincarnated in the mountain. But he dismissed the thought the moment it entered. If he started suspecting everyone he met of something so absurd, he himself would go insane. My source is fairly simple, Lex said lightly, as if it wasn't really such a big secret. Have you seen the Midnight News building? Well, if you've been inside you'd know that other than what they sell on the newsletter, you can also purchase additional information. This file is available there. Impossible, Raphael said, shaking his head. If news like this was being sold so openly, everyone would know about it. I haven't been to the news building, but I'm positive they wouldn't be selling such news. At least, it would not be so simple to get one's hands on it. Lex flashed Raphael an amused smile, and then eyed Noman. His meaning was clear. Noman had not mentioned he was lying, so clearly it meant it was the truth. Yet Lex did not mean to leave things at that. It was clear that everyone in the group had intentions of their own with the group. Anakin wanted to make money, Larry wanted revenge, and Raphael clearly wanted something too, though he didn't know what that was yet. Even Sota must have had some other ideas, he was sure of it. But amongst them all, Lex was perhaps the person with the most to gain. Not only did he want to hire them at the inn if they showed potential, he was about to use them to link his multiple identities together. Well, of course that's not the kind of stuff they sell to the public. That kind of news is only available to the inn's staff. Like me. Lex summoned his Clark Kent glasses and put them on. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Leo, and I run the Gamer's Den. Chapter 479, Showing Off. Let me introduce myself again, said Lex, wearing a casual smile. But it was not his usual handsome face that wore the smile. Instead, the face appeared slightly more mature, with deep-set eyes and a jawline sharp enough to cut through steel. His voice also changed, becoming slightly heavier and lower. The faint glimmer of amusement in his eyes and the teasing tone in his voice matched his new persona well. The face he wore looked like it was on the verge of causing mischief at any given moment, but at the same time, presented a trustworthy and reliable facade. He looked like the kind of person who would be forgiven even if he caused trouble all the time, just because everyone knew he never meant any harm. Yet even if he did mean harm, what could anyone do anyway? My name is Leo, and I run the Gamer's Den. From the distracted Larry, to reclining Noman, to the slouching Anakin, to even the ever-proper Raphael, everyone in the room suddenly sat up straight as goosebumps covered their bodies. With wide eyes and chaotic minds, they looked at the man who was now sitting amongst them and tried to wrap their head around the news they had absorbed. It was not just a matter of Lex actually being an inn employee, which was mind-blowing enough. No, instead the shock was because not only was he a worker of the inn, he was the mysterious employee who had seemed to pop out of nowhere. A single worker appearing or disappearing, amongst the numerous that worked in the various areas of the inn, should not have been worthy of any interest. In fact, besides a few prominent workers, such as Z, who made regular appearances at the arena, most people did not know any of the workers. So then why was the reaction to Leo so strong? And why was he described as mysterious? It was because no one had heard of him, or the few that knew him had seen him so long ago they forgot he even existed. Yet, one day, he suddenly popped up out of thin air, and as a foundation-level expert, single-handedly defeated over 300 nascent realm cultivators. This was not an insignificant accomplishment. In fact, Lex himself had no idea of the impact that single action had made. Earth alone was ruled by 5 nascents for decades. The entire planet and all its countries and armies were vassals of those 5 people. Yet Lex fought off over 300 of them at the same time. He did that while he was in the Foundation realm. Now, he sat amongst them, as a newly reached Golden Core level expert. Not a single one of them took Lex's strength lightly, from the extremely strong Larry to the system wielder Soda, to the much experienced Raphael. There were simply no words to elaborate the insanity of the achievement properly. The fact that Larry fought Suzuki for days before being able to kill him spoke of the difficulty involved in a fight at a higher level. Yet Lex had taken a few hours, if at that. Access to news like that is just one of the perks that the inn's employees get. You'll understand if I maintain my silence about some other details relating to the inn. What's more important is that you understand that the information I got was directly from the inn's sources. Some time ago, I had Marlowe deliver the file to Fernanda. I had hoped that whoever was really behind all this would treat this matter seriously. After all, according to what I know, they were very particular about civilian casualties in cultivator matters. But either there is a hold-up I'm not aware of, or they don't really care as much as I had expected for some reason, because no new action has been taken against the prisoners. At least as far as I know. This is not exactly an easy situation to investigate. Lex looked at the bewildered Larry and then at Raphael. He gave the fellow a teasing wink, but said nothing else. He had said his part, and now it was the other's turn to explain. Raphael took in a deep breath as countless thoughts ran through his mind. This Lex, or Leo, whoever he was, could be phenomenal help to his own cause in the future. A confident yet sly smile appeared on the man's face as he looked back at Lex. Well, your source is pretty good. I guess now it's time to tell you mine, he said, completely giving into Lex's incessant goading. He wanted to show off his own secrets as well. But regardless of how impressive his own secrets were, just by wanting to show off, a chink in his previously impenetrable armor appeared. He was finally playing according to Lex's tune instead of maintaining his composed state. After all, the mere thought of wanting to show off would end up causing him to reveal a lot more than he might originally have planned to. The more he revealed, the more leverage Lex would gain. Actually, my source is fairly straightforward as well. My own memories are my source. You see, I am from the future, and I have already lived a very long time on Earth. It was only at the moment of my death that I was able to use a special treasure to travel back into my own body, so many years into the past. The previously confident Lex was startled and nearly fell off his chair as he looked up at Raphael in shock. Then he turned to Noman, expecting him to whisper something. Yet when he didn't, he looked back at Raphael with eyes wide. Raphael didn't show it, but internally he was greatly satisfied by Lex's reaction, and continued to elaborate. Actually, it's not so impressive. The future has already drastically changed for the entire Earth just because of a few minor changes that happened. But some things will not change no matter what happens on Earth. I'm not sure if you're aware of this or not, but the solar system is in a region called the Dead Zone. Dead zones are regions of space which suffer from a severe lack of spiritual energy. Yet in a few years, the dead zone in which the solar system exists will spontaneously undergo a change, bringing back spiritual energy in a flood. While that seems like a good thing, there is a prisoner being held on Earth that is akin to a goddess, known as Bastet. Lex displayed an unusual expression at the mention of the name, but Raphael only assumed it was feedback at his news, further satisfying him secretly. With the return of spiritual energy, she will escape the prison. Such a thing is not really anyone's fault, but a few years later that will cause problems too. But, what's more relevant to your question of how I know the Empire won't act against whoever rules on Earth, comes next. With the return of spiritual energy, the Earth entered what everyone assumed would be a prosperous era. But that couldn't be farther from the truth. While Earthlings enjoyed the abundant spiritual energy, what no one knew was that there were a number of alien races that had been dormant for God only knows how long on numerous planets, moons and asteroids all across the dead zone. Raphael paused, and his previous smug appearance disappeared, replaced by a somber one. The first race we came across was called the Locusts, at least by the Earthlings. It was not because they looked like insects, which they did. No, it was because they came like a calamity, blotting out the horizon with their vast numbers. Starved for hundreds of millennia probably, they ate anything and everything that contained spiritual energy, leaving nothing in their wake. And when I say everything, I mean everything. One by one, they devoured the planets in the solar system, starting from the furthest out. He paused again, lost in memory for a few moments. That was the first time I experienced hopelessness. They came from all directions, with the sun as their target. Any planet that stood in their way was nothing more than food. If they had come from a single direction, maybe we could have made a stand with the Earth as a battlefield to block them. But no, from all directions, as well as up and below, they swarmed, blotting out the stars in the sky. Fortunately, no matter how powerful they could not cross the distance between the planets and the sun in a short time. That gave us just enough time, not only to wallow in our impending doom, but also to be saved. That was the first time I heard the name of the Jotun Empire, when their fleet suddenly appeared one day surrounding the planet, getting ready to eliminate the invading enemies. That was also when I learned that the Earth, for thousands of years already, had been the private property of some noble family in the Jotun Empire. Raphael looked back at the bewildered Leo, and took great pleasure in his surprised expression. How could he have known that while Leo had said not a single word, he had put on that entire display or surprise to entice Raphael to say more? In truth, Lex had long gotten used to encountering world-redefining things, so how could a little time travel take him by surprise? He also discovered another way to take advantage of Noman's ability and presence. Chapter 480, Uncertain Future. After a few moments of acting taken aback, Lex had recomposed himself. After all, overacting was a thing, so he couldn't act like he was surprised by everything. Or at least he had to pretend like he was trying to regain composure. A part of Raphael was disappointed to see him retreat behind his unreadable expression, but it was to be expected. I don't want to delve too deeply into the matter, but suffice to say, the Empire played a big role in how events progressed in the future. The battle was not an easy or a simple one, despite the advanced technology of the Empire, and lasted a few years. You may not be surprised to learn that many from Earth were conscripted into that war. We had the most to lose, after all. I don't know if the Empire couldn't send more forces our way, or just didn't think it was worth it. What I do know is that, after the war had been won, the Empire left much in the same manner they arrived, silently and without warning. They did not reform the planet, despite its severe mismanagement, the way they had done in the Vegas system. I suspect that had a lot to do with the nobles who owned the planet. But though the war was over, and the majority of the locusts had been killed, many had still survived. It was those remaining few locusts that became the bane of Earth's existence for the next few years, until, eventually, the next alien species that had been dormant finally revealed itself. Raphael closed his eyes and took a deep breath in. So many things happened back then, and since he was involved in all of them, he never really had the time or energy to think too deeply about them. So many things didn't make sense, and hinted at the fact that there were secrets hidden behind them. But even if he had realized those things back then, he was just a soldier caught up in endless battles. How was he supposed to have discovered those secrets anyway? He reopened his eyes and looked at Lex. So you see, the Empire will not interfere because Earth is already a part of the Empire. Moreover, I don't know how much of a role the owners of Earth play in allowing the prisoners to wreak havoc, but I definitely know that at least for a time, Earth will have to depend on them. So you want to just ignore whatever is happening on Earth for the sake of the future? Lex asked, his irritation evident in his voice. But he calmed down quickly without Raphael even having to give a response. Some people may argue that Lex had weak morals, but that was far from the truth. He was just not an idealist, and he could see how antagonizing these people might be worse than just letting them be. After all, even if he became much stronger very quickly, it would not be to the level where he could protect the entire solar system depending only on himself, let alone the fact that Raphael said that there were other issues that Earth faced. Alright, even if we avoid challenging them, for now, it does not solve Larry's problem. We can't just ignore the very real threat to his life. These are things I have no prior knowledge of from my last life. All I can say is, hope that whoever your target is not too important. Or at least he is someone whose death can be accepted. Let's hope, said Lex blandly. He had no intention of relying on his luck anymore, so that was a terrible idea, but he wasn't going to argue with Raphael needlessly over it. And then what about the various problems you saw in the future? I get not wanting to share that you know the future with anyone. After all, I can see how anyone you tell might want to target you because of it, and there's no guarantee that anyone would even help. But if you tell me what other problems you foresaw, we might be able to work out solutions to them. Raphael shook his head, as if it was pointless. Too much of the future has changed, and too much is too sensitive to change. I can't be sure what problems might still happen, and I'm not sure what problems might change or become worse if I share information about them. I'm making preparations of my own, and keeping a close eye on all events. As soon as I can confirm the situation is heading down the path I recall, I can react, or share the information with you. But if I give you warnings, there's a very decent chance something you might do to prevent the situation makes it worse. On this, all any of you can do is trust me. Lex remained silent, and looked the other people in the eye one by one. None of them seemed too surprised by what they heard. It seemed they had already had this conversation with Raphael before. Well, and for Noman it made sense since he had no affiliation to Earth at all. That brings us back to Larry's issue. Ignoring everything else, we still don't know who the actual perpetrator is. If we can bring the prisoners to the inn, we can easily discover the truth using Noman, said Anakin. Easier said than done. One of the reasons it's been so hard to check if there have been any changes with the prisoners is because they've stopped coming to the inn. Their golden keys must have been withdrawn at some point. Alright, so we somehow deliver the keys to them, wait for them to escape from their prison to the inn, and then use Anakin to discover who is the person targeting Larry. Once we know that, back on Earth, we can take care of them. Or, if they're stupid enough, we challenge them on the murder grounds. To deliver the keys, we will need to know the location of the prisoners. I'm sure that's not so easy to discover, said Larry as he looked around the room. Even if we discover the location, it is surely being guarded and it won't be so easy to overcome. Let's take things one step at a time, said Lex. I'll try to see if I can learn where the prisoners are being held, and if it's possible to get a golden key to them. If I can't find a good solution, we can brainstorm a few other ideas. In the meantime, Raphael, why don't you go ask your dad to meet Fernanda and have an upfront conversation? Having a direct source of what their stance is will be much better for us than guessing on our own. Who knows, maybe she'll even be open to some negotiations. You want my dad to confront Fernanda? You know how that'll probably go, right? Lex just shrugged and said, not really. I'm tempted to say that he'll just go and fight her, but Marlowe is a king and an extremely successful businessman. If he didn't know how to maneuver difficult situations, he wouldn't have had much success in either field. Raphael shook his head, but said nothing. Is there anything else? Lex asked, taking off his glasses. It would be bad if Leo was seen exiting the chamber with everyone while Lex had been the one to enter with them. Say, hypothetically speaking, one wanted to become an employee of the inn. How would one go about doing that? Anakin asked in a seemingly very casual manner. Lex smiled, but did not immediately reply. He looked at everyone sitting in the room in their eyes to try and gauge their interest. All of them seemed to be paying attention. You have to attract the inn's attention, in the right way. If the innkeeper sees potential in you, he might give you a platinum key which will allow you to take a test to see if you're worthy to work for the inn. You can try giving the mystery trial a go as well. Just to be clear, the trial won't get you hired, but there's a chance your performance might attract attention. I won't say any more than that. Learning potentially sensitive information might not be the best thing for you. No one asked any more questions about that, so it seemed like it was time for them to leave. Right before he got up, however, Lex looked at Raphael and said, "Since you're adamant about keeping the future hidden, I won't try to persuade you otherwise. But you should know, Bastet has already been a guest at the inn and, while I can't say for certain, I suspect she has already left the earth." Lex did not wait for Raphael to respond and just left. Raphael himself, though, was greatly startled, and even paled a bit. If Bastet had already left, that would seriously affect his plans for the future. After all, in his previous life, the treasure he got to travel back in time was something he got with her help. In this life, however, he seemed to possess it already inside his body. What was going on? Chapter 481. Nothing can possibly go wrong. Estonia, Earth. In Tallinn, the capital of the country, a man entered an inconspicuous house. From the outside it seemed to match every other house in the neighborhood, and in fact, the interior seemed ordinary as well. But the facade was broken when the man reached a particular storeroom and, in a practiced fashion, unlatched a trap door in the ground and began to descend into a hidden basement. He was not greeted by a dim hall or makeshift construction, but a brightly lit hall with remarkable ventilation considering its depth. The marble floors, the patterned wallpapers and beautiful paintings did not give the impression that the man had descended into a secret lair, but rather the lavish home of a rich man. Further down the corridor were a series of doors, but the one the man entered opened into a large laboratory that had numerous computers as well as testing equipment, as well a chair hooked up to a number of medical equipment. "How was it?" asked a middle-aged man who had already been present in the room, talking to a number of scientists. "The transaction went through without a hitch. I have the program, and he made sure to destroy all the equipment used to design this in front of me," replied the man as he produced an ordinary-looking USB. "Excellent. Begin testing immediately. Once we've run all the diagnostics, we can upload the program." With his orders given, everyone in the room began to work. Despite the secretive nature of the operation, nothing sinister was being done in this underground lab. The man giving the orders was called Adris, and was one of Will Bentham's partners in the Rose Society. Despite his advanced age, the man was stuck in the early stages of chi training. No matter how much money he had or spent, he was unable to speed up his cultivation. The matter became even worse when he discovered that his own kids shared his ineptitude in the way of cultivation. Even the appearance of the magical Midnight Inn did not seem to improve his situation much, though if he had participated in the star rating upgrade ceremony things might have been different. But he was not resigned to such a fate. As a highly educated man of means, he created his own solution instead of relying on others. Investing heavily in the medical and technological sectors for many years already, the man ultimately reached his end goal. As he sat down in the chair attached to numerous medical equipment, he couldn't help but feel excited. Soon he would be put to sleep, and when he woke up, his life would be completely different. Using the most advanced technology Earth had to offer, alongside the numerous advances inspired by alien technology, he had designed an implant that would be attached to his skull and linked to his brain. The implant would be run using the latest and greatest artificial intelligence on Earth, ChatGPT. The AI only had one directive, despite its advanced capabilities. It would run Adrus's cultivation technique for him all the time, maintaining peak efficiency, allowing Adrus to raise his cultivation quickly. This was completely a good thing, and couldn't possibly lead to anything bad at all. The moment Lex exited the Chamber of Secrets, his connection to the inn was fully restored, but at the same time he felt himself forget a lot of information. He remembered clearly what he had shared with the group, as well as the discussion about how they would all proceed next. Yet he forgot everything relating to whatever secret Anakin and Raphael had shared. Sota hadn't shared much to begin with, Larry hadn't shared at all. For Noman, he could clearly remember his ability to tell the truth, as well as the fact that he had discovered a curse on him. This was because Noman himself volunteered to allow them to remember this information. "Hey Lex, if you're free, why don't I introduce you to my girlfriend," said Larry, whose usual grin had returned. No one was better than him at masking his emotions, Lex included. "I have a few things I need to take care of," said Lex with an apologetic smile. "But I definitely want to meet her. How about we all meet up when you find that spiritual treasure for me?" "Sounds good," Larry said, and waved goodbye. Although Lex himself had forgotten many things, the rest had also forgotten about his identity as Leo. That did not, however, go against Lex's plan to drop a few hints about his identity all over. Any hints he had to drop had to be extremely subtle, as if he had been genuinely trying to hide his identity. After all, anyone who would try to investigate his identity at the inn would need considerable discretion as well as skill. Such people would also be very intelligent, and would detect obvious hints in a heartbeat. But if they had to work hard to discover a lead, they would not suspect that it had been planted, and instead would feel like they had outsmarted the target. "Lex, there are some guests here who want to meet you," told Mary as her hologram appeared beside Lex. "They can wait a bit, I have a few things I need to do," said Lex, before teleporting to his office. While there were many things he forgot, he remembered clearly that the Empire was no longer a suitable target for help. Regarding the matter on Earth, even if Lex found the fact that they had to give up on interfering with Earth acceptable, which he did not, there were other things that required his attention. While he had forgotten Raphael's secret, he clearly remembered the scale of importance he felt that his secret had. It was quite high, higher than Raphael, though, was Anakin. Due to his ostentatious personality and non-serious display, it was easy for people to underestimate him. But Lex had made too many mistakes to easily underestimate anyone. The fact that he seemed the most forgettable of the entire group made him the most dangerous and valuable, potentially. Lex opened up a diary and began taking notes. If he was going to analyze his entire interaction with the group to try and determine what their secrets were based on that, he would need to write down everything. Chapter 482. Recently deceased. Lex twirled a pen in between his fingers as he looked at the page filled with his notes. It hadn't taken him too long, an hour at most, to list everything he knew about them completely and try to analyze what secrets they hid. Larry's was pretty straightforward, especially since he had seen his fight in the murder grounds. Perhaps it was his affinity, or maybe his cultivation technique, or something else entirely, but it was obvious that it had something to do with metals. Using the clues that he had, as well as the nature of the universe to do absolutely absurd things, Lex concluded that Larry's entire body had either turned into metal or was in the process of it. He had complete control of the metal within his own body, as well as potentially complete control of great influence on external metals. He could heal his body using metals, and there was a huge possibility that he could also cultivate by absorbing metals as well. A single glance was all it took for Lex to locate the various metal extraction requests he was doing through the guild room. That information only reinforced all the guesses that Lex had about him. In fact, he further went out on a limb and guessed that the whole reason Larry was being hunted, and that his family had been targeted, had something to do with his metal-related abilities. It was very standard protagonist stuff, with extreme potential for growth. If Lex could provide him with a continuous supply of metals, he had the potential to become a great worker at the inn. Next was Noman. His utility need not be explained, and Lex valued him a lot as a potential worker. His curse was a potential risk and a threat, and would require Lex to do some research on it. With Raphael, Lex was unable to guess his secret, but Lex firmly concluded that his personality had already developed greatly, and that he was a man with a goal. It would not be easy to influence him unless it related to his goals, so regardless of how valuable his secret might be, he was not a good candidate as a worker. That left behind Anakin and Sota. Anakin seemed easy to approach, but he hid his true intentions deeply. Or at least that was Lex's conclusion. As a result, it was best to observe him some more before making a decision. Sota, on the other hand, was very straightforward despite his secrecy. Lex only needed to find a single way to penetrate his wall of secrets, and then everything that he was hiding would be displayed openly for Lex to see. He took a few more minutes to stare at the page while he devised a plan of action, before turning his attention back to his festival. More or less, things had been going well so far. Now it was time to plan for the series of events that would kick off at the start of the third week. Lex smiled as he pulled up the proposals brought forth by the planning division. There were 3 main things that would occur during the next few weeks, and 2 of them would require a major redesigning of the inn, even if it was temporary. The more he looked over the designs, the more Lex smiled. The latest proposals had even sought to include the endless shower of lightning tribulations at the inn into the next 2 events. It was bold, and Lex liked it. He began working to finalize all the changes and configure them so that they would automatically be initiated at the start of the third week. While these 2 events would cater to the common, or less adventurous guests, the third and final event was targeting those who had more of a taste for risk and reward. The minor realms that had been connecting to the inn had reached 337 in number, and there were still more that were being connected. While Lex could completely control the opening of the gates to the minor realms, as well as their locations, he could not look inside of them. As a result, he really had no idea of how dangerous or safe they were. But they were a part of the inn now, so it wasn't like he could ignore them either. The third event would include a hunt to first locate the entrances, which Lex would hide across the inn's landscape. Then, after signing a disclaimer stating that the inn was not responsible for any danger or harm that befell them if they chose to enter, the guests would be allowed to explore the minor realm freely. This way, not only did Lex get a great event that could entertain guests who weren't particularly interested in festivals, he could begin to gather information about those minor realms. Once he knew what those realms actually contained and the amount of danger they wrought, he could incorporate them into the inn regularly, and charge guests to enter and explore. That would happen after the event was over, of course. "Hey Lex," said Mary, who appeared beside him. "You remember that area you were planning on building for your spirit guests specifically?" "Yeah, I remember. I'm planning on focusing on it once the festival is over and I have free time. I want to research it properly before I establish it." "Why, well, I think you may want to establish it a little sooner," she said with a shrug. "Pretty much everyone who died trying to overcome tribulations is turning themselves into a spirit. We already have 12, and at the rate that things are going, I think that number will only increase." Lex was surprised at what he heard. He scanned the inn to see what he could find, and just as Mary said, found a total of 12 permanent spirit guests. What she had failed to mention was, 11 of those spirits had fit themselves inside a trench coat and some jeans. God only knew where they found those, and were walking around the inn pretending to be a normal man. Was this really the kind of behavior someone recently deceased should have? Chapter 483. Wait and watch. Lex observed the spirits in trench coats for a while, but when they did not seem to be doing anything suspicious, he let them be. He did, however, turn his attention to the lightning tribulations. After isolating the abodes, Lex had not paid much attention to the tribulation, for they never really struck anyone other than their main target. Even the massive spaceship did not seem to be an obstruction, as wherever the ship was an obstruction, the lightning clouds would just form under it. But it seemed like he could not just let them be. After all, since he was instructed to create a tribulation room, and it would become an eventual facility, he should get it done as quickly as possible so the maximum number of guests can benefit from it. It would be so convenient if he could just look up the information on tribulations on the Henley portal so that he could prepare for them, but unfortunately, no information showed up when he searched. He suspected this was, once again, something he would need to raise his permission or authority within the portal to search up. But all was not lost. Since he couldn't research it online, he instead paid the utmost attention to it in person. At the moment, 4 guests were undergoing the lightning tribulation. That was a ridiculously high number, and was a sight even the most prosperous of nations would never give birth to. Yet it had to be remembered that the inn had been flooded by devils in the millions, many of whom were at levels too high for Lex to even see. It was no surprise that many of them were undergoing such tribulations then, for the devils had sent anyone who could come under such short notice and was near someone with a golden key. This only benefited Lex, for he observed the tribulation from every possible angle from start to finish. He saw the formation of the lightning, gathering power within the cloud, to how it struck down and hit the target. He saw how various targets would deal with the lightning. Most devils let it fall onto their bodies, for their resilience was formidable. Others, however, had employed protective formations around themselves, or straight up tried to attack the lightning with their own attacks. Each tribulation was very long and took anywhere from a couple of hours to a whole day, depending on how successful it was. As such, Lex spent the next 30 hours carefully studying the tribulations. Perhaps it did not require so much time studying, but considering how success or failure would literally determine the life or death of his guests, he wanted to get things right. In the end, it was a good thing he'd paid attention for so long, because the fire tribulation, which was a lot less conspicuous than the lightning tribulation, would start a few hours after the lightning one ended. But any and all who underwent the fire tribulation never actually caught on fire, or interacted with flames in any visible way. Despite that, however, black smoke could be seen escaping the cultivators, orifices in their skin would often crack up. The unlucky ones who could not survive were often only left as a husk while their insides literally evaporated away with the smoke. It was disturbing, to say the least. He could not understand what exactly the fire tribulation involved, and so wasn't sure how to combat it. After all, while the lightning tribulation could be blocked using attacks or arrays, it didn't seem like the cultivators made much preparation for the fire one. During the time Lex was studying the tribulations, he also allowed a portion of his mind to check up on the rest of the inn. He finally got around to looking up who the guest was who wanted to meet with him. It did not take him long to figure out that the man in question was literally the emperor of the empire. Instead of feeling a rush to go and meet with him so that he wasn't left waiting, Lex instead decided to make him wait even longer. After all, he absolutely could not meet someone of his caliber if he didn't have his spirit sense in control. He also, accidentally, spied on Larry and discovered that his girlfriend was a Neko, meaning a cat human. Kinky, was all Lex was able to comment. Like this, Lex remained satisfied that he wasn't ignoring anything too important happening at the inn while he studied the tribulation. When he finally concluded his study, it was time to turn his attention to the room design. But, worried that he might not be able to use the feature effectively, he decided that his first official room would be for his spirit guests. After meditating for a short period to calm his mind and help him refocus, Lex began to work. On Main Street, there was a massive gray cathedral that could even be described as Gothic. The various gargoyles and demons displayed as statues all over the building built an ominous atmosphere, while the stained glass depicting angles made it look holy. It stood out from all the other buildings on Main Street, not only because of its appearance, but because of one other very special reason. Although there was no official facility attached to this building, as even when guests entered they would not be offered anything special or experience anything out of the ordinary, it needed nothing extra to attract guests. All the guests needed to know was that the giant wolf pup, which was commonly believed to be the innkeeper's pet, had made a home in the cathedral. While such a thing would normally attract many guests, currently only a flying whale was found inside. Little Blue had gained in cultivation as well due to the recent upgrade, but its breakthrough had been easy. Fenrir, on the other hand, seemed to be going through immense pain. Its once massive body had shrunk down so that it could fit perfectly into the black marble bowl in the center of the hall. His body was being bathed in the diluted divine energy of the hall, and bit by bit, it was replacing the spiritual energy in its body. The flying whale flew in circles around it as it tried to suppress its anxiety. If only the turtle was here to look at the pup, but it was also locked in cultivation. All it could do now was wait and watch. Chapter 484. Two new room spirits were beings that were extremely sensitive to any kind of energy fluctuation, mostly because they could interact with energy directly with their souls. This was very crucial information to keep in mind when designing a room for them. But the question was, how was Lex supposed to actually use it? The first thing he did was use the feature of the meditation room to gather spiritual energy and multiplied its effectiveness. But was just raising the concentration of energy enough? That was unlikely, or else spirits would all just congregate in areas of high energy concentration. No, there had to be something more. Something soothing, something warm and comfortable, something like a hot tub. Lex then used the hot tub room and turned the entire room meant for spirits into a hot tub. But instead of water, the tub was instead filled with extremely concentrated spiritual energy. Considering the fact that the inn was now in a 2.5-star ranked realm, that was the easy part. Not only had the ambient spiritual energy increased, it had become cleaner and purer as well. He couldn't really think of any other features to add to the room, for now, as every further addition would need to be extremely important. That's because the more complicated he made a room, the more expensive it would be to use, as well as to create. That was because, unlike previous rooms, which were completely calibrated by the system, these would require him to calibrate himself. While he had a theory for how the two features of the room were supposed to work together, he had to make sure they operated according to his theory, which was a delicate process. Furthermore, there were a few different configurations he could reach for the room balance, but some might cost more than others, so he had to be sure. Ultimately, he ended up creating a room he was satisfied with, though it was somewhat expensive. The room cost 860 megapixels a day and literally was just a hot tub of energy, so Lex decided to charge 1000 MP a day for a profit of 140 megapixels. He placed the room in the village and then had the system send all the spirits a message about the room to notify them. There was one massive flaw in this plan, which was that spirits would have already expended all their wealth to turn into spirits. Lex had no solution for that. It wasn't even as if the 860 megapixels was a single-time expense which could be shared by all the spirits. That just covered the energy expense for one spirit to be in the room. Were that not the case, Lex even thought about just having the room running for the spirits at all times, but if he had to pay for each individual spirit, it would quickly become infeasible for him. But whether the spirits used the room or not, Lex was satisfied with the results, so he turned his attention to the tribulation room. He already knew what features he wanted to add after 30 hours of study. The real trial would be calibrating the room to work as expected. He didn't even care about the costs this time, and would only consider lowering them if everything else already worked as he intended. The first feature Lex added was a dampening formation. That was a kind of defensive formation that was available for the inn to use. It would not block any attacks from entering it, but it would absorb a great deal of energy from anything that crossed the boundary of the formation as fuel to keep itself running. Forcefully absorbing energy, ironically, used up a lot of energy, so the formation would never have a surplus of energy. The benefit of this formation over one that would attempt to block the attack directly was that this one would stay in effect as long as the tribulation lasted. Otherwise, if it directly started blocking the lightning, it might last a few hits, but then would eventually break. Moreover, Lex was unsure if the lightning carried any beneficial effects, which is why he didn't dare to block it outright. The second feature he added was the effect of the meditation room, which helped the user concentrate and focus more easily. The third feature was that of the recovery room, which accelerated the natural healing of the user, allowing the cultivator to start healing even as he was being injured. The final feature he added was one he wasn't exactly sure would be beneficial, but he added it anyway. It was a chilling formation which had to be manually activated. Once it became active, it would rapidly cool down the room to an extreme amount. He was not sure how else to help combat the fire tribulation, for he wasn't able to get an in-depth read of it. He hoped the drop in temperature would be able to provide some kind of relief. There were only 4 features, but balancing them out and making sure they worked together was far from a simple ordeal. The real issue was that each feature worked in a certain way. The way the system created an environment that boosted concentration might clash with the way the system promoted self-healing. When these two features, which were supposed to exist together, clashed against one another, the simplest way the system resolved it was to brute force it, which would result in an explosion in the price of the room's function. Lex's part came in when he could reduce or increase the activity of each feature, hoping to create a balance where they don't necessarily clash with one another. It was manageably complicated with 2 features, but with 4 it was a massive headache. It took Lex another 12 hours of working with full concentration to get the room working, and reduce the price as much as possible. Still, the room cost 74,000 megapixels a day to use. Lex rounded it off to 100,000 megapixels and sent out the notification. Besides the MP cost, a cultivator would need to have prestige level 3 to use it, though for the duration of this festival, that requirement had been waived. Now, it was time to see if it was actually helpful or not to begin with. But first, he needed sleep. Just in case, however, he told Mary to wake him up if anything went wrong with the tribulation rooms. Chapter 485. Vacation. When Lex woke up on his own, completely well-rested and refreshed, the first feeling he had was of relief that no problems had occurred. It wasn't as if he was suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, but actually yes, that's exactly what was happening. He stretched in bed, producing several cracks from his various joints. His body no longer did that naturally, as there was no need, but due to his increased control over his body, he could do it anyway. There was just something so satisfying about it. He spent a couple more minutes in bed, allowing his brain and body to relax a little. Even if nothing was wrong, the moment he stepped out from the comfort of his bed, he would be inundated with work and would have no time for rest. But the peace eventually had to end. Besides, it wasn't as if he dreaded all the work he did at the inn. It was quite enjoyable, in fact. How long was I out? Lex asked Mary as he finally let his feet fall out of the bed and slip into his bathroom slippers. Considering that he had worked continuously for over 2 days without rest, and had been allowed to sleep till he naturally woke up, he expected that he had logged in quite a few hours. Just over 3 hours, Mary replied, appearing in front of him. This time she was dressed as an astronaut, with her visor open, showing her little face. Lex froze. 3 hours. Wasn't that too little? But he was feeling so refreshed. How could it be? Lex shook his head and just accepted the fact that with his advancing cultivation, his need for sleep would be greatly diminished. You received a hologram message from your friend, Larry. Do you want me to play it? Sure, said Lex as he walked into the bathroom to take a shower. The message was merely him providing an update, letting Lex know that his treasure would arrive the following day. How are the tribulation rooms performing? Lex asked from within the shower. For some reason, he was feeling a little lazy today. He didn't feel like working so much. He just wanted to enjoy the inn, so he decided to push back any less important plans for the day. Not bad at all. Every single person about to undergo a tribulation is using them. It's still too early to tell how effective it is, but it seems to be well received by the guests. Makes sense, was all he said. He had not received the quest reward yet, which probably meant it would wait till one or a few guests used the tribulation room to determine its effectiveness before rewarding him. After all, since the reward was based on his performance, the effectiveness of the room had to be determined first. After a nice, warm shower, Lex checked his closet for some of his old clothes. It had been a long time since he wore anything that he hadn't bought from the system, but since he decided to relax today, he wanted to wear some of his own clothes. His attire wasn't phenomenal, but there was just a level of comfort a man's favorite pair of jeans delivered that even more comfortable clothes just could not. Instead of a usual t-shirt, he went into vacation mode by putting on a Hawaiian shirt, with large floral patterns. All dressed, he teleported out of his room as himself, and in the garden behind the Midnight Manor. It did not matter to Lex that the Emperor was in the vicinity. What did he, Lex, have to do with the fact that the Emperor wanted to meet the Innkeeper? He sat down on one of the free lawn chairs and ordered an entire buffet's worth of food. That would serve well as his appetizer. After all, with his new cultivation, the rate at which his body digested food was phenomenal. Moreover, he had to make up for quite a few missed meals. It was a sad fact that since Lex was so busy, and his body did not develop any sensation of hunger, Lex had completely forgotten to eat multiple meals. It was likely he would do more of the same in the future. But, for now, he would feast. Lex closed his eyes and lost himself in the sensation of the warm sunshine falling on his skin. He felt the wind blow through his hair. A few other guests were sitting nearby, though they had employed sound-isolating formation bubbles so the sound of their conversations didn't carry over. Instead, it was the sound of moving animals that Lex heard. A gray cat came up and started rubbing against Lex's foot. That was strange. Lex remembered bringing in various animals, but did he bring in cats? Lex didn't think about it for long, for the workers started bringing out the food and laying it on a table in front of him. Hey, you mind if I join you? Asked the cat with gleaming eyes when it saw the food. Lex looked at the cat and was about to scan it, but decided not to. He was on vacation. He would act like any normal guest. Besides, the cat sounded like a small child. Sure, drag a seat, said Lex, already cutting through a plate of sausages. Excitedly, the cat transformed into what looked like a young boy of maybe 4 or 5 years old, and quickly dragged a lawn chair. He climbed up, with some difficulty, and turned around only to realize the table was too high for him on that seat. Lex chuckled and asked one of the workers to bring a high chair for the kid. Lex noticed that even in this form, the kid had cat ears and a tail. Was he a Neko? He had to be, right? Lex didn't think about it much and instead looked at his watch. It was less than a minute until noon. Hey kid, want to see something cool? Lex asked in between bites. The kid only nodded, though his eyes never left his plate of nuggets. Look up, Lex said, just as the clock hit 12. Just as the child looked up, the third week of the festival officially began. Fireworks lit up in the sky, though they were severely outmatched by the flashing lightning nearby, and buildings began to appear. The Midnight Inn had thousands of acres of land, though most of it was undeveloped and was covered in various plants. Now though, for this specific period, that would change, as various roller coasters and slides and rides began to appear in the entire undeveloped areas of the inn. Moreover, in between the sprawling amusement park that was beginning to appear, was a racing track that was also spread out across the inn. The next part of the festival was all about theme parks and golf cart racing. Lex smiled at the magnificent sight, though the smile didn't last long. He had to eat, after all. He couldn't waste time grinning when he could be chewing. Chapter 486. I believe I can fly. The kid completely missed the dramatic revelation that Lex timed, for his eyes never left his plate. Lex only shook his head and continued to eat as well. Planning this portion of the festival had been harder than Lex had imagined. The idea of theme parks was great, and Lex could easily come up with various ideas that the system would allow him to implement, which would have been too hard to do normally. But the issue was that while all the ideas Lex had would be great fun and excitement for mortals, they would lack the element of thrill for cultivators. Moreover, the greater the cultivation realm, the lesser the excitement would be. Of course, such a situation only lasted a short while. Not only did he task the planning division to look into if there were any amusement parks or the like for cultivators, he himself had spent some time on the Henley portal doing some research. As it turned out, the solution was simpler than expected. All he needed to do was throw money at the problem and watch it solve itself. Or, well, in his case, throw MP at the problem. While a majority of the rides were for everyone, some rides would require the rider to be of a certain cultivation level at least. This was because, alongside the usual pattern that rides followed, various formations could be added to the rides for added effect. Moreover, since these were temporary formations accessed through the event panel that had nothing to do with offense or defense, there was a much greater variety. Illusion formation, formations designed to disrupt a sense of direction, formations that increased the sensation of fear or excitement, formations that could slow or speed up the perception of time, and many more formations were used throughout the theme parks to make the rides as diverse and entertaining as possible. Moreover, the idea of using formations made it so that the rides for mortals became more unique as well. As if that was not enough, there was also the race course. There was one massive race track that spanned the entire inn, as well as a few smaller ones here and there. Of course, simple race tracks would be boring, so the tracks were not only bizarre, they were full of unexpected traps, treasures, hidden shortcuts, and dead ends. Individual races and smaller tournaments would begin as early as today, but a main racing event was also planned that would only begin a week later. To even enter the main racing event, the participant would have to first win one of the individual races or tournaments. This way, when the main race began, most of the drivers would already be well known and have a following. As for the vehicles used in the race, they were, of course, golf carts. Some who were familiar with traditional golf carts might complain that golf carts were too slow for a racing tournament. They were not wrong, but there was nothing normal about this race to begin with. One of the reasons the participants were required to win a race first was so that they would become familiar with the technicalities of the race, for Lex had drawn a lot of inspiration from one of his favorite racing game, Mario Kart. In the distance, Lex could already hear the sound of the race commentator that Lex had hired. While he had originally planned to delegate this job to one of his workers, while he was planning the event, he came across a guest who seemed perfect for the job. Since Lex didn't want to go through the hassle of having him go through a proper text and actually hiring him, Lex just hired him as a temporary worker. The commentator was named Arai, and the vigor and charisma in his voice would no doubt excite all the countless viewers the races would gather. "Hey kid, do you have any parents or guardians with you?" Lex asked as he looked at him from the side of his eyes. Soon, the lavish meal would end and Lex was planning on going to the theme park to take in a guest's experience. He wouldn't feel right about just leaving the kid alone though, which is why he was asking. "Yeah, I do," he replied, pausing eating just long enough to get those words out. "Well, where are they?" "They told me to go scam a sucker while they cultivate," the kid responded, not even taking a second to think about what he was saying. Lex suddenly regretted asking in the first place. When he finally finished his meal, he looked at the kid again, who was still busy munching, and shook his head. Informing a worker to keep an eye on the kid and let him know if anything was wrong, Lex left towards the nearest theme park. "Hey Mary, I know he didn't request it, but let Gerard know he can take time off to participate in the races," said Lex just as he walked up to his first ride. It was simple enough as it was a merry-go-round. Except that the speed of the ride would slowly and steadily continue to increase until, eventually, it launched the rider alongside his seat into the air. Of course, the ride was supported by the system and the landing location was guaranteed. This was just a festival version of a train or taxi. Why waste time walking from one place to another when the commute itself can be a part of the ride? That was the philosophy he planned this ride with, alongside many others. Grabbing some cotton candy on a stick, Lex got on the ride and strapped himself in. He could not suppress his smile when he saw all the other excited guests get in as well, though many of them were also actually quite nervous. "Hey," Lex called out to one of the riders sitting near him, a young girl who looked both excited and scared. When she looked over, Lex asked, "Do you believe you can fly?" She was confused for a moment, until something clicked in her mind and she responded, "No, but I'm definitely going to touch the sky today." Oh, that reminded Lex. Silently, he gave instructions and had Captain Cirque raise the hovering height of the ship. Theoretically it was too high for any guest to reach it with any of the rides, but Lex didn't want to take chances. Chapter 487. So beautiful. The sensation of being launched out of a speeding carousel was much more enjoyable than Lex expected. Of course, that was primarily because the pressure generated from the spinning carousel didn't affect Lex at all, and secondly because he wasn't wearing anything like a skirt. Too caught up in the novelty of the experience, though, Lex completely forgot about his cotton candy until it was about to fly away. Fortunately, he used his spirit sense out of instinct and caught the fluffy treat right in the air beside him. His spirit sense firmly locked onto it, and kept it close to Lex regardless of where he went. Strangely, he found that in the matter concerning his cotton candy, he could maintain perfect control of his spirit sense. Maybe instead of a spiritual treasure, he should just get more of that. Once Lex was launched in the air, he only had a couple dozen seconds to soar through the sky before he landed comfortably. He tested out trying to get off his mount, just to see if he could deviate from the flight pattern of the ride. But he was held firmly to his seat with straps, and the ride did not deviate from the intended path. After all, flying freely through the air was just an illusion, for in truth, the ride had a fixed path. Feeling pretty good after his first ride, Lex did not wait and quickly got on another. This one was a roller coaster with a minimum requirement of golden core cultivators to ride. So then the question was, how was it different from normal roller coasters? Well, first of all, instead of sitting, you were only wearing a few straps that would take you forward face first. As if that wasn't enough, the speed of the ride, the intensity of the turns, the drops and the rise were all beyond what a normal being could tolerate. Moreover, using various illusion formations, it seemed more than once the ride seemed like it was about to crash, or had broken down in the middle, or ended in the lair of a dangerous monster. Psychological excitement melded extremely well with the physical strain the rider underwent, creating a thrilling ride, even for cultivators. Moreover, this was just one of the strategies they had employed. There were so many more. Planet Orange Bastion, Pendle System. An unusual-looking spaceship approached the planet and landed in a landing zone amidst a mountain range. The signature orange soil of the planet had made its way even here, high up on these rocky peaks, giving the snow a shade of something that had spoiled. The cold air felt harsh to breathe in, and the wind carried with it a cold bite that could pierce the skin and freeze the blood vessels beneath. None of the inhabitants seemed to care, or rather, they were not given the luxury to care. Chained beasts of different species walked around, doing menial labor. A small group waited by the ship, and when it finally opened, it revealed hundreds of other creatures, similarly bound. There were even some humans amongst them, and they were similarly naked and chained. The air was filled with the sounds of whips, shouting and screaming as the group began to move out from the ship, though no one looked at them even twice. A creature flew out of the ship from another exit and moved towards a nearby building, ignoring everything happening on the ground. The creature was 3 feet (0.9 meters) tall and had 4, extremely short, thin arms and 2 equally sized legs. It had 4 thin, nearly transparent wings on its back. It had 4 eyes, 2 in front and 2 in the back, and 2 mouths, once again 1 in the front and 1 at the back. Once inside the massive building, the creature made its way to a special chamber, where another creature of the same species was comfortably sitting in what looked like a pool of blood. Inform the sect leader, I've brought back valuable treasure, the creature said in a hissing voice, both its mouths speaking in unison. Treasure? Weren't you sent out to catch slaves? The creature sitting in blood asked, jealousy evident in its voice. Indeed, I was, the first creature said, pride oozing from every fiber of its being. But I found treasure as well. Now hurry, go inform the sect master. Someone at your station need not worry about details that are above you. The creature squirmed in anger and hatred, but left silently. The first creature derived great pleasure from seeing the other suffer. They were not enemies. In fact, the creature had never seen the other before. But as a Diplo, the creature had sadism imbued into its very being. The creature unceremoniously sat in the pool of blood that the other had left behind, and waited patiently for the sect master, fiddling with a small leather bag hanging across its chest. When the sect master finally arrived, a Diplo of even smaller size, not even reaching 2 feet, he also took a seat within the pool. This better be worth it, or you'll be joining the slaves, the sect master said, its voice cold and arrogant. The first Diplo did not waste any time and quickly took out all the items from its pouch. All of them were shiny, and all of them had auras of dense spiritual energy. The sect leader checked them one by one with great interest, by biting each one. Most of the items crumpled under his massive jaw strength while a few survived. One particular golden key, however, broke entirely and teleported the 2 Diplos away. They immediately became wary of their surroundings, but they were taken aback when they actually saw what surrounded them. Metallic contraptions filled the air with thousands if not hundreds of thousands of slaves strapped or held in, being flung around and tortured in the most spectacular way. The promised Holy Land, the sect leader whispered as he saw a few slaves just being randomly catapulted into the air. They were not even using the slaves for work, they were just torturing them for no reason. It was so beautiful, it brought tears to his eyes. Chapter 488. A Holy Land. The Diplo was not a very prevalent species in the Origin realm, but that surprised no one. Their short stature, weak bodies and general ineptitude in cultivation put them on the low end of almost every food chain that existed. Though they were an intelligent species, their generally disgusting appearance did not earn them any favors with most other intelligent species, leaving them to live an unfortunate existence. At Orange Bastion, though, something unusual happened. The planet used to be like any other that could support life, and was ruled by a naturally powerful predatory species. Eventually it was colonized, and other intelligent species started living there, though the Diplo did not receive favorable treatment despite being natives of the planet. All that changed, however, when an evil sect was created. Through means that were still unknown even to most of the Diplo themselves, the first sect master gained the inheritance of an evil cultivator that gained strength through the blood of other beings. The stronger the being whose blood they absorbed, the greater the boost in their strength would be. Using that inheritance, which the sect spread amongst all Diplos, the previously irrelevant race waged war on the entire planet, eventually succeeding in taking control. It was unknown if it was a side effect of the evil cultivation technique, or if it was just a suppressed trait of Diplos themselves, but once they gained power, all of them were revealed to be extremely sadistic. They took great pleasure in torturing and agonizing others, especially if the other race was perceived to be stronger than the Diplos themselves. As such, the sect master and the Diplo who had discovered the key in the first place were in complete awe of the amusement park. From children to adults, screams could be heard echoing far and wide within the strange metallic jungle. What was absolutely strange was that the slaves, who were being tortured, would voluntarily get into the torture devices themselves. The sect master suddenly felt so small, not in size, but in his outlook of the world. This place was built by an absolute master, and the sect master was determined to steal all these designs and implement them back on his planet. Excitement filled his eyes as he began to wander the ground, his personal hologram appearing to inform him about this place and what was going on. A few minutes after the Diplos disappeared, members of 2 other sects appeared, though this time they appeared from a golden door rather than a golden key. They were humans, and the members from each sect could be easily be distinguished based on how they were dressed. The first group was dressed from head to toe in heavy armor, with a massive shield that covered half the length of their bodies in their left hand, and a single, long, straight sword in their right. The second group was dressed in simple Taoist robes, and had a relatively shorter sword flying right beside them. The 2 groups appeared ready for combat, and looked around at their new surroundings warily as they absorbed everything. The appearance of this specific group was a big deal, not because of who they were, but because of how far they had come from. So far, the reach of the inn had stayed within a certain region. Even when connecting planets from different galaxies, the galaxies were relatively nearby. But this group in particular had come from so far away the Jotun Empire held no sway in their territories, though they were familiar with the Empire due to the Henley portal. The reason they could appear here was the Golden Door. Since Lex gained the upgrade Inter-Realm Broadcast, the Golden Door had gained the ability to not only spawn on planets that the inn was connected to, but anywhere in any realm that the inn was connected to. Paladin Lovies, what do you make of this place? Asked one of the Taoists. Though they followed different cultivation paths, the Taoists and Paladins were fast allies, and often worked together. It helped a lot that the Paladins were a righteous force, sworn to protect the innocent and fight tyrants. It is the noble, holy land of our people, the Paladin Lovies said, removing his helmet. He needed to gaze upon the sight before him with his eyes unobstructed. The Paladins had a different cultivation system, focused on tempering their will and using it to manipulate holy energy. In this place, it was as if it was designed to temper the will of warriors under the most rigorous of circumstances. Look, how they temper even their children to face unavoidable death, he said, pointing to a particular roller coaster. Due to how the ride was shaped, it seemed to the riders that they would slam into a wall, right before the coaster dove into a hidden, completely dark cave with great speed. If we learn from the architect of this great training ground, we can bolster our forces. Within a few generations, we can turn the tide of war. Look at the rain of lightning, said a Taoist, pointing in the distance. It truly is a holy land. Cultivators come here to face death and overcome it. We will need reinforcements if we are to explore this entire place, said the Paladin, just in time for his hologram to appear and begin telling him about the Midnight Inn. The two groups began walking together as they learned of the wonders of the inn. Only a few minutes later, through yet another golden door, another group appeared, though this time they were not human. Instead, they were elves. More specifically, they were elvish outcasts who had been shunned from their communities for reveling in technology rather than nature. A holy land, one of them exclaimed as they looked out into the endless forest of amusement park rides in the massive spaceship up above. We have found our home, said another one, wiping tears from her eyes. Our prayers have been answered. The group also left, under the guidance of their hologram, but the cycle of new guests continuing to appear continued. Slowly and steadily, the crowd at the inn started becoming more and more diverse. Chapter 489. Reaving Dread. Hey, look at this, said a finely dressed man, perusing through some names in a book. This is quite interesting. I signed my name down, yet I'm so far down the list. The man's four companions made their way to what was revealed to be the guest registry. What is it? Asked Jotun, leader of the Jotun Empire. It had been too long since he'd last taken a vacation, so he'd basically spent the last few days drinking non-stop, though, of course, he could not get drunk. He also sent a missive back home to have the golden keys delivered to his favorite wife. Even if he had learned nothing else about the inn, its ability to teleport people from anywhere was phenomenal. He finally had a way to spend time with his family. There were tactical benefits to this place as well, he knew, but he could not be bothered to worry about them. He had people who made plans according to his desires, so they would see to the gritty details. It's called a guest registry, said the man who had signed his name, Nisar Butt. When you sign your name, it ranks you according to the achievements in your life. The top 1,000 get rewards, and the higher the rank, the better the reward. I signed up, but barely made it to the top 80s. Nisar's statement might have sounded simple, but only someone who knew him would understand the weight that it carried. Not only was Nisar one of the founders of the top 3 families in the Jotun Empire, he was a businessman whose influence spanned multiple galaxies. His individual wealth, in the entire empire, could only be surpassed by the empire itself. He also had the strength to be able to afford such wealth, yet he was only in the top 80s. The rest of the group was intrigued and similarly signed their names. The names of the other 3 ranked similarly, with 2 of them not even making the top 100, while Jotun himself earned the rank 10. While the ranking seemed unbelievable, especially since each person's achievements weren't listed, they had no one to argue with. So they looked at the other names in the top 10. 7 of the top 10 were devils, all of which were well known. 1 was Jotun, 1 was from the Deathsorn family, and the top 1 was Lex. They had no way of knowing which race the Deathsorn, who was ranked 5, was, for the Deathsorn family was unusual. They were not a family bound by blood, but by their creed, and as such, included many different races. But even if they did not know who Aslan Deathsorn was, they at least understood his background. Instead, it was the top person, Lex Williams, who was completely unknown. This really is interesting, Joden said, though not because he cared whose names were above him. He could feel the various anchors the book gave him, and he immediately began to comprehend their value. But his attention on the registry did not last long. He did not reach his level by coveting the prizes of others, and so he did not care who were the people above him. He would take whatever rewards he had gotten, for they were free and unexpected, and continue to focus on his very important task of relaxing until the Innkeeper showed up. The rest, though, kept their eyes locked on the top 100. These were names worth knowing, and one of them, which was currently standing on 99, was actually a guest whose name they had heard of. Marlowe. One of them muttered. He was a human, and he was in the top 100, which meant they should find the time to introduce themselves. Lex had spent a few hours enjoying himself at the theme park before he decided to return to his duties. Amongst the very many minor things he needed to oversee, the first and most important was to meet with the replacement the Griffin had summoned. Lex did not appear in person, and instead used his remote presence ability to appear in front of the figure surrounded by black fog, and scanned him. Name, Shroud age, 67,000 sex, none cultivation details. Too high for host to detect species, abyssal fog midnight in prestige level, 1 remarks, silent and deadly, so you won't want to know where it came from. How is the Griffin doing? The Innkeeper asked, his voice devoid of any dissatisfaction. I believe he is undergoing a bloodline evolution, which is why he was unable to stop himself. I have been called in as his replacement. On behalf of the Reaving Dread Mercenary Corp, I would like to extend my apologies for such an unprofessional display. You will be given a satisfactory explanation for this once the Griffin is finished with the evolution. I am not concerned about that, said Lex, shaking his head. Instead, I care more about how he summoned you without using the proper means. I do not believe you used a golden key to come here, correct? Ah, that is easy to explain. All high-ranking members of the Reaving Dread have a spatial anchor carved onto their souls. In emergency situations, such as the one the Griffin faced, they can use the anchor to call in reinforcements. The moment I was summoned, I took his place in the contract you have, so you do not need to worry as I am bound to the same restrictions as the Griffin. The projection retained a neutral expression, but Lex's true body frowned. Does that mean you can teleport anywhere when needed? Indeed, the Black Fog answered honestly. Though the Reaving Dread only operates in a few realms, within those realms, its members can teleport anywhere. The Reaving Dread Corp aspires to be the best mercenary group in the entire universe, if it hasn't achieved such a rank already. The Innkeeper only nodded before disappearing, while Lex made a mental note. He was fairly certain he had just discovered another system. Moreover, with how the fancy monocle used to be a product of the Infinity Emporium, and how the system hired security from this Reaving Dread mercenary group, if he assumed both were systems, then it meant that systems were able to interact with one another. He had all but confirmed as much. The thing that actually caused him to worry, however, was the fact that the mercenary group could teleport directly into the inn, because it was in the origin realm. A sense of urgency filled him, and he scanned the inn for a few targets. Unfortunately, everyone he knew from the Crystal Realm was currently cultivating. All he could do was wait for them to finish cultivating, or hope that Zagan completed his test soon. Chapter 490. First race. Over the next 2 days, Lex spent his time working, though he minimized his appearance as much as possible. Even when he had to appear, he used remote presence instead of appearing personally. Larry had also delivered the spiritual treasure with which he could train his spirit sense, so he was simultaneously practicing with those as well. At some point, during the second night, when Lex was able to pick up a dumpling with his chopsticks using only his spirit sense, Lex felt a great sense of achievement. It was not only eating the dumpling that made him feel great, but all that he accomplished. Even if he set the inn and everything associated with it aside, just the fact that he was able to spend 2 consecutive days focusing not only on working, but working on multiple things all at the same time, was amazing. Had this been a year ago, just the thought of how much he had to work would have sent him into a procrastination spiral. Sure, he wasn't as irresponsible as some other people, but it would have required great effort on his part, nonetheless. Moreover, He would have probably smoked before he got started as well, though he had always tried to limit himself with that habit. To be clear, it was not the cancer or possible health risks that made him reluctant to smoke too much, but the fact that he heard it affected taste buds. He loved food just too damn much to diminish the experience. As if to keep the positivity coming, it was around the same time that his quest to set up a tribulation room was considered completed, and he got the reward. Quest complete. The hosts rewarded as being calculated. Reward upgraded for improving survival chance by 21%. Reward upgraded for raising IN's prestige dramatically. Reward rank B+ reward. Lightning vessel. Firefighting gloves. Remarks: the real tribulation is the price for the room. Lightning vessel, a small container in the shape of a lightning bolt. It can be used to store one strand of a unique lightning bolt. Firefighting gloves, gloves that let the wearer touch fire as if it were a physical entity. The rewards were simple enough, and considering how he had to provide materials to upgrade rooms he designed himself, he felt they perfectly fit his needs. After all, he had a lightning and fire tempering room, and he would need various kinds of those elements if he wanted to upgrade the room. Lex was almost afraid to admit it, but everything was going extremely well. No one had tried to crash his event, and there had been no arrogant third-generation spoiled brats coming in to pick fights. Soon he would master enough of his spirit sense to meet the Emperor confidently, and most of all, his event was going really well. Everything was going so well, in fact, that Lex decided to actually take another break. So, on the third day, he teleported out of his office and reappeared as Leo, standing in front of a racing track. Yes, he had signed up for an individual race. Moreover, he planned on winning the race, and competing in the Midnight Inn Grand Prix. For these preliminary races, everyone got the same standard golf cart. Of course, standard here meant the standard for the inn, not the standard golf carts on Earth. Xion, a Drake refiner who long ago once upgraded Gerard's golf cart, had now, finally, become an official inn employee, and he was the one who set the standard for the inn by personally upgrading each cart. The reason it took him so long was because Lex was vetting his ability and totally not because Lex forgot that he existed. But all of that was irrelevant at the moment. Leo got into his golf cart and looked around himself. The track he was on was one that he had no part in designing, so that he wouldn't have an unfair advantage. After all, he wanted to win as fairly as possible. Sure, he was more familiar with the mechanics of the incoming traps and bonuses, but everyone had been briefed thoroughly, plus the races had been going on for a few days now, so everyone should also know them all. There were 3 rows of golf carts in front of him, with 3 carts in each row, and several rows behind him as well. Everyone was placed according to when they signed up for the race, so there was an element of luck involved here, but there was more than enough time and opportunities to negate that starting luck. To win the race, there was only one thing you had to do. You had to be the first person to complete 3 laps. There were only a few rules of the race, besides the obvious such as no getting off the track. The most significant one was that no one could attack other cars using spiritual techniques or otherwise. All techniques could only be used to defend, that's it. You could not create traps, speed up, slow down, do anything other than defend. That was because the race itself would provide more than enough methods to attack, anyway. Leo revved the engine for his golf cart, though the cart was very silent so no one could hear anything. Lex felt the vibrations of the engine though, he definitely felt them. Looking around, he did not see anyone familiar, which was perfect. He wouldn't need to hold back out of courtesy. A loud buzzer went off, announcing to the crowd that the race was about to begin. A massive red crystal appeared above the race, which, a few seconds later, turned yellow. All eyes were focused solely on the crystal, and the moment it turned green, the race began. The initial acceleration of the cart was much greater than most of the riders anticipated, Lex included, but he adapted much quicker than the rest. Showing no hesitation, Lex slammed into the car in front of him to push it to the side. He was planning on getting first, and he wouldn't do that by playing nice. Chapter 491. Drifting. The cart that Lex bumped into immediately began swerving left and right. Since the race had just begun and all the carts were nearby, the swerving cart hit quite a few of them, immediately causing chaos. Everyone, from the viewers to the drivers themselves, were taken aback by the tumultuous beginning as the races had more or less formed a pattern during the past 2 days. The first lap, while not free from competition, was usually peaceful as the drivers got used to the track and employed various tactics. Due to how unpredictable the track itself could be, let alone how the various power-ups the drivers received created unexpected variables, there was no real benefit in claiming first too early. As such, most races started off peacefully and progressively became more and more destructive. Yet Lex had no intention of playing slowly, nor did he want to take his time getting used to the track. For him, only two things were true. First was that he wanted to win, and he had enough confidence in his intuition, reflexes and abilities to get that win, even if he became a big target. Second, he was on vacation, so what was the point of doing things safely? Only an intense match would bring him maximum satisfaction, so he set himself apart from the get-go. Lex used his sharp instincts to maneuver carefully out of the initial confusion and suddenly gained a huge lead. Although there were still 3 or 4 cars in front of him, the road was open and free for him to do as he pleased. Since everyone's golf cart was identical, they had the same acceleration, speed, brakes etc., so the greatest tool that Lex could reliably use was his driving ability. As a former resident of Manhattan, he did not have much need for a car, so he didn't have a lot of driving experience, but he was learning now. Taking advantage of his newly advanced capabilities of his mind, parts of Lex's focus were on observing and memorizing the minor details of how the cart responded to every move he made. The first 100 meters of the track was straight before it carefully turned and expanded across a slope. He saw that one of the carts in front of him drifted into the curve while another was using the entire width of the track, going from one side to another, during the turn so that he wouldn't have to slow down at all. A third hit the brakes, to slow down enough to turn without going off the track. Lex's first thought was that he would have to slow down as well, for he had too much forward momentum to turn quick enough, but another part of Lex which knew that even if the cart crashed at full speed, due to his resilience, he would not be harmed at all, wanted to copy the drift. Lex had limited experience driving normally, let alone drifting. In fact, he had no knowledge of how to do it all. A wide, wild grin painted Lex's face. With the cart speeding and the turn coming, he had no time to think, so, instinctively, he entered the state of flow. As if he was watching a film, his memory of everything the drifting golf cart did to drift played in his mind and, as if he were a machine, Lex copied all the actions exactly. From the location where the cart entered the drift, its speed, how much it turned, everything was exactly identical. It was only after he exited the drift perfectly that he exited the flow state, and his emotions caught up to him. The wind blowing in his hair, the sun shining down on him, the beautiful scenery of the inn passing him by, he finally understood why Gerard liked this so much. Moreover, the drift was very clean and satisfying, but his heart was beating like crazy. Although he knew he wouldn't get hurt, it was natural to get excited if you think you are going to crash. And it was only after he completed the drift that the feeling came to him, because to drift, he had turned the wheel in the opposite direction of the actual turn. Despite himself, Lex couldn't help but laugh. He had no idea how that worked, but he was beginning to wonder why he had spent so many years without trying this ever. But he had to turn his attention back to the race. It was far from over. Actually, it had just begun. The first set of obstacles were coming his way. The track split into 4, going over, around, through and under a set of very short hills. Moreover, parts of the track were covered in delinquent viper vines. They wouldn't damage the cart, but if the cart came close enough, they would latch onto it, trapping the vehicle for a few seconds. Lex observed the carts in front of him to see if they were doing anything else that was crazy that he could imitate, but they were splitting off. Lex decided to follow the one that was going over the hills. Whether that cart did anything or not, Lex suddenly had an inclination to overtake the cart by jumping over it using one of the slopes of the hills. This time, Lex entered the overdrive state and his spirit sense spread out in front of him, though currently its range was barely a few dozen feet. That didn't matter to Lex though. A part of his brain started doing careful calculations he would need to pull off such a maneuver. The conclusion he came to was that without a power-up or boost of some kind, it would not be possible. Lex was tempted to use an array, but that would go against the rules. A fire lit in his unresigned heart. What was the point of being a cultivator if he couldn't even surpass a Fast and the Family movie? There had to be a way. Chapter 492, Mysterious and Honorable Innkeeper. There was a void. Nothing existed for all of eternity, except for the color black, which was all-encompassing. There was no sound, no temperature, no energy, nothing. But in that endless nothingness, a round, stone table appeared. There was no light source, yet the table was perfectly visible and, in fact, forcibly attracted one's eyes in the vast nothingness. Since there was no light source, the table had no shadows either, which was very important. In this area that was devoid of everything, darkness was acceptable but shadows were not, for they would compromise the security of this place. One moment the table existed alone, the next a group of nondescript figures appeared around it. Even if one tried, they would not be able to count the number of figures, for that information was just too elusive. It was for that reason that it seemed all but impossible to determine how large the group was, or how large the table was for that matter. After all, the only other thing with which to compare the existence of the table could not be properly observed at all. Yet, when one of the figures began to speak, his appearance became clear, revealing a young, devilishly handsome man. The phenomenon has ended, but the origin realm did not elevate, which means a Dallard was not born. I strongly suspect that someone was manufacturing a Dao treasure, and I have a suspicion of who it might be. Why should that matter to me, Balaam? Asked another figure, revealing his appearance as that of a celestial. Or to any of us. We are all here, in this fledgling realm, to observe the formation of laws to expand our own understanding of laws. Whoever is interfering is speeding up the process, which is taking away precious time from us to observe. I say, let the Henley evict whoever it is so that they stop causing us problems. No, forget him. Do elaborate. A Dao treasure you say? Tell me more. The third figure that spoke revealed itself to be a dragon, and a massive one at that. Do you think I invited you all here because I wanted you to do something? Balaam asked, scoffing. What, did you think I wanted to steal the treasure? Do you think what happened to Ra wasn't enough warning? Wait, you think the Innkeeper is responsible for the phenomenon? Asked another figure yet again, this time in the appearance of an angel. She had 4 beautiful white wings and a halo of pure light above her head, which, accompanied by her own reprehensible beauty, made her a figure which haunted everyone's damn nightmares. Balaam, as well as every other figure, resisted the urge to grimace at hearing her voice. That stupid angel was too freaking powerful, and never restrained herself. All of them quickly scrubbed the memory of her voice from their brains, lest she start appearing in their dreams, again. The aura of the phenomenon was unique. I would have recognized it if I had ever felt it before. But my instinct tells me that the aura is at least related to the Innkeeper. It's not your instincts, just your wishful thinking, said another figure, revealing a spirit. You humanoids all favor one another. Being humanoid has nothing to do with it, said Balaam, his voice turning ever deeper as he changed from his human appearance to his true one. I have met him so I know. He is a mysterious man the depth of whom even I was not able to gauge, though I didn't really try to avoid being rude. His means elude me, and his purpose is unknown. I brought you all here not to conspire against him, but as a professional courtesy. If the Innkeeper really is the one who caused the phenomenon, then other than being powerful enough to one-shot Ra, an original deity of this realm, he is a deeply knowledgeable person from whom we can learn much. The other Dallards listened, but did not reveal their true thoughts about what the devil said. Honor, respect, devils cared for none of that, only profit. They knew he had some hidden purpose, they just didn't know what. The meeting continued on past the topic, and many secret deals were struck. No one found it ironic that a meeting held by a devil had more participants than the one held by the Henley themselves. After all, the Henley were the owners and enforcers of this realm. Why would they do shady business in front of them? The mysterious, profound and honorable Innkeeper, as many Dallards knew of him as, was grinning ear to ear as his cart was pushed to the finish line by all the carts behind him. In his search to find loopholes in his own event, Lex discovered one that would make the game kind of boring, but then at the same time, the thought of irritating and frustrating so many drivers excited Lex's inner child. Most of all, it wasn't like he was cheating or anything, so no one could blame him. Since the only way in which he could use his ability was defensively, his plan required him to become the car in the lead. Once there, he turned around and used talk to the hand. The invisible shield it created now was much larger than before, and though the technique had not been able to bring out his full might as a golden core cultivator, it was strong enough to withstand anything his fellow contestants threw at him. So, now in the lead, and with his invisible shield deployed behind him, Lex let go of the accelerator, and awaited the rest of the carts. Not realizing an invisible shield stood in their path, they would crash into it full force, pushing Lex forward each time. To be honest, Lex originally didn't plan on being so mean to them. But when he became the target of every other racer for not only being a crowd favorite, but a nuisance on the track, Lex felt it was okay if he let loose a little. Truth be told, this was very different from how Lex normally behaved. But he was feeling good today, so it was fine to act a little childish. Like that, in complete disbelief of the entire crowd, all the participants, as well as the race commentator himself, Lex won the race and became a nominee for the Grand Prix. Chapter 493, Finally meeting the Emperor. After winning his race, Lex's emotions finally calmed down a bit. He spent some more time as Leo, going around the inn and interacting with various guests. The Gamer's Den had various sites now that he visited, all of which were thoroughly packed. That was because other than the weekly events that would be updated every so often, many smaller events were concurrently happening everywhere. In the Gamer's Den there was a tournament for a very popular game called Cooking Simulator, Gourmet Oreos, CS, Go. Compared to something like racing, this was a very niche tournament. Still, the crowds it drew were very big, considering that he himself, with the identity of the owner of Gamer's Den, had done very little to actually run it. He felt like he should give Z a raise or something. In fact, the moment he thought about the idea, he implemented it. His employees' salaries were never counted as a part of his total MP, for he always estimated how much he would need to pay them monthly, and then directly pay the system for 6 months in advance. That way, in case he ever became tight on funds, like when he spent it all on the hearth, he wouldn't have to worry about paying his workers, of which there were many. Once he was done with the rounds, however, he teleported back to his apartment and began meditating. Lex was not one to put off things he needed to do, at least on purpose, so it was time to meet the Emperor. The meeting did not incite any nervousness in him, though admittedly he was curious about why the Emperor wanted to meet with him. He asked Velma if she was able to discover anything about his purpose, but she was not able to provide him with much. What she did mention, however, was that from the moment he had appeared, the entire gossip trends in the inn changed. Apparently, he was a man of significant influence, even among other species, though actual information about him was scarce everywhere. Instead, there was a lot of information available about his 4 advisors, who followed him everywhere. Apparently, 3 of them were the founders of the 3 strongest noble families in the empire, right under the royal family, namely the Butt family, the Togoldor family, and the Knight family. The Butt family acted as the financial advisors to the royal family, the Togoldor family as military advisors, and the Knight family handled the secret intelligence for the royal family. The 4th advisor was more secretive and relatively unknown, but it was said that he was the Emperor's right-hand man, and most trusted subordinate. There was one story about him that was very famous, though when Lex read about it, it seemed more gossip than anything realistic. It was said that when the Emperor was young and weak, he was once targeted by a succubus, a devil of extreme capabilities. While everyone else succumbed to the succubus' charm, the 4th advisor remained completely unaffected and, in fact, made the succubus fall in love with him, and act as a double agent on their behalf. Lex nearly gagged when he read that. It was a typical story spread by men with overinflated egos, trying to market their prowess as exceptional. He would be genuinely disappointed if this story was actually being spread by the man himself, but Lex highly doubted it. He was familiar enough with celebrity culture to know how wild stories can be created and spread without any actual proof. If only Lex had heard how the same was being done with the Innkeeper, but the ones gossiping were Dao lords and deities. Once Lex had adjusted his state of mind, and he was ready to hold the meeting, he teleported to his office, and instructed Luther to personally go and escort the Emperor and his group over. A fleet of especially luxurious golf carts which Xion had especially designed for the inn could be seen driving over to the Midnight Manor, attracting a lot of attention. The Emperor had already been informed by a hologram message that the Innkeeper had returned, and was sending someone over to have him picked up. Emperor Jodin had met with many important beings in many prestigious places. He had been escorted in spaceship, advanced vehicles, on the backs of eminent mounts and in carriages pulled by dangerous creatures, yet he had to admit, this was the first time he would be brought to a meeting in a golf cart. But while the Emperor was admiring the golf carts, his 4 advisors had their eyes trained on Luther. In the past few days they had realized that many of the workers at the inn, despite being human, had a bloodline that they had never even heard of before. While that in itself wasn't rare, when considering the ridiculous might their bloodlines delivered, it should have been impossible for them to not know of it. After all, they lived at the center of the human civilization in their realm. How could they not know of such a broken bloodline? They were even tempted to bring all their sons and daughters to the inn. Immediately have them begin courting their workers. But fortunately for their sanity, all of them seemed to have the same bloodline. As unusual as even that fact was, they could accept that there was one bloodline that had eluded them, regardless of how amazing it was. Yet now, Luther displayed an aura of a different bloodline. They could not directly deduce what the bloodline did, regardless of how powerful they were, and even the regalia bloom they were only able to draw some deductions based on old videos of the workers using them in fights. But now that Luther was displaying an aura of a different bloodline, their minds began working in overdrive. His cultivation was practically non-existent, yet if he was the innkeeper's assistant, his bloodline must be exceptional as well. Never, in recent memory, had their emotions been toyed with as much as it had been these last few days. The emperor instead only nodded to Luther and got in the cart. He did not take offense to such a display, for he knew different cultures and beings followed different customs. He was, however, thoroughly amused. As for Luther's bloodline, Jotun had created his own bloodline for his descendants, and he was perfectly confident in its abilities. He did not need to envy others. Actually, all 4 of his advisors had also created their own bloodlines as well. But while the same experience brought indifference to Jotun, to his advisors, it brought a reverence for anyone who had the power to create such formidable bloodlines. The various random thoughts, however, ended when he entered the innkeeper's office building. The reception hall radiated an aura that intimidated even him, though he could tell that he was not the target of the aura. It simply existed and, moreover, it suppressed everyone equally. He, as an emperor and a person with immense cultivation, found it just as hard to take a single step as his 4 followers. The emperor had no intentions of being haughty to begin with, but this display immediately reminded him that the person he was about to meet had garnered the attention of the Henley. An entity of such caliber was definitely above him, but while it was difficult, none of them were people who would shy away from difficulty. They walked through the entire hall from start to finish without letting their struggles become apparent. An outside observer would only see them walking normally, if a bit slowly, across the hall. Before the meeting had even begun, Lex had used the innate feature of the innkeeper's office building to establish himself in the emperor's mind, so that, in the unlikely scenario, he did lose control of his spirit sense, no one would question him. This was not something Lex consciously planned, but something he had just become adept at doing. Otherwise, whenever someone wanted to meet with him, Lex would usually teleport over himself. Not this time. Having established a psychological advantage, Lex welcomed the emperor and his 4 followers into his office, and immediately almost lost his composure. It was not the emperor who drew his attention, nor was it his 3 named advisors. Instead, it was the 4th and more mysterious advisor whose existence startled Lex. He looked like a young man in his early 20s, with fair skin and dark hair. He wore very little expression on his face, but his brown, deep-set eyes and sharp jaw worked well with his seemingly impassive face to give him a mature yet handsome look. Though since when did Lex care about someone else's look? No, what grasped Lex's attention was the fact that the man looked completely identical to himself. It was like he was looking at a twin. Then, Lex checked the Mons status. Chapter 494. Sephor 5 men had entered the innkeeper's office, but while Lex's gaze swept past all of them, it paused nearly imperceptibly on the last person Lex saw. But the brief pause was not a reflection of how shocked Lex was, but rather a result of Lex's advancing cultivation and the absolute control his host attire afforded him. The man was the spitting image of Lex, to the point where they even had the same height and physique. After the initial surprise wore off, Lex came up with a few explanations. After all, the universe was so wide and the human population was so vast. It shouldn't be impossible that 2 unrelated people happened to look identical. As if having already accepted his explanation, Lex scanned him as if his information would somehow shed light on the matter. But instead it only added to the confusion of the situation. Name: William Sephor. Age: 467,223. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host to seat. Species: human. Midnight. In prestige level: 2. Condition: there is an incredibly strong restriction on his body, suppressing a disease. The inn is currently incapable of treating the guest. Remarks: great, now there's 2 of them. William was a common name. Just because it was his last name didn't mean others couldn't have it. In fact, Will Bentham, one of his old guests, was actually named William. The same name did not mean they were related. But the situation was just too coincidental. Too many coincidences made Lex uncomfortable, and reminded of his fight with the murderer back in the Crystal Realm. He had been incredibly wary of Lux since then. Whatever the truth was, Lex would definitely investigate now that his attention had been brought to it. There was no reason to lose composure over it. It would have been so convenient if his intuition gave him some information, but it only provided him with one clear piece of data. The group opposite to him were too strong for his intuition to play any role whatsoever. All of that had happened in less than the blink of an eye, and none of the others in the room seemed to have picked up on it. But the reason it was nearly an imperceptible pause, instead of directly an imperceptible one, was because William himself had detected it. Moreover, the subtle change in the expression within his eyes let Lex know that the man had noticed. But Lex was not put off balance by the fact that his lapse had been detected. There were too many ways to deal with the situation, and as the innkeeper, he held all the cards. In fact, he could completely pretend like he wanted his gaze to be detected by William to begin with. "Welcome, my guests," the innkeeper turned his attention back to Joden, as he decided to scan all three. "My apologies for making you wait so long to meet." While he was speaking, Lex already scanned the remaining four. First, of course, he scanned the famous emperor. Name: Joden Marcus Sephor. Age: 467,227. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host to seat. Species: human. Midnight. In prestige level: 1. Remarks: he is formidable, perfect to be hired as a bodyguard. Then came the advisor standing closest to him. Name: Nisar Sephor. But age: 467,218. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host to seat. Species: human. Midnight. In prestige level: 1. Remarks: he looks like a tax evader, but the inn does not charge GST. Then the remaining two. Name: Badu Sephor Togoldor. Age: 467,215. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host to seat. Species: human. Midnight. In prestige level: 1. Remarks: he looks like he makes his bed every morning to boost productivity through the day. It can only be speculated about the last time he actually used the bed for anything other than making it. Name: Henry Sephor. Knight. Age: 467,210. Sex: male. Cultivation details: too high for host to seat. Species: human. Midnight. In prestige level: 1. Remarks: he carries the scent of murder. A definite potential client for the murder grounds. "It's no trouble at all," said the Emperor, Joden, with a chuckle as he approached the innkeeper. "After all, I know how hectic managing things can be. Every day, over 30,000 planets in my empire face an Armageddon-level event. Just making sure my subjects don't all accidentally die over every small apocalypse that comes their way takes up so much time. I can't even imagine the workload you must have." Joden's tone was extremely relaxed and casual, and he did not appear at all as if he was an emperor. His carefree attitude and easygoing behavior gave Lex a positive impression of the man. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Joden, and these are my little brothers, William, Nisar, Badu and Henry." "It's a pleasure, Joden. Please, guests, have a seat. I hope you have found the inn suitable for your stay these past few days. It is unfortunate that you did not arrive a few days earlier, or you could have taken advantage of the situation like everyone else." "Haha, not all, innkeeper. A few days here or there won't make a difference to us. Besides, if I began cultivating now, it would be years before I become free again. But I have already sent one of your golden keys towards my wife, and am anxiously awaiting her arrival. It's been over a decade since I saw her last. My heart can endure another millennia to cultivate, but not yet another moment to hold her." Joden winked at the innkeeper as he burst into a fit of excited laughter. Even though Lex always made sure to maintain a light smile when he was acting as the innkeeper, feeling Joden's genuine happiness, he could not help but smile a little wider. His gaze turned to Joden's brother. He had no idea the advisors were actually from his family, as nowhere on the Henley portal was that mentioned. But then again, it made sense for people of such importance to keep their secrets close. As his younger brothers, as Lex had confirmed by checking their ages, they were completely immune to Joden's behavior and maintained their polite expressions. Chapter 495. Family. I trust that you gentlemen also enjoyed your stay. Did you find any of the ongoing festivities to your liking? Before they could answer, Lex turned towards William and said, "Mr. William, we have a lot of devils amongst our guests and a few of them are definitely succubus, so I have no doubt you at least had fun." Despite trying to keep their polite expressions, the unexpected comment caused all the brothers, save William himself, to erupt uproariously into laughter. The one known as Badu, the founder of the Togoldor family, actually fell from his chair and started rolling over. William himself slightly blushed and pretended to cough to clear his throat while he subtly kicked Badu off to the side. Innkeeper, I assure you, while I might have had a few unexpected girlfriends in my youth, any rumors you might have heard are greatly exaggerated. A few unexpected, he says, Henry said while wheezing with laughter, only to also receive a kick from William. Lex noticed that, although Williams's kicks were not hard, whoever received them became completely incapacitated from it. Lex only gave a half smirk, as if he understood what William was implying. In truth, he had no intention of embarrassing the man, but passing such a comment would automatically explain why he, as the innkeeper, might have given William more attention than his brothers, thus once again lowering his guard. Such is the nature of youth, the 24-year-old shamelessly said to the man older than 400,000 years. Oh man, I completely forgot about that, said Jodin, effortlessly dodging one of Williams's kicks. Innkeeper, you have truly brought up some fond memories. People love to gossip with some of the inn's workers, and I occasionally end up hearing a few things. Of course, gossip is just gossip. No one takes it too seriously. Oh, you should, began Nisar, but William directly kicked him in the face to shut him up. It is not even gossip, but a rather unfortunate fairy tale one of my brothers spread when I was young, and it has followed me since. I suspect from time to time someone revives the rumors, but I've yet to find proof. If you of all people cannot find proof, brother, then it surely doesn't exist, said Jodin, keeping a suspiciously straight face while effortlessly dodging all attacks. The meeting Lex was supposed to have with the Emperor had turned strangely comical, and not at all what Lex had been originally expecting, but that could work in his favor. The longer they conversed about unimportant topics, the more time Lex would have to dig up details about William. If they got directly to the heart of the matter, it would seem improper if Lex diverted the flow of conversation towards anything else. At the inn we have a guild room where you can leave tasks for those qualified to fulfill. Perhaps you could hire a detective, said Lex, in an attempt to keep the conversation flowing. It's not a matter a detective can resolve, Innkeeper, Jodin explained, as he wiped a single tear from his eye. There are few, human or otherwise, who can compete with good old William. If there was a clue to detect, a mystery to unravel, a lead to follow, anything at all really, he would have already picked up on it. Since he hasn't, then that means there's nothing. Or the perpetrator knows exactly how to avoid my detection, William said blandly, looking directly at Jodin. It need not be explained who he suspected as the culprit. Innkeeper, I saw you have a news agency where you sell sensitive information, said Henry, the founder of the Knight family, who was head of the royal family's intelligence department. Perhaps you can have them look into the matter. It would not do if one of the pillars of our empire was maligned like this so publicly. He spoke with a straight face and genuine concern, but Lex suspected he was still teasing William. I will have them look into the matter, though the Midnight News is run by one of my workers. I don't know if she will be able to investigate such a matter, she is still young. Lex paused for a moment before he continued. All my workers here at the inn are very young, and have just begun to spread their wings. I treat them like family, but I am busy so often that I worry their familiar bonds will grow weak. It is good to see that you brothers have maintained such a strong bond, even after so much time. Lex's statement was, of course, a probing one. Although he had his suspicions, it wasn't like he could ask them personal questions directly. Besides, of them all, William was the only one who supposedly hadn't sired a prominent family. Lex was probably just a victim of over-imagination. There was no way he was related to this man who looked completely identical to him and had Lex's last name as his first name. Family. Family is complicated, for everyone, said Nisar with a sigh, his previous jovial mood dissipating. Though as brothers we've remained close, Jodin is the only one of us who really even meets his descendants anymore, and even that is often because of work. And poor William, his family is too embarrassed to meet him even if he were willing. Oh, do you mind me asking why? Asked Lex, making sure to display only the appropriate amount of curiosity. I don't blame them, but they're just too unlucky. Not a single one of them has ever been able to fully unlock the bloodline William passed onto them, causing them to develop very poorly. It's so much so that they don't even dare publicize that they are related to one of the Emperor's advisors. So that means William does have a family, though they are apparently weak. And what does it even mean that they couldn't unlock the bloodline he passed to them? Since they were all brothers, shouldn't they all pass the same bloodline down to their descendants? Chapter 496. Anger. Lex tried to recall what he knew about bloodlines. Once, as Leo, he has asked John about the topic of bloodlines, and he had seen some random bits of information while casually browsing the portal. Bloodlines in beasts was an entirely different topic, for the beast's entire cultivation was based on their bloodline limits. But for other species, such as humans, it was not the same. The basic gist of it was that it was something that gave whoever had the bloodline access to special powers or abilities. But the source of that power was a mystery to Lex, as well as how their limitations were defined, because the inn workers truly had some broken bloodlines. Lex's memory had improved considerably, so after a moment of deliberation, he recalled that one of the ways that John had described the creation of bloodlines, especially in humans, was through cultivation. As a cultivator reaches higher levels, they naturally unlock certain abilities or affinities that are a result of the unique combination of their natural affinities and their cultivation technique, any natural treasures they might have absorbed, or the various inheritances they received. For example, it was highly likely that if nothing untoward had happened to his cultivation technique, Lex would have given birth to a bloodline that would increase defensive capabilities, or something along those lines. Maybe the Lucky Sutra would give birth to a bloodline that affected luck. Having recalled that, another question came to Lex's mind, though he wouldn't be able to ask such a thing. Although all 5 brothers had gone on to create families with their own surnames, each of them had the Sephor surname. Lex found it hard to believe that all 5 brothers were able to become so formidable if whatever family they originally belonged to was not powerful to begin with, so shouldn't they already have had bloodlines? Moreover, he'd never heard this Sephor name before. Lex audibly sighed as the innkeeper and said, although we can provide our families with many tools, ultimately they have to walk their own paths. Lex took a moment to gather his thoughts. Even if it was just in his own mind, he had to voice his suspicion. He suspected that William might be one of his ancestors. As improbable and impossible as it may seem, it was still a lot more believable than the man just happened to look completely identical to Lex out of sheer coincidence. But it seemed like William himself was very distant from his family, and wasn't very close to them. If he wanted to investigate this matter, he would have to start from a different angle, most likely his own parents back on Earth. Seriously, if this was the secret his family was keeping, Lex would be immensely pissed and slightly confused. Even if he could let go of everything else, Lex could not forget the fact that he had a brain tumor for God only knew how long. How many months had Lex spent in depression, unaware that his mood was being affected by the growth in his brain? How much anxiety had he gone through to grow the inn to the level where he had enough MP to upgrade his cultivation finally to the level where it could remove his tumor? Flashbacks of the immense struggle and fear he faced when he faced zombies for the first time filled his mind. As little as it fazed him now, he had gone from being a regular Joe on Earth to literally fighting for his life against literal demons, just for his chance to remove his tumor. A tinge of anger flashed through his heart as he imagined his parents giving him some kind of stupid spiel about how facing his own challenges allowed him to grow and mature. It was true, after putting his life on the line time and time again, his brain tumor literally making him do one stupid thing after another, he had become much more resilient. But since he had to go through so much growth without them, he saw no reason why they should be a part of his journey moving forward either. But the flash of anger was just that, a flash. Lex quickly calmed himself down and reminded himself that everything going through his head was just his imagination at the moment. Until he confronted them, and found out the truth of the matter, he should not jump to conclusions. With his mind made up, he would not have to drag his conversation with the Emperor out any longer. Although, admittedly, he was curious about the Emperor's family history. There wasn't even some purpose behind it, he just found it interesting. How had these 5 brothers managed to come so far and achieve so much? Even I had to walk my own path without my family's aid, the innkeeper said with a hint of melancholy in his voice. The brothers' expression subtly changed upon hearing that. So far, the conversation had been light and casual. Even when talking about their families, they did not treat it too seriously. But for the innkeeper, someone at the peak of this realm, to mention anything about his past was a matter they absolutely could not treat it lightly. While for the other brothers this was a potential opportunity to learn some secrets about reaching higher realms, for Jotun it was a different matter entirely. He had been briefed before being sent to the inn. Although it was not his main objective, he had been tasked with learning as much as possible about the innkeeper, for the Henley had revealed exactly what they knew about him, absolutely nothing. Was there a reason your family did not aid you? Knight asked, trying his level best to hide the hesitation in his voice. Maybe. Since they never told me, I never asked. And since they decided not to be a part of my journey from the beginning, I don't see a reason for them to be a part of my journey now. The brothers felt goosebumps all over their bodies as their imagination went wild. Chapter 497. Misunderstandings. Jotun's 4 younger brothers all suddenly thought of their own families. They could not be blamed, for after being alive for so long, their perception of family and family values was bound to be different from normal people. Yet they could not help but take the innkeeper's words as a warning. Even by their own standards, they had distanced themselves too much from their families, and for tens of thousands of years began treating them more as employees who worked for them rather than family. Perhaps it was time to reassess their relationship a bit. That did not mean they would begin coddling their families, but that at least they should not be so distant. To some extent, it was true that their lack of oversight had become a huge problem. If not, then how could Noman have been hunted down by outsiders on his family's own planet with none the wiser? How could Lex know that a random statement he said while feeling momentarily overwhelmed with emotion would reveal gross levels of corruption within the Empire, and have far-reaching consequences? But that was only a minor misunderstanding. The reason Lex had even thought to voice one of his thoughts was because he was confident in his own image, and knew that instead of finding loopholes in his statements, people would instead find ways to explain and make sense of them. After all, that was the logical thing to do when listening to someone who knew more and had greater experience than you. What he absolutely could not have expected was the misunderstanding he would cause with Jotun. The Henley knew nothing about the innkeeper, not even his true race, or, as unbelievable as it may seem, when he entered the Origin realm. Though he employed humans most often, no one believed for even a moment that he himself was a human, though it was clear he was humanoid. But now, Jotun learned something very important. The innkeeper had some kind of backing as well, and instead of something relatively loose like an organization or his race, it was his family. What was more important was that, while he talked about being distanced from his family, the use of present tense indicated that the family, whoever or wherever they might be, still existed. Jotun did not think that him being sent here by the Henley should be a secret, in which case everything the innkeeper said should have had deeper meaning. Anything that the innkeeper revealed was meant to be communicated upwards to them, and so this was the innkeeper revealing something about his background. After all, a family that could give birth to a Tao Lord was far more powerful than an organization that did the same. Lex noticed the changes in his audience's expression, but he could only imagine what was going through their minds. "It has been a while since I had a chat like this with one of my guests," said the innkeeper. "It is quite refreshing. But I cannot let pleasant conversation keep me from addressing your real concerns. Gentlemen, how can I help you?" Jotun's pleasant expression dissolved and a somber look replaced it. "I do not really require anything, innkeeper, but I have been tasked by the Henley to come here. There were a few matters they were unable to converse with you over during the Henley assembly, and so they sent me." Lex did not change his expression, but he became a lot more serious instantly, and all thoughts of his family had been thrown out. The Henley assembly was the start of a lot of problems for him, so he did not take it lightly. Moreover, he did expect that his sudden disappearance might cause certain problems for him down the line. Now it was time to see exactly how much trouble he was in. Lex did not say anything and simply continued to look at Jotun, so the Emperor kept on speaking. "The Henley have decided to overlook the matter of you unleashing your powers on the Origin realm, given that Ra attacked you first, but have requested that you refrain from using such abilities again. As you know, instability by energy bursts during the maturing period of a realm can cause it to completely destabilize." Lex did not speak, or not even. He actually didn't know that, or anything of such matters, so it was best not to say anything at all. There are, however, a couple of matters that the Henley wished to address, both being equally serious. The first is that they have no record of you paying the toll to enter the Origin realm. This is a serious matter that cannot be overlooked, since all Tao Lords who have entered the realm have paid the toll. There can be no preferential treatment on this. The Emperor paused in case the innkeeper wished to speak, or clarify on the matter, but seeing that the innkeeper did not speak, he continued. "The second matter is also very serious. According to the laws set by the Henley, all non-native entities that enter the origin realm have to contribute in the fight against the Fuegan. This is also a matter on which there can be no preferential treatment. While you yourself would not be expected to make a move, considering the limitations of controlling your strength, the inn must participate. All matters other than these two are negotiable, and can be discussed at the convenience of both parties. But these two matters, they absolutely have to be complied with. A million different thoughts ran through Lex's mind as he tried to analyze the repercussions of what this meant, and his possible future actions. The one thing that was clear, though, was that Lex could not afford to offend the Henley, but at the same time, he could not appear to be weak. For once, Lex did not suppress his natural reaction, as the authenticity of it would benefit him, as he had already decided his stance on the matter. A sigh escaped the innkeeper's lips as he shook his head gently, as if he had encountered a minor inconvenience. Chapter 498, Marketing, is that all you've been asked to do? Deliver this message, Lex asked, his voice as calm and unperturbed as ever. It seemed like this was a minor matter to him, and one which he did not pay too much attention to. Joden shook his head and said, I was also tasked with assessing the degree of aid the Midnight Inn could provide in military efforts against the Fuegan. Oh, and what is your assessment? Lex asked with genuine curiosity. Excellent potential for aid, but at the moment, it is only potential. All the inn members have come across are quite weak, and won't have a sufficient impact on the war efforts. But within 50,000 years I believe it will have a strong presence. Lex chuckled and said, the Midnight Inn is in the hospitality sector, not military. My workers are trained to serve food, not fight in wars. I just want to run a simple inn. I wonder why people keep interfering in that. Joden tensed up, though he did nothing else. If the innkeeper became discontent, there would be nothing he could do to fight back, but nothing of the sort happened. To be perfectly honest, I have not paid much attention to things besides my inn. But if my actions have caused an oversight, I don't mind remedying the situation. Since you have stated yourself that the inn's military power is not enough to contribute, but the Henley require a contribution nonetheless, why don't we instead focus on how the inn can contribute? No doubt, you've already realized the massive benefits the inn provides, even if with nothing else, with the ability to teleport here from any location. Moreover, the inn also has a connection to the Henley portal. The way I see it, this is the perfect place to host a logistics and command center for a campaign against the Fuegan. As a part of my contribution, I can even give a considerable discount on hosting the command center at the inn. What do you think? The brothers had imagined many ways that this meeting could go, but they did not anticipate that it would turn into a marketing pitch for the inn. To be fair, the idea was excellent. Even if nothing else, just using the inn and the guild room as a transport hub would save an immense amount of wealth and time, completely revolutionizing the war industry. But at the same time, it would involve trusting the innkeeper and the inn with direct control and influence over their assets and personnel. It was an extremely risky move. I will pass on your suggestion, said Joden, not making any decision himself. To be honest, he was extremely loyal to the Henley, for they had played a great role in his growth, but he was not blindly loyal. The way he saw it, if the Henley could be bothered to do any of this themselves, no extra effort would be required on anyone else's part. Since they didn't care enough to do anything personally, then he saw no reason why he should care too much about their campaigns, either. He had his own agendas to focus on, after all. I hope you're not in a rush to leave too quickly if your business is concluded, said Lex, noticing the brothers visibly relaxing with how the conversation turned out. There are more festivities coming up that you can enjoy. Even if you're not interested in that, there is a matter I will take the liberty to say on behalf of one of my guests. I believe Ragnar Sulf is a general in one of your armies. I will not intrude on the privacy of one of my guests, even if he is your subordinate, but I believe you and he, all, will benefit greatly from having a discreet meeting within the inn. The innkeeper's statement both confused and alarmed the group. They were confused because, while they knew of Ragnar, he should not have faced any situation prominent enough to attract their attention personally. The fact that the innkeeper thought that it was otherwise meant that there was a very serious flaw in the flow of information within their network. This was a critical flaw that could threaten the very foundation of their empire. After all, controlling various galaxies was most definitely not easy, and there were more than just a few factions that created problems for them. Still, with the help of the Henley, they had always been able to keep everything under control. But at the end of the day, the Henley would only help them, not rule the empire for them. If there was a flaw, it needed to be addressed immediately. The confusion was because they wondered why the innkeeper would point this out to them. Though they had exchanged some banter, and the meeting had gone relatively well, they could still not be considered on friendly terms. The only logical conclusion they came to was that the innkeeper had a good relationship with Ragnar. They were not far from the truth. No matter what his motives had been, Lex did not forget the help Ragnar extended when he needed the Entis core. Moreover, the general still had a room rented at the inn, where he kept some items hidden in case of his untimely demise. He had laid out instructions of who were to take the items were that to happen. The mere fact that he had done such a thing meant that he was expecting some kind of trouble. And then there was the matter of the 1 trillion megapixel task. Everything pointed towards the man being in some kind of trouble. Even though he had not asked for it, Lex did not mind lending a hand to help him out, especially if it was as simple as speaking a few words. Perhaps it had been the same with the general in the Entis core. As it so happens, I might become his in-law soon, said Jotun with a smile, so I was planning on meeting him, anyway. And fret not, innkeeper, there is no way I'm leaving the inn before I get to reunite with my wife. Jotun was winking again, and his brothers were trying hard not to facepalm. Chapter 499. Figure once the meeting had subsided and the brothers all returned to the Midnight Manor, they ordered some food and all retired to the same room. The rooms in the manor were not as big as some of the others due to the fact that they were some of the earliest designed rooms, but the 5 of them were able to fit in comfortably, especially considering that they were all just sitting around. It seemed that the brothers were sitting and eating in silence, but that was only because their true conversation was taking place via spirit sense. "What do you think, William?" asked Jotun, his voice lacking all the joviality it contained during the meeting. It is difficult to guess the intention of the innkeeper, yet at the same time, the innkeeper could not have made the truth more obvious. A flashback of everything that happened appeared in everyone's mind, played scene by scene. The barely perceptible additional pause the innkeeper took when looking at William was magnified immensely in the flashback, making it obvious to the group what had happened. From the first moment we entered, he already began giving us information through subtle hints. By looking at me longer than the rest, he singled me out, but then proceeded to not give me any extra attention. Instead, he initiated the conversation normally. But think, what was the first thing he began talking about? The flashback continued, and just after Jotun introduced the group, the first thing the innkeeper brought up was the star rank raising event a few days ago. That is the second hint. We can extrapolate what it means individually of the whole meeting, but I think all the pieces join together to form a puzzle, and no single thing is more important than any other. So now we have 2 hints. Next, after our idiot brother was done being thirsty for his wife, he put a front of asking how we liked our stay, but before we could answer, diverted the topic to me and my history with the devil. So now, he has focused on me twice, as well as brought up the devils. The third hint. Then, in a roundabout way, the topic goes to youth, the 4th hint. Finally, after that, it goes to the topic of family, the 5th hint. After that we find out that the innkeeper has left his family behind because they never aided him when he was young, but now that he's strong, they're probably coming back and trying to get on his good side. William took in a big breath, as he silently analyzed all the information. In all of this, from me, to the star event, to the succubus, to youth and family, there is only one thing the innkeeper is trying to tell us. He's telling us his background. And what do all of these things have in common? Devils. The innkeeper is trying to tell us that he is a devil, who has left the devils behind. Now, they're doing everything in their power to get him back. It makes sense. Devils only care about profits, and the innkeeper even turned him contributing to the war efforts into a marketing pitch for his inn, said Badu. Don't forget who benefited most from the star rank event. The devils, said Nisar. There's a rumor that last year, the inn had an event specifically targeting the devils, said Henry. Since the brothers had already made a deduction, they continuously found more and more evidence to support it. So the question now was, should they report their speculation, or keep it to themselves? Lex spent a few good hours sitting in his office after the meeting concluded. He ran through everything that had happened in his mind again and again. It did not help that there were so many things to attract his attention. There was the matter of William looking like his twin. There was the matter of the Henley asking for some kind of toll. There was the matter of a potential war campaign being run from within the inn in the future. It was a good thing that Lex had learned to keep his emotions calm, or else he might have been overwhelmed. But though he was not overwhelmed, he did not have it easy either. For matters pertaining to his family at least, the clear answer that Lex kept coming to was returning to Earth and confronting them. But at the same time, he didn't want to see his family either. It was an exhausting range of emotions. In the end, he decided to get some sleep, and then think more about the matter when he woke up. Besides, he had other things to do, he couldn't spend all his time on this. He teleported to his apartment and then let out a deep, exhausted sigh. He closed his eyes and let himself feel the mental exhaustion for a moment, before he opened his eyes again and removed his shirt. A nice shower would make his sleep even better. But, as soon as he removed his shirt, and before he could do something else, the sound of fake coughing filled the room. Lex froze, his vigilance rising to the maximum, and panic bells ringing in his head. He scanned the room with his spirit sense and checked with his intuition, but got no response. The sound of someone clearing their throat sounded from a corner in his room, this time much louder and clearer. Slowly, as if not to cause alarm, Lex turned towards the corner from where the sound emerged. There, on an unfamiliar maroon leather sofa, a dark figure was sitting waiting for him. Though Lex was looking right at him, he could not detect any of his features, and could not feel his presence, despite the fact that he was looking right at him. Suddenly, with a thought, he equipped the host attire, but still he could not detect the figure in the corner of his room. "You're a very interesting fellow, Lex Williams," the figure said, after clearing his throat once more. Chapter 500. Enigmatic figure. "You're a very interesting fellow, Lex Williams," said the figure. Lex could not focus on the figure itself, so it was the maroon leather sofa upon which it sat that became Lex's focus. After checking the sofa with every sense available to him, and being unable to detect it, Lex's mind started working in another direction. He had no reason to believe that he had been exposed, or that someone could magically overcome the system's functions. As such, the most logical answer is that the figure does not exist, and that he is either hallucinating or dreaming. The most likely culprit is either the Emperor or one of his siblings. The fact that they made a move against him is the worst-case scenario. No, 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 no. Don't go down that path, it's a mental headache. I am not a hallucination, I assure you. I am very much real. Lex gulped as his nerves became even tighter. The fact that the hallucination can react to his thoughts. The figure sighed and, while Lex could not be sure, he imagined that the figure facepalmed. "Let's start from the beginning. Why don't you take a seat first? Let's have a discussion like civilized folk." Lex did not need to sit down. The moment the man spoke, Lex had automatically gone from standing in his room to sitting on a beige leather sofa, opposite to the mysterious figure. As much as he wanted to use the strange transition as more proof that he was hallucinating, he was suddenly filled with the belief that this was all very real. In fact, it was not belief, it was knowledge, for belief can be wrong but facts cannot. At some point, when Lex had not noticed, they had moved out of Lex's room. Instead, it looked like Lex was sitting in a small wooden cabin, lit only by a single oil lantern. "Have you calmed down?" the man asked, but the moment he finished the question, Lex's emotions had already stabilized, as if his body itself did not dare to waste the figure's time. Since he wished that Lex believed this was not a hallucination, it had become so. Since he wanted Lex to calm down before they began their discussion, Lex's emotions were swept away. But that was a good thing for Lex, at least for now. With a calm mind, Lex could think a lot more clearly, and analyze the situation a lot better. He did not know who the man was, or what he wanted, but suffice to say, if he meant Lex any harm, then Lex would already be dead. The difference between them, Lex could not even begin to understand it. "Yes, I've calmed down," Lex answered, using his innkeeper demeanor. No matter what, he was still the innkeeper and a man of dignity and pride, even if the charade he had put up had come to an end. "Who are you? How did you get here?" Lex asked, wanting to know the basic information at least. He had a feeling that the man would answer his questions. "Me, I don't feel like doing proper introductions at this point, so I'll just introduce myself as the original owner of the Regal Embrace. As for how I got to you, the answer is, I really didn't. I'm sitting in my lounge, and you're in your room. But since I wanted to talk to you, I did a little trick." The owner of Regal Embrace. Lex did not feel any surprise, for his emotions were completely stuck being absolutely calm. The information made sense. A being powerful enough to own the regal embrace would most definitely be strong enough to find him within the system, right? Lex wondered if he was above the Tao Lord realm. Probably. But the focus for today, Lex, is not me, no. It's you. You really have managed to pull off something remarkable. Surpassing the regal embrace, I really didn't think it could be done. And don't try to be humble about it, there's nothing more annoying than false modesty. You may have had a lot of help along the way, but trust me, yours is not nearly the strongest system in the universe. Thank you, was all Lex said. There was no point in trying to probe or manipulate the conversation with this figure. So instead, Lex decided to wait to hear what it is the figure wanted. Oh, don't be like that. Oh wait, your emotions are stuck. Young man, return to your normal self. It's not entertaining for me if I don't get any reactions at all. Lex's emotions, which had been held back as if by a dam, came rushing back. But now was not the time for that. With a single thought, Lex entered the overdrive state and took hold of his thoughts. How did you discover that I surpassed the regal embrace? Is there a spying system within the technique? Or can you spy on me through the system? Neither, child, neither. It's my eyes, you see. There are no secrets in front of them. Ah, but I better get to the point quickly. You're wasting your rewards without even knowing about it. As the original owner of the regal embrace, I had some karma with it, so when a change occurred, I immediately felt it. I didn't mind you using my technique, but when you surpassed it, I was genuinely surprised, so I decided to give you a prize. You're lost and alone, trying to figure out everything on your own, so I decided to answer some of your questions. The number of questions depends on the value of your achievement as I feel like it, so if you keep asking mundane questions, you'll be wasting your reward. Feel free to ask any questions, boy. You won't have a better time than now to learn the answers. In his overdrive state, with his emotions suppressed, Lex was able to focus on what mattered at the moment instead of trying to process the information. He asked the first question that came to his mind, a question he had been wondering for a long time. What is the true purpose of my system?